Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So I'm trying to share, but I'm not seeing my share option being activated.
Uh, so now it is activated.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day three of this online faculty development program on machine learning application, signal processing, and communication engineering. Today we are having our expert from IIT Guwahati, Dr. Devanga Raj Nyok, sir. Before starting the session, let me share his brief profile. Dr. Devanga Raj Nyok, sir, received his PhD in computer science from the University of British Columbia, Vancouver, Canada in 2018. He was co-advised by Professor Dinesh K. Pai and Professor Robert J. Woodham. Before that, he completed his BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. His interdisciplinary research work has covered the areas of computer vision, computer graphics, neuroscience, machine learning, and augmented reality. He is the recipient of MITEC's Global Link Research Award, under which he worked with the researchers in INRIA, Grenoble, Rhone Alps, France. He has also collaboration with Uarea Lab in Japan. Dr. Neo co-founded Nautilus Inc., a Toronto-based startup focusing on computational imaging solutions to solve problems in industrial inspections, supported by global accelerators such as Techstars. Dr. Nyog joined IIT Guwahati as assistant professor in Mehta Family School of Data Science and Artificial Intelligence in September 2021. Uh, Welcome, sir, to this online joint faculty development program. I'm making you the presenter.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome, sir.
So I'll be starting in 3 minutes, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'll try to get used to the tools so that I can effectively present it. Thank you. Okay, I think I'll going to start my presentation.
Yes, sir.
So yeah. So first of all, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining this presentation. So I think many of you have already attended a lot of presentations where you have got an idea about basics of machine learning and a lot of other interesting fundamental concepts. So I hope when I'm presenting, then you all will be able to connect to all the concepts that you have learned so far. And I think then only you will be able to get the full benefit of this presentation. So today I'm going to cover an important component of a machine learning workflow. And it has been used for a long time, even in classical machine learning. And now a lot of these are being used in deep learning, and mostly, maybe not directly, but as an inspiration. Fundamentally, the motivation behind doing uh, this fundamental concept that we're going to discuss is everywhere in all kind of machine learning, whether it's shallow machine learning or deep machine learning. So topic we're going to discuss today is feature selection and dimensionality reduction. So let's go. So first, I'm sure you have learned, or maybe you have seen this diagram many times till now, but I'm still going to do a little bit of recap so that we are in sync with the topic that we are going to discuss today. So we all know about artificial intelligence, which is to emulate the intelligent behavior by a machine, for example. So we want the machines to do tasks which we human are good at, right? And you have also seen that machine learning is actually a subset of artificial intelligence. And in machine learning, we use statistical techniques that enable machines to improve performance with experience. So machine learning is a data analysis technique that teaches computers to learn from experience. And these machine learning algorithms are able to learn the information directly from data without relying on predetermined mathematical model, right? So that is the unique feature of machine learning, that it uses data to learn from it. And then there are different types of machine learning algorithms that I will discuss in the next slide. But because we are talking about this kind of relationship between AI and machine learning, we should also know about deep learning, where it lies. Because a lot of the things in machine learning, you will see that in different areas, deep learning is accelerating. The use of deep learning is accelerating because it is giving us super performances. So where does deep learning lie in this whole picture? So deep learning is actually a subset of machine learning, where, as you can read here, multiple deep layers of neural networks that can be trained to perform tasks like speech and image recognition by learning through vast amount of data, right? And then why we use deep learning? Because there's a limitation in classical machine learning algorithms, where with the limited amount of data, your classical machine learning algorithm may do well, but when you have a lot of data, you want to utilize that information in a supervised way, then you can go for deep learning, where we typically see that with increasing number of data, the performance will rise. So that's why one of the motivations to go for deep learning. Now, there are three main learning paradigms you may have already seen, but I still want to iterate now. So first one is supervised learning. So given a set of input patterns, X, and a corresponding set of labels, Y, the underlined mapping function, we want to learn a mapping function from X to Y is discovered. So that's what we want to discover through this kind of learning paradigm. So the classifier operates in two distinct phases. That is, first a training phase, where we select a model, tune the model based on the data, and then operating phase, where the model is kept fixed, but we test with different and new data. And one of the important thing to note in this case is that we have to make sure that the model is not overfitted. That means model is not just tuned on the given data. It should also be able to work with a new and unseen data. Then only this model will be useful for us, right? Then second paradigm is unsupervised learning. So this particular learning, we are given with data X, but with no labels. Then you might ask, what is the point? Then the idea is, although we have no labels, but we still can see the data and what are the features. And using that, we can actually discover some underlying structure and pattern, or you can see an internal representation. So this is also one very important paradigm. Now there's a third paradigm, which we will not touch, but you should know is reinforcement learning. So here the network is used to control a system, which is an actor, by generating actions according to the current system state. So the actions chosen by the actor are evaluated by another network, which is a kind of a critic, then which generates a reinforcement signal, a reward or punishment based on what kind of action he has done for the actor, and in order to improve the performance. So ultimately, we want to learn that how can I learn to improve the performance, and this metric kind of lets us to learn a system, right? So now let's quickly see a topic which is required to understand before we jump into the concepts of dimensionality reduction is what is the curse of dimensionality. So it was a term coined by Bellman in 1961. So this refers to the problems associated with multivariate data analysis as the dimensionality increases. So let's look at an example, right? So say we are considering a three-class pattern recognition problem. So a simple approach, as you have seen here, is we have to divide this feature space into uniform bins. Then we compute the ratio of examples for each class at each bin, how many of them will lie in each of the bins. And then for a new example, when it comes, we can find what particular bin it belongs to and then choose that particular class in that bin, right? So in this way, we will figure out where that particular new example lies. So here in this figure, you see, this is a toy example where we decide to start with one single feature, and then we divide the line into three parts, right? So here you'll see that there are three kind of, based on the features, you can see that these three particular patterns, we are not able to classify that well. As you can see this, this blue one, for example, here, it lies in the second bin, but the two of them lies in the third bin. So it is being confused. So how now the goal is how can we improve the separability, right? So one idea is to actually increase one more dimension. So what we do is that since we see there is overlap among the classes, we decided to incorporate a second feature so that we can try and improve the separability. So say now we decide to go for two dimensions, right? So now when we go for two dimensions, you can see that now we have 3 cross 3, it's 9 bins. So now we have more bins. And then we also have to decide when we are assigning the bins, whether we are trying to maintain the density across all the bins, or we want to put constant number of examples in the whole process, right? So now you can see our search space has increased, right? So now you can also think of, let's move to 3-dimension. So in this case, you have to go for 27 bins because 3 to the power 3. Now, in this case, you will see that although maybe the classes, the particular sample points will be assigned to maybe one unique bin, but you have seen that a lot of bins are empty. So sparsity is there. And unfortunately, if we keep doing it, we'll find out that there's a plateau, or actually it will decrease the performance if you keep on increasing the dimensions. So here it says, in practice, the curse of dimensionality means that for a given sample size, there's a maximum number of features above which the performance of our classifier will degrade. So it's not like that if we take 100 number of dimensions, then we will be able to improve the performance, right? This is because, as we saw in the previous kind of toy example, that actually we have so many bins that will not actually kind of help after some point of time to really separate them. Because as we see that in the beginning, maybe in two dimensions, we have all these examples of one class assigned to one bin, but now we'll suddenly see that they have been distributed across a lot of bins, and ultimately it will not help us. So there are a lot of solutions that are proposed. For example, we might use some prior information, right, to decide on how many dimensions we should use. Or we can provide some increasing smoothness of the target function. Or we can reduce the dimensionality in a smart way. So that is the main question that we are asking today. How can we effectively reduce the dimension so that we can actually improve the robustness of our classifier, for example? We increase the performance, and we'll find out where is this optimum point, right? Can we find it automatically using machine learning? Because we have a lot of data, and let's learn from the data to find out how many dimensions we really require. So, so this is the thing. So we have already discussed. So I'll just skip this slide. But I want to show this machine learning workflow because this will help you to kind of visualize where this dimensional reduction component lies, right? So typically what happens when you have, when you are given a problem that, okay, no, this is a business problem that we want to solve this problem. Then we define the goal, then we go for data collection, and then we go for feature engineering, right? So, we shouldn't directly jump into the model training, picking a model and just use the data, because the data actually might have, very high dimensional, and a lot of the features may be correlated, like maybe there's 10 features, then feature 1 and feature 5, maybe they proportionally increase, right? So even removing feature, say feature 1 and 5 are correlated, then you can drop the feature 5 and still can keep feature 1, right? In fact, that will help us to reduce the dimension. That means we have less computation required. The system will be faster. The second, maybe actually we will improve the accuracy because we are removing some redundant noise or correlated features, right? So typically in machine learning workflow, once we do perform the feature learning, then we go for model training and evaluation. And this is typically an iterative process. Then we evaluate the model, and maybe we figure out that we have to perform further feature kind of engineering, and then we'll go for it. And so this particular component, feature engineering, is important, and that's why I just wanted to show where it lies in the machine learning workflow. So, so there are two kinds of approaches for reducing the dimensions. So one is called feature extraction, and one is feature selection. So feature selection, where we basically we choose a subset of all the features. Like for example, you have n number of features. Maybe we'll figure out that in some particular way that we'll mention after in next few slides. That how can you keep a subset of those features? And even after keeping the subset of the features, we're still able to effectively model the function, the mapping, and then getting acceptable accuracy, right? And which is also more generalizable. That means your model will be able to perform in a new kind of scenario or new examples pretty well, rather than only working on the data that you are using to train and not working in the new scenario, which is not really we are expecting or we are looking for. Then feature extraction is something, it's not just a subset of features. We actually create new features by combining the existing features. It could be some linear combination, it could be non-linear combination, and but ultimately we get some new features. There's some, but those features, like because initially maybe your features were more, interpretable. Like for example, one maybe you are predicting sales, and then one of the features is like the price. One of the feature may be location of the store. But when you're applying feature extraction, actually you might be a combination of linear combination of say feature y1 is a linear combination of say price and the location. So then the features will be very hard. It becomes a bit difficult to interpret, but still the performance will be better, right? So first, I'll go to feature selection. Because we have limited time, I will not go to very much detail, but I will just give you an idea of what are the feature selection methods. And actually, I want to spend some more time in feature extraction. Typically, for example, will discuss about PCA and LDA. We may not have time to discuss about non-linear methods, but I will give you some hints so that you can go home and explore them, right? So let's first see feature selection. So as I already mentioned, feature selection is the process of selecting a subset of the relevant features to use in model construction. So there are some popular methods. In particular, I will only discuss about the supervised ones. So the three pretty well-known methods are filtering, wrapper methods, and embedded methods. Before that, we have already answered this question. So think about this, like why we are having feature selection, right? So some of the answers are, so first, it removes the irrelevant variables or noise, as we discussed. Maybe out of n number of features, maybe some of them are noise, some of them are irrelevant. Can we smartly find them out and remove them, right? So that can also be a feature selection method. Second, so we can reduce the computation complexity. How can we reduce the computation complexity? Because now you have less dimensions, so your model can learn. You will require less number of computations. Say you have data which has say 100 dimensions, and using some kind of way, you found that only 3 are really most important features. So now you only have to deal with 3 instead of 100 features. Then it also reduces overfitting and increases the generalization capacity of the model. So overfitting is a concept that you will learn in machine learning where, like for example, say you have a set of training data, but there's some noise. Now, if you use a very complex model, what will happen is that it will try to model each and every point. For example, even noise also it will try to include in the model. So what happens then? Then, the model is not being robust to really classify whether this is really consider the fact that a particular point is the noise a particular point is a part of real data. So, but if you actually use a simpler model, then you may be able to actually consider, you may be able to model that outlier point as an outlier point, not as a part of the model prediction. So when you have reduced number of features, then it becomes easier for you to really model a to have a model which doesn't overfit, right? And whenever it's less overfitting, actually you are able to generalize it pretty well. So now, first that we'll talk about feature selection, which is about the filtering method, right? The first one that I mentioned. So in this case, the features are selected on the basis of their scores in various statistical tests. So there are a lot of tests like information gain, chi-square test, and all this thing. It's no time for go for them, but the idea is that we use this test to find a correlation of the features with the outcome variable, right? What is the label? Because we know it's a supervised method, so we have the labels also. Now, then we'll figure out, which of the features are highly correlated with the output. So this way we'll be able to find out which features are important and which are maybe not. And but this method, because we just quickly have to find out the correlation, it's a very fast method. You can quickly compute them. And also the features should be correlated with the target, but should be uncorrelated among themselves. So if we really looked in the literature about this kind of these filtering methods, then you'll figure out that how they deal with them, although we cannot discuss today in all details. I'll just trying to give you an idea of different existing methods so that you can go and look it up. The second method is a wrapper method. So what it does, it actually tries to select a subset of features and then train a model. So then we perform the inference using that model, and then we find out what is the performance. And now we keep doing it with different subsets of the features, and we find out which of the subset is actually giving us better performance, right? So it's a search problem. So, how can we find out that which possible subset is important for us? And one way is to do, exhaustively find out all possible combinations, maybe one feature, then two feature, all possible combination of two features, all possible combination of three features. But it's of course a very expensive process because it will be, it will be exponential in complexity. But there are different methods, different ways of selecting them. So one that I mentioned is exhaustive selection, where you select all possible combinations. Then there are some other methods, for example, forward selection and backward selection. So quickly just telling about forward selection, for example, is that first you pick one, one feature and then find out the performance. And then out of all the single features, you find out which one is performing best. And then you keep that in your set, and then you look for the second one, right? And then you find out of all the features, find out the first feature and the second feature, which of the second feature will give you the best performance. And then you keep these two, and then you keep collecting them until you have a threshold and kind of acceptable performance. Then or how many number of features you want to keep. Based on those criteria, you can decide on how many features you want to keep. So there are methods which are a bit more optimal than just exhaustively finding them, right? And there's another method also, backward selection, where we start from n number of features and then try to reduce them until you get a desired number of features. Say you have your target feature is 3 or 4, depending on that. The third method is known as embedded method. So this method basically uses the internal features, the built-in features of the algorithms, such as lasso or random forest. So you basically give the data to these methods, these algorithms, and they will find out by their own algorithm which are the important features. For example, the lasso one is basically uses a L1 regularizer. So it's I talked about overfitting, right? So there's a technique called regularization where you use some kind of additional smoothing function in the objective function. So in this particular case, lasso does you make sure that the absolute value of your model parameters are are you try to reduce them, right? So in that case, what happens is that ultimately your features become very sparse. So you've kind of find out after training with lasso is that only few of them are important and rest are almost zero, rest of the parameters. So you just only keep the ones which has significant value, and this way lasso does it. Random forest, there's a combination of decision trees and decision trees in random forest. Using some ensembling techniques, they also able to find out some important features. So just to give an idea what these methods do. So just quickly, since we already discussed, what is the comparison between filtering method and the wrapper method? So these two are interesting methods that helps us to understand about the feature selection technique. So you can see the first filter methods measure the relevance of features by the correlation, as we already discussed, with the dependent variable, while the wrapper methods measure the usefulness of a subset of feature by actually training a model in it, right? So first one is just we are trying to find a correlation between the feature and the output label. But in the wrapper method, we actually training it using a model. Second, filter methods are much faster compared to wrapper methods, as they do not involve training the models, right? Because we're just finding the correlation using some statistical test. So on the other hand, wrapper methods are computationally very expensive as well. So they have to train model, and also we found that if you go for exhaustive approach, then it takes a lot of time. But if you go for some other optimized techniques, you may be able to further optimize, reduce the computation a bit. And finally, filter methods use statistical methods for evaluation of a subset features, while wrapper methods use cross-validation. So cross-validation is a technique you'll also learn in machine learning that, or maybe you already know, that we basically, instead of just using all the data, we first validate the model, or for the purpose of finding some hyperparameters where we, divide the data set into k folds, and then we do training into each of the folds, and then find out which fold performs better, and based on that, actually, it will help us to do some kind of hyperparameter optimization. In this case, we are trying to find out which subset. So that is kind of hyperparameter for us. So dimension reduction can be both supervised and unsupervised, right? So in unsupervised learning paradigm, data are analyzed based on their inner structure. So it brings, you may be able to connect it to the initial definition of unsupervised learning. So for supervised learning, this paradigm, we also utilize the class labels. And so we already saw what the feature selection is. Now, dimension reduction is different from feature selection. So, and then actually dimension reduction is sometimes also called feature extraction. Sorry, in the second point here, I said sometimes also known as feature selection, should be feature extraction. So the both the methods seek to reduce the number of attributes in the dataset. But so feature selection is a process of selecting a subset of relevant features to use in the model construction that we already saw. Now, dimension reduction, which is also known as feature extraction, sorry for the typo, it combines the features to extract a new set smaller than the starting one, preferably of features, right? So we'll look into it. So feature extraction, dimension reduction using feature extraction is a problem of finding the dimensions along which the dataset shows the greatest variability, which corresponds to the most relevant parameters of the dataset. So we'll figure out in which dimensions data are showing greatest variability. So I'll show a few examples, visual examples, which will make this point very clear. Before that, let's look at this particular case. So what is the condition for data reduction? So data must not be random. So in the left image, you see the data reduction is difficult because it's random data. You're not being able to figure out if there is a dominant direction in which data is distributed with a high variation, high variance, right? So in the left, you see data are spread all over the 2D space. So redundancy of using 2axis is low. So in this particular case, data reduction is hard. But in the right side, we see the compression is easy. The compression, I'm trying to say in the sense that if I am reducing the dimensions, that means I'm doing some kind of compression, right? So the compression is easy for non-random data. So in this case, you see that there's a strong directionality in the data. This is direction U1, where you can see almost all the data is lying. So there is a low dimensional subspace where actually data lies rather than where we are presenting in 2 dimension, right? So in this case, data reduction is possible. So here data are spread along one line. So redundancy of using two axes is high. Data reduction is possible. So we can consider to use one axis along the spread of data to represent that data. So of course you see that when I represent the data in one dimension, project it on that particular direction, there may be some error, because not exactly all the points are lying on the line. All the points are lying on that particular direction on that particular line, but still we are effectively able to model it with a lower dimension. So so there are two methods that I'm going to discuss. So one is supervised and one is unsupervised dimensional reduction using feature extraction, and both are linear methods. So I'll point out how actually we can go from linear to non-linear, which I will not be able to cover, but I will give you the pointers. So the unsupervised method that we're going to discuss is PCA. It's known as principal component analysis, right? And then another one, which is supervised, is linear discriminant analysis, which actually also requires a label. So in the image, you'll see that the axis where I'm showing classification. Here you see that actually there's some data as labeled as 1 and 2, and we found out that if I pick this particular, let me see if I can draw. If I pick this particular axis and project all the points, then you see that I can clearly see that all these red points are being projected here, and all blue points are projected here. And then you'll see there's a kind of two distributions, and you see now using LDI, when I find out this particular very interesting direction, now I can simply take a threshold here and say, okay, if it is more than this threshold, it is class 2, is less than this class 1. So by by finding this particular direction and projecting the points into this, we are basically reducing this two-featured space, two-featured data set into one feature space projected onto that particular line. And in this case, actually, we are able to very nicely classify these two data sets, right? Now let's look at the principal component unsupervised point of view. In this case, actually, we are not classifying. That's why we are only saying that these are the principal axis direction, principal components. These are the principal components, because along this line, the data is, is distributed along mostly predominantly along these directions. So if we forget about the classification problem, we just say, okay, how can I represent the data? So this is actually a pretty good idea to say that this is the direction. This particular is the direction, because in that direction, most of the data are lying. So you can represent along that line. So as you can see, it depends on the problem also. It's a classification problem. The whole idea of interpreting this dimensional reduction changes. And then when you go for unsupervised, then we also have a different kind of insight when we apply this kind of algorithms. Now let's go for principal component analysis. What is it? And I will also explain different ways to compute it, which might be helpful, because personally I also find it, when I was learning about it, it is really interesting concept, and then there are so many ways to approach it. I think it will be one of the most valuable algorithms that you'll be able to find out there in machine learning, and it can be applied a lot of scenarios. And even if you cannot apply directly, this will help us to really visualize, understand what really dimensional reduction means. So what is PCA? So PCA, principal component analysis, is an unsupervised technique for extracting variance structure from a high dimensional dataset. So something relates to what we already said. So say these yellow points are distributed in 2D space. We see that there's a dominant direction. So this is what we are trying to look for. The other dimension is this one, right? And we'll also see that actually all the directions that PCA kind of finds out are orthogonal to each other. That means these features are uncorrelated also. So here it says PCA is an orthogonal projection or transformation of the data into possibly a lower dimensional subspace so that the variance of the projected data is maximized. So the variance of the projected data is maximized. So this is what our objective function is during the computation. So if we increase the variance, then basically we'll be able to find the principal components. So for example, let's consider this toy example. Two options are given. These points shown by a cross are there in the 2D space. Now we consider two directions. So this particular direction, if you project these points, in this particular line, yes, almost, they're lying along this direction. But if I consider this particular direction, you see, no, because this line is not really representing the distribution, variability of the points. So in this case, you can clearly see that this option A is increasing along the option, the line in option A is showing the most variability, maximizing the variance. Now let's visualize this. So there are two scenarios. First scenario, we are seeing that these blue points are lying in a two-dimensional space. So this is x-axis and this is y-axis, right? X and y. So there are two dimensions. But then again, from the concepts that we have learned so far, you can quickly say, okay, yes, the data actually, we don't really require two dimensions. If I draw a line like that red line, I can mostly represent it, the points, that all the points are kind of approximately following a linear line. So in this case, if I consider that axis, we can project all the points on that red line and say, okay, one dimension is enough. I'll be able to represent the variability. Now, second example, this is all the black points. The data is lying on a 3D, right? You have x, maybe y, maybe, and then z and z. So x, y, z, just three axes, right? But interestingly, if you see the data, or you can say, oh, actually, the data is lying on a plane. So why should we need 3 dimensions? Because plane can be represented by just 2 dimensions, x and y. So now, if I find this axis and this axis using PCA, then we can just, and they'll be enough for us. So now, effectively, we reduce the dimension from 3 to 2, right? So identifying this axis, this red axis that we showed, is the idea. This is just the idea of PCA. Then this can be done very easily by using classical matrix computation tools. Like if you go pick any linear algebra book, you'll find how to find eigenvalues, how to find singular value decomposition. So these tools are used to find out these principal components using PCA. So in this particular case, again, there's a 2D Gaussian data set, and then you see this is if you do PCA, you'll find that this is your first PC axis, this is second PC axis, and mostly the first PC axis will include everything. Then we'll figure out, then we'll also discuss that sometimes it is just enough to pick just a few PC axis. In this case, only first one is enough. We don't have to go for second one because we see that the second one is not really capturing the variability. So, and PCA will make sure that the first few are the important ones. Then we'll see how. So there are 3 algorithms that you can apply for PCA. Algorithm 1 is maximize the variance, which is very much what we have talked about so far. So the idea is first we have to center the data, right? So say you have M data samples with say D dimensions, or you can say, for example, there are in a 3D space you have 10 points, right? So then your M is 10 and your dimension is 3 because you are in a 3D space. So each point will be represented by x, y, z. So it's 3-dimensional. And if I have 10 points, these are M is 10. So as I have 10 points in 3D space, in this particular example, then you can say, how can I find the mean? I basically find the sum of these locations and then divide by number of points. So typically how you find the mean of points in a particular coordinate space. So we find the mean and then we subtract that mean from the data. So that's what I'm calling a centered data, right? And then if X is centered data, so this particular expression term is basically saying that I am taking a linear combination of all the points with weights W, right? And that means I'm kind of, this linear combination is basically, for example, A1x1 plus A2x2 plus A3x3 like that, and where A1, A2 are constituting the W, right? And then we are taking a square because this term actually giving us, this term is giving us the variance, right? It's a square term. And then we are maximizing the variance. And we are maximizing the variance, and then maybe we find out that, okay, This is a PC axis where there's a particular variance is maximized. This is PC axis 2 where the variance is maximized. So if I take these two directions, then I'm making sure that the variance is maximized in this direction and this direction, which are orthogonal, which are the different conditions of PCA. And then we pick the first one, argmax, which yes, I made sure that these two axes have maximum variance, possible variance, but out of these two, this is the maximum. So that's what I'm saying here by argmax. So this will give you the first PCA vector. This is the first PCA vector. Now, how to find the second one? After that, what we do, we find a residual subspace where we subtract that particular first direction. And then with that particular signal, we again perform the variance maximization and find the max. In that case, the second one will be max because this is not there anymore. Now in the residual subspace, this is the maximum. And then we get the second. And for a higher dimensional space, we keep doing it. You will find third one, fourth one, fifth one, according to the how many dimensions in the original data you have, right? So this way, actually, you can find all the PCA vectors. This is one approach. So here, for example, just to visually give you an idea so that you really clearly understand what PCA is doing. So in this particular case, the Z variable is lying in a space 2D space, X1 and X2 space, right? So these are, so if I take a point here, which is Z, it maybe have some X1 coordinate and some X2 coordinate, right? Sorry, some X2. So, and then you'll see that, oh, okay, so there's a principal axis along this from our discussion so far, and this is a second axis here. So what actually typically done, this figure is taken from this book, which is a really nice book. I will really suggest you to look into it, Introduction to Machine Learning, right, by Alpedin. So this figure is taken from that book. So what it does is, first, we basically centered it, here, and then in rotate, we centered here, and then by subtracting the mean, and then we basically, after that, we rotate it with this particular vector, right? So here actually it should be Z, and this is in a particular way. No, actually it's fine. So in X means actually we are talking in terms of X1, X2 coordinates, and then we're transforming to Z. So then if we perform this part, multiply this W, which is estimated from PCA, we actually get this. So now we have this new space Z1 and Z2, and here actually you see that this is exactly aligned. The maximum variance is aligned along this, and maximum variance is along and along this. The second axis is this. So actually this Z1, Z2 is the PCA space, right? So we have reduced it. Now there's another method which is known as covariance matrix decomposition. So in this particular way of finding PCA is, given the data, again we we basically center them, as you see that I'm subtracting the mean, and then we're finding the covariance matrix in this particular form. This is basically gives you the covariance matrix. And then this is the how we find the mean. That's what I was talking about, right? And then if I find the eigenvectors of this particular covariance matrix, so then basically I'll be able to find a PCA vector. So those eigenvectors will be the principal components, the directions. And in this particular case, larger the eigenvalue is, the more important the eigenvectors are. That means in the previous case, maybe the first PCA, the eigenvalue corresponding to the first PCA axis, which will be the dominant eigenvector, the first eigenvector, will be very high, but maybe the second axis, which is PCA component 2, that means the second eigenvector, the eigenvalue corresponding to that will be low, because as you see, the variability was mostly along the axis 1, not in axis 2. This is less, but this is more, right? So now you may ask, why the covariance matrix? So how this computation can actually give us the eigenvector? If you see that basically this is the formula. If given the capital X is the data vector, data matrix, and then this gives you the variance, covariance, and then this is a kind of constraint we have that, okay, the eigenvectors should be, U transpose U should be 1, right? And then we can construct a Lagrangian, which is basically a way of finding optimizing it, where we kind of putting an additional constraint here. And then since we are minimizing this objective function, we do the partial derivative and set to 0. And if you set to 0, then you'll see that actually it has converted into an eigenvalue problem. So we are maximizing the variance that was consistent with what we have defined before, right? We're trying to find which directions, which eigenvector directions, or not necessarily eigenvector, which directions, that is for more fundamental, the variance is maximum for that particular set of data. And now while maximizing it, finally, we are seeing that ultimately what we have to do is just finding the eigenvectors and eigenvalues of the covariance matrix, this one. So that's why we would find the covariance matrix first here, and then we do the eigenvalue decomposition, and then we pick the eigenvectors as the principal components. And then based on eigenvalues, we can give how many principal components we can pick. That means how many eigenvectors we can pick in this particular problem. So this is just want to show you, because I'm also taking, I have one more lecture right after maybe 12. So there I'm also going to talk about image processing. So in that case, reconstruction part is also kind of we can also think about. So this one we know we have data. We find a mean, we find a covariance matrix. Then we can multiply with, once we actually find out what is the W matrix, here it is A, we can actually know how to project them, the initial data, to the principal component space. And now to reconstruct it back to the original data, sometimes it's required. Say you reduce the dimensions, you found out the principal components, and now someone asks, okay, you give me the principal components, which are reduced data, it's nice. But how can I get my original data back? So for that also you can do, what you can do is, you see, you can transform Y, the transformed data, you can multiply A transpose and add the original mean. Then you can reconstruct it back, right? And interestingly, since A has all the eigenvalues and eigenvectors, if you want to decide, okay, now I will only keep 5 eigenvectors, 5 principal components, and then from that 5 only I will try to recover. So then you can modify that A or W that we talked about before, and then again use the same formula. But the point to note here is that since we have dropped some of TPC components, we will not be able to exactly get the original data, but some kind of approximation. So there will be some amount of reconstruction error, but in many practical cases that is acceptable. It's better to, for example, for an image, it's better to save a little bit of reduced JPEG image, for example, which is 1 MB, rather than saving the raw image, which is maybe, who knows, maybe 100 megabytes. We don't have that much space. So in practicality, many times, this is enough. So there's a third way of finding it, using SVD, singular value decompositions. So what singular value decomposition does, if you take up any standard textbook, you'll find out it kind of decomposes the original vector X, which is our data vector, which has n cross, which is of the size n cross m, n is the number of samples, m is the number of dimensions. So in this particular case, actually, they're saying that m is the number of instances and n dimensions. Okay, yes. So then what we do, you get a tree matrix, U, S, and V. S contains the singular values. U contains the, this is eigenvectors. So U is used, I'll show you that U is used actually to, U actually directly gives you the direction of principal components. And capital V, this matrix gives you the values that will be used to reconstruction of the data, right? So it's just one step. So here U gives the principal vectors or principal components that we already talked. They are orthogonal, that has unit norm. We also discussed about this particular condition. It is when you are using Lagrangian to optimize it in the first method, in the first method here. And then finally, using this particular U vectors, we can reconstruct it, the data, right? So, but these are the principal components, the directions. And this is a diagonal matrix and shows the importance of eigenvectors. Why it is useful? Because it will give you the singular values, and using that, we can decide how many eigenvectors or principal components we should keep. Now the column vector V, the columns of vector V is giving, it will help you to reconstruct the samples. So if you attend the hands-on today, so I'll be actually showing you the in the code how actually you can implement PCA, and then I hope you'll be also able to appreciate how this every step is important and how those can be used to really find it out, the principal components. So yeah, so basically this is just showing that how SVD is related to what we did before using covariance matrix decomposition, right? So in covariance matrix is say X transpose. So you'll see sometimes people do X transpose X, sometimes X transpose. It depends on how you define the data matrix. Sometimes people define its dimension cross number of samples. Sometimes people define samples on number of dimensions. So based on that, you'll see. But ultimately, when you perform a eigenvalue decomposition, you're basically finding this U, right? So these are the eigenvectors. But even in SVD, when you do this, you also get the U. But this is just one step, like just do SVD of X. But here you have to construct a covariance matrix. There's a pros and cons of both of them. So I'll tell you what now. So the covariance matrix based algorithm is faster than SVD based method when the number of observations and exceeds the number of variables. So that means the dimensions, right? So in this particular case, if you can see, covariance matrix based algorithm could be easy, could be faster. In the hands-on also, I will show you how by changing NNP, what are different timings required for solving PC. So covariance matrix is a bit sometimes less accurate because the condition number of covariance is the square of the condition number of X. So these are kind of more related to numerical kind of computation of PCA and SVD. So in MATLAB, you can just use this PCA function. So you give the data matrix, give the PCA. So it will give you the principal components. It will give you the transform data. It will give you the eigenvalues, singular values, which will give you how important these principal components are. And 4 is the data that I already talked. So your data matrix that you give as input to this function. So for example, these blue points are there, and then you find out you apply PCA to this data matrix, which is data stores all these points, and then you find out what is this capital P and PEXP. What they mean is that this is the principal axis direction, and this is how much the variance is, how much of the variance is accounted for in this bidirectional. And you see it's 95%. So most of the variable is in this. And the second direction is only capturing 4%. As you can see, is less variation here. So in this case, maybe I can decide, oh, I will only keep this direction because 95% is enough for me. So in this case, I have reduced the dimension from 2 to 1. As you can see here, basically this particular output of this PCA function will give it a variance. So 95% is in this direction, first component. Here also you can see that in a different example, for example, you have this variance distribution. So you have 10 PCA dimensions. So this is for a high dimensional data set, some other data set. So you can see, you can decide, okay, how many PCs you want to keep. So there are some different methods. We can say maybe I want to only keep 95% of it. Then you kind of find out cumulatively how many of them gives 95%. So maybe this many, the same. So in that case, you can only keep 4. And based on some computation, you can really find it out. So, but PCA will not be able to compare in a very non-linear data. Like for example, this is a example where data is not linear. It's on an embedding in a surface like a S, right? But if you apply PCA, this is what you get, some random dimensions, because PCA failed because it's a non-linear data. So there are other methods which can actually deal with this kind of data. One way is to actually just using PCA, but with a kernel. So while you're computing the distances, you apply kernel, and that will actually may help to capture some of the non-linearity, so that your non-linear space will be mapped to some linear space, and then on you can apply PCA in a linear way. So this is one. And there are some other techniques that I will not be able to discuss, but some keywords that you can remember, you can check is some methods like LLE, some methods like MDS. And there's one more method, interesting method, which is not necessarily used for dimension reduction, but for visualization of data. Is called TSNE, TSNE. So that uses some kind of distribution, student distribution, and then uses some kind of different kind of distribution, distance metric for between distributions known as scale divergence and all those things. But we don't have time to discuss about it. But I just gave you the pointers: LLE, MDS, TSNE. So finally, we have only 10 minutes left. So I'll just quickly discuss about linear discriminant analysis. So this is a interesting problem because this is also a linear problem, sorry, linear method of dimensional reduction. But what it does is that it is supervised. So it also tell you what are the classes. So given some data samples and the labels, say some are omega 1, omega 2. So we want to again perform find directions. When I project those input points in those directions, we are able to separate them, discriminate these different classes. Like for example, say in x1, x2, these are the points. Then I found a particular transformation that maps all the points along on this direction. Then I found, oh, this is not a good direction because, if I undo, I cannot differentiate. They're overlapping. But say some way I found out, okay, this is the direction. What happens? Now you see that when I project them, they're very nicely separated. Again, this example, I'll show you with code in MATLAB or Octave in the hands-on session today. So what just the fundamental things, what actually happens is that first what we do step by step, we find a mean vector of all the points in class 1, mu1. Then I find again for the class 2, mu2. So you have mu1 and mu2, right? And then we also find out what is the mean of y. So x and y we have, right? So what happens after that, if we actually, so we found that this particular term, then we define a term JW, which is this mu1 minus mu2, right? So then the distance between, so basically we are projecting them and then finding the difference, right? So this particular term, what is trying to do is trying to say that how can I, differentiate between the two different classes. So if my mu1 is here and my mu2 is here, so if I make sure that this distance, this distance is maximized in some way, that means the classes are separated at least between the classes, right? But again, that will not make sure because data might also have some distribution. So this particular axis, in this case, you will see that this axis has a larger distance between means, but actually this axis yields a better class separability, right? Because if I draw a line in this direction, like here, so these are more well separated than this one because there's some overlap, but in this direction it may be less. So there's two terms. One is within class scatter we defined by using this formula. We can discuss further in the hands-on. I will also have the slides, and then we can, in the code also we'll implement it, so we'll clearly see what is happening. So then this is within class scatter, because now we're making sure that what is the variance of this distribution, right? So now finally we define this. This is called Fisher linear discriminant. So on the top we have mu1 minus mu2, which is telling me how separate these classes are, the distance between the classes, and then this term is telling me, the lower term is telling me internally distribution, how much variance it is. So if I try to maximize this, I'm trying to maximize the upper term numerator, which is by maximizing it, I'm making sure the classes are far apart. And by minimizing the denominator, which would also maximize the term, I'm saying that the variance would be less. So how can I find the direction that will make sure that these both are true? And that's why this could be a nice optimization objective function. And then you will see that actually we can also define scatter matrix based on the same concept, but I'm defining as a matrix, which will help us, doing some matrix based operations we can apply. So SW basically gives you within class, because we are using a variance term here. Then SB is giving between the classes, because then we're using the difference between the means, as we already discussed. So it is a between class scatter. So SW and SB, these two scatter matrices determine the distance within class and between class. And finally, if we have we define JW again, that what we discussed before here, but in terms of the matrix, SBN matrix SW. Okay. And then if we actually do the matrix differentials and find out, and ultimately we find out that important directions, the directions that we're really looking for, can be solved. And then the solution is this one for this particular two class one. So for multi-classes, it becomes a bit more complicated. We cannot cover here, but I give an idea. So basically, I gave you an idea how interestingly, we were able to find this particular axis, which is W, which actually finally we found out by optimizing ZW, by maximizing it. And then we finally will be able to find this particular axis, this W. So this is LDA, right? So I'll stop here because I think we're almost like 5 minutes left. But these are the lectures that I also kind of follow because they have some nice, figures that I was able to use to explain you. And again, just reminding you that in the hands-on session also, I'll talk about PCA, I'll talk about LDA, and also I'll talk about K-means. So please attend that hands-on so that I'm also able to tell you by using hands-on coding session. So I think you'll be able to learn more practically all these concepts that I have already discussed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Devanga sir.
Thank
Now,
you.
I would like to request participants to raise their queries. They can raise their hand if they want to unmute.
Also, if you have any questions, feel free to email me. Maybe you are able to find my website and then get my email. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions in future.
Sir, Abhiranjan has got some queries. I have just unmuted Abhiranjan Singh.
Yes.
Sir, SVD.
Yes.
First vector, the first significant eigenvector.
Yes.
The middle one vector.
Yes.
And the last one vector.
Yes.
So I am confused with all three vectors.
Right. So let me quickly go there. So we're talking about this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what it does is that when you perform SVD, you basically, this is clear, right? You can decompose into three matrices like this, right? U, S, and V, right? So what U does is telling you the directions of data. Like for example, say initially your axis is X and X1 and X2, right? X2. And you have some data like this point, this point, this point, this point. Now, initially the columns of X, right? The columns of X are there are two columns. One represents X1 and one represents X2. Okay. Now, when you perform SVD and you get this USB, what happens that when you get U, interestingly, you will find that the U is, say, for example, two column. The first column of U will represent this direction, and the second of U will represent these directions. That is, interestingly, it found out that how can I transform the initial data to some other columns or directions where actually the variance of the data is maximum. So one question I also see in the chat box that asking what is the use of determining the variance. So say if I have this data, so it's better for me to find out this direction. It's important for me because I know if I get this direction, I can tell in which direction data lies. But if someone gives, okay, these are X1, this is X2, I don't know, because now this direction is very specific to this data. And I can say that the data is maximally spread along this direction. This is important direction. So that importance you can find out by maximizing the variance. So variance tells you basically, how much data is, which direction data is available. So we can now only consider one direction and then forget about two directions. And then you can actually give us that particular direction. And USVT, this SVD internally, what it does, it actually maximizes the variance. And then we get it, right? Is it clear?
But sir, S.
Oh, yes, S.
Is a diagonal.
Right. So S is basically what is giving you is maybe you have seen this example that I showed, right? This one. So you can think of, so if S is like diagonal, the first term in this particular case will be 95, right? Proportionate to 95. The second eigenvalue will be 4. So the first value is telling you, okay, this direction has most of the data, so that is 95. The second eigenvalue will be very low. That means, there's not much along this direction. Yes, I found out this direction, but it's not much data, so it's 4. Right. So these eigenvalues are giving basically, so in this case, singular values are telling me out of these two columns, which one is important, how much important. So first column is 95 important, second column is 4 important. That means this is most important. So if I can keep only this direction, is enough for me, right? And finally, V, I can show you in the hands-on. The V is basically what it does. It helps you to reconstruct the data. So if I move from two dimension to one dimension, I have a point here. Now I can recover in the X and Y coordinate also. And for that, I use V. And V also has columns and in this direction. And they also helps me to go back to that, right? So in this case, noise may be the second vector and significance is the first column vector you can think of, because single vector is mostly representing all the data in this particular example. Okay.
U is already giving me the significant eigenvector.
Yes.
And S is also determining the.
S is not a vector. S is giving me how important those vectors are. It is a numbers along the diagonal, for example, right?
Okay, U is giving me the vector.
Yes, direction.
And S giving me the importance.
Importance
how
of
much 95%,
yes,
or 4%.
Yes.
And V is this reconstruction vector.
V are vectors. V will help you go from U to X again. Okay, going back from this U space to X space. Sometimes it's required when you're reconstructing that data back from low dimension to high dimension. Of course, you will have some loss, but anyway, that's what I talked about. Sometimes loss is fine if it's not much, not significant. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. So I think my time is over, right? So maybe we should accommodate the next.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Devanga sir.
Yeah,
We will be again rejoining Devanga sir at 12 noon.
12, yes. Okay, then thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
So our next lecture is on reinforcement learning. It will be covered by Dr. Argadeep Roy, sir. Before we start, let's see his brief profile. Dr. Argadeep, sir, is an assistant professor at Mehta Family School of Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. He was a postdoctoral research associate in University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, USA. Prior to that, he received his PhD degree in electrical engineering from IIT Bombay. He received the BE and MTech degrees from Jabalpur University and IIT Kharagpur, respectively. His research interests are in optimization and control of stochastic systems, resource allocation in next generation 5G, 6G, wireless communication systems, and reinforcement learning. Argadeep sir, I am making you the presenter. Welcome, sir.
Hello. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, is my screen visible to everyone? Hello?
Yes, sir.
My screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. The topic of today's presentation is Introduction to Reinforcement Learning. I am Argadeep Roy. I am an assistant professor associated with Mehta Family School of Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, IIT Guwahati. Yeah. So, this is the brief outline of my talk. First is I will give some introduction, followed by some applications, and I will talk about machine learning categories. Then I will discuss about Markov decision process, which is one of the pillars of reinforcement learning. Then followed by the reinforcement learning fundamentals, I will talk about Q-learning, which is one of the most popular reinforcement learning algorithm, and then multi-arm bandits, and also at the end I will highlight some of my recent works in this field. So my talk will be divided into two categories. First is I will take a brief pause after covering Q-learning, and then I can take some questions. and then again I will stop after covering multi-am bandits and recent works, then I can take further questions. In between, if you have questions, please feel free to post it in the chat box. Okay, so before starting, we will first see a video. Okay. Okay, so what is happening in this field in this video, as you have seen, is basically there is a football match that is going on, and the players are being controlled by reinforcement learning algorithms. So there were many scenarios, as you have seen in the video, that there are, for example, pass and score a goal, or counter attack. So basically, it's like a football match going on where the it's a game scenario where the agents, like the players, are being controlled by reinforcement learning agents. They are being trained, and then they perform, they play against each other. So this is a very practical application of reinforcement learning algorithms. So Google research has developed this just a second, yeah, Google research has developed this football match scenario, and they have used their reinforcement learning algorithms like deep Q learning and etc. So we will go into details of this later. Basically, it's a football match where the players are being trained, and then they different scenarios come in front of them, and then uh, they are trying out different actions and choosing and finally finding out which action is best suitable for them. So this is one of the most good practical application of reinforcement learning. So so this football I think this algorithm was developed by Google research around 2019, and it is available open source. If you are interested, you can just type and search, and then you will find the codes are also given open source. So to begin with, machine learning is the design and development of algorithms that can learn from data. So you have a lot of data, and then using the data, you learn. So if it can be like you have a past data, and based on that you learn what to do in the future, or you are interacting with the environment, and as you are interacting, you are gathering data. So in the data gathering can be in many form, but ultimately the aim is to learn from that data so that you can make better decisions. So the objective is to make efficient decisions based on data. and learn complex system properties automatically. So what does it mean? This means that there are many complex properties. So for example, in today's systems, you see that there are a lot of devices, lot of heterogeneity, and the properties are also very complex. So when we try to know all these properties, it may not be possible to know everything offline. So using machine learning, what we do is we interact with the environment and gradually learn these complex system properties automatically. As time progresses, we make better and better decisions. Okay, so other practical applications apart from the one I showed you is are these. So as you can see, the first picture is a slot machine in a casino. Okay, so the history of optimal control and reinforcement learning actually goes back to the uh, casino where there are many slot machines and you have to give some dollars and then pull one of these machines, and then it will give you some reward, which may be probabilistic reward. Okay, so it may happen that you give some and you play for $10 and initially it give you $20. Next time you play the same machine, it gives you zero. So the thing is, the outcome is basically probabilistic, and then what we want to learn is what is the best slot machine. But again, if you again, it's like, since the behavior is stochastic, it may not be possible to learn it by a single play of each of the machines. So you have to play them repeatedly using some strategy, so that in the long run you learn what is the best machine. So that was the history of machine learning paradigm. One of the biggest impactful thing which resulted in the development of machine learning paradigm is this slot machine. So nowadays they are being used in this movie recommendation. So you have seen that when you Google search and then like for example, you go to this IMDb website and you pick one movie, and then you see that gradually they are recommending more movies which are related or which are close related to that, or there is a high probability that you will be interested in that movie. So how they are doing it? Basically, there are some learning algorithms going in the backend, which is built, which is implemented in these movie recommendation systems. So this is also one of the area where machine learning has been useful. Also, there are obviously there are medical field also. It is very useful. For example, in this scenario, there is a patient, there is a group of patients, and the doctors are testing which medicine will perform better, which medicine is the best for this disease. Then they will first use some medicine and then see the result. Obviously, the result again might be probabilistic, right? So they will try to capture the probabilistic behavior of each of the medicines, and finally, using this process, they are going to find what is the best medicine. So as you can see that although the motivation for learning a machine goes back to the field of casino and slot machines, they are having applications in practical areas such as online gaming, like the video you showed, you saw, and then movie recommendation system, medical imaging, and also robotics for industrial automation, car driving, and aircraft control and robot control, and also building. This one, the last one, is actually the video which I showed you. So, so self-driving car is also a very interesting area where machine learning is finding its application, and it is actually one of the point of doubt nowadays whether machine learning can be problematic, because the price you pay when you drive wrong is like you may face an accident. So so people are going for a hybrid kind of solutions where you use machine learning algorithms which learn from trial and error, so that it may happen that there is some chance of taking some wrong decisions in the beginning. And also there is something called model predictive control, where it predicts the model what is going to happen in the future, and based on that it chooses some action so that this kind of accident scenarios will not occur. So it's a hybrid approach, model predictive control and reinforcement learning. Okay. So what are the categories of machine learning? First is supervised learning. So supervised learning is driven by task. The learning techniques are such as regression, classification, and there is a level or a feedback associated with the task. Like for example, if you have a data, that it has a level associated with it, and using that level data, you try to learn what you're going to do in the future. In unsupervised learning, there is no feedback or level. One of the example is clustering, and it is driven by data. So reinforcement learning falls in between. There is no specific level, and it's not like there is no level, but there is a limited feedback system. So you can call it a partial level. So it is actually deeply rooted in behavioral psychology. How it is deeply rooted? So you may have heard the story about a dog, right? So there was a dog, and every time you ring a bell and and take some food to eat to the dog, then the dog will respond, and then uh, it will start salivating. It will secrete saliva. So, so after some point, if this process is repeated, gradually the dog learns that whenever there is a ringing bell, the food is arriving. But at the end, if you remove the food and only ring the bell, then what will happen is the dog will still salivate even though there is no food. So what has happened in this process is it has been deeply rooted in the behavioral psychology of the dog, that if you like the bell is ringing, then it knows that okay, the food is associated with it. So the in reinforcement learning terminologies, we can say that whenever there is a ringing bell, there is a reward associated with the process, and therefore the animal learns that okay, this is the rewarding option, and I should run towards it. So whenever there is a ringing bell, it goes there in the hope that there will be food associated with it. So actually, the reinforcement learning technologies, the history of it are deeply rooted in this kind of phenomena and experiment which happened earlier. So it's a limited feedback based system. Okay, so now I will give you some examples to explain what does this limited feedback, no feedback meaning. So this is an example. Okay, so this is a supervised learning technique. So the teacher is asking you, is it an apple or a banana? The student said, it's an apple. The teacher said, no, it's a banana. Then the teacher again showed a picture of apple and asked, is it an apple or banana? The student said, it is an apple. The teacher said, correct. So this is basically labeled data, because along with the picture, there is a label that this is apple and this is banana. Okay. Same experiment is conducted for unsupervised learning. The teacher shows a picture of a banana and then ask, is it an apple or a banana? The student said it's an apple. The teacher said nothing. So there is no feedback. The teacher said, is it an apple or banana? By showing a picture of apple, the student said it's an apple. The teacher said nothing. So there is no feedback. Now what happens in the reinforcement learning setting? The teacher shows a picture of a banana. The student said it's an apple. The teacher said, here is a chocolate for you. So he gets a chocolate, but he does not know whether it's a correct or wrong. Then he shows a picture of an apple. The student said it's an apple. He said that the teacher said that there are 5 chocolates for you. So it's like a reward based system. So whenever you give so this answer was correct, the teacher gave him 5 chocolates. This answer is wrong, the teacher gave him 1 chocolate. But after taking a decision, so after saying apple, he gets 1 chocolate, but he does not know whether it's a good scenario or a bad scenario. So the thing is, you have to try out different actions to know which is relatively better than the other. And by choosing only one action, you don't know whether your answer is correct or wrong, because you are given some reward. You don't know that reward is better than the other one or worse than the other one. Okay, so so reinforcement learning is a process of encouraging or establishing the behavior, the belief or pattern of behavior. So it is like you make many different behaviors, and gradually you are made to choose one particular behavior. As time progresses, you learn that one of the behavior is good and other behaviors are not that good. So it learns the system behavior using a trial and error method by interacting with the environment. And the objective is learning to act to maximize the average or discounted reward. So my objective is there is a reward associated with every actions I choosing. So whatever action I'm choosing, based on that there is a reward, and in the long run I learn to act in such a way that we want to maximize or minimize the reward. So examples are bicycle riding. So when you are riding bicycle, you are taking different actions. So for example, you turn left or you turn right, you take 45-degree angle turn, you take 30-degree angle turn, and based on you fall or not, you know which action is better than the other. And also for babies, they learn how to select hot and cool object, how to separate. So when he touches an hot object, when he or she touches an hot object, then it's like painful, and it learns that okay, this is an object I should not touch, this is hot. So that is like a reward or penalty associated with this process. These are some of the fundamentals of RL. First is agent. So agent is the decision maker, and environment is the unknown dynamics of the system, because we do not know how the system is changing. So that is an environment. So agent is interacting with the environment. Basically, the decision maker is interacting with the unknown dynamics of the system, and it knows it in the long run by interacting with it. And state space is the set of states the system can be in, and the set of actions that agent can take. This is known as action space. Okay, and based on my state and my action, there is a transition of moving between states, that is known as the transition probability. Okay, and based on my each chosen action, there is a reward, and the policy, which is the mapping between the state space and the action space. So this is basically whenever I am in state S, I can choose this action. So it's like a lookup table. Okay, so this is the states and these are the actions. Okay, so there is a mapping. So again, this agent, it interacts with the environment. The agent can be in different states within the state space, and it can choose different actions. Okay, and based on the chosen action, it can move from one state to another with certain probability, which is known as the transition probability, and there is a reward associated with each transition. And I want to find out which is the best policy. The policy is a lookup table which maps between the state space and the action space. Okay. And value function is the reward accumulated starting from a state under a policy. And the model is the probability distribution of future state based on the model. And the objective is finally the obtain the policy which maximizes the average reward. So these are my basic terminologies. Even if you don't understand fully, don't worry. We have an example coming next. Okay, so I will just whatever I told in the previous slide, I will just symbolically define it. So state space is the set of state S, action space is the set of actions A, and transition probability is the PSS dash A, which is the transition probability of going from state S to state S dash under action A. Obviously, this sum is going to be 1 because the sum of probabilities to all other state is equal to 1. Now there is a controlled Markov property. What does it mean? It means that Markov property is basically also called as memoryless property. So memoryless property means that I do not depend on my memory. I am memoryless. So I only depend on my present state. Okay, so that's what it is saying here, that probability that xn plus 1 is equal to j given xm zm m less than equal to n, it's only depending on zn, xm and zn. So probability that in the next state is j given my current state is I is only depending on the present action zn. It does not depend on the past. So it does not depend on 0 to n, it only depends on n. So given present, my past and future are independent of each other. That's the controlled Markov property. Okay, and the reward is defined by r s s dash a, and the value function, as you can see, the value function definition is expected accumulated reward. So you are in state S. Okay, so what you are trying to say is, what is the value function v pi s? So you are in state S, and then you are accumulating rt plus k plus 1. So these are my accumulated reward from time t to infinity. So if I start in state S and follow a policy pi, then what is the reward that I am total reward I am getting? And obviously there is a factor gamma which is known as the discount factor. So gamma to the power k is getting multiplied. Okay. So I start in state S, I get the reward RT, and then RT plus 1 and RT plus 2 and so on. But as we go from RT to RT plus 1 and so on, and there is a multiplying factor of gamma, which is basically discounting the future reward. Okay. So this has some this is because of some economic reason. In economics, when the decisions are made after a long time, after say one decision epoch, then it is not that important as the current one. So therefore there is a discount factor of gamma. Okay. So this is the value function, and the objective is to find the optimal value function. So objective is to find the v pi s, and maximization is performed over the policies. So we want to find the best value function for all s. Similarly, there is a definition of Q function. So what it says is Q function SA is basically how valuable the state action pair SA is. So if you go back to the old slide, this is basically how valuable the state is. So what I am doing, I am calculating the discounted reward starting from state S and then up to infinity. So here I am doing the same thing. I am counting the discounted reward given starting from S and action A. So if my current state action pair is SA, then what are the cumulative reward that I can get till infinity? That's my quality function or Q function associated with state action pair SA. And again, my objective is to find the optimal QSA, which is maximization over the policies. Okay. Now we go to the Bellman equation. I am not going into the detail of the proof. It's very straightforward. Basically, Bellman equation is one of the key equations in Markov decision process, which governs the system. Okay, so this is V star pi s, and it is basically through some algebraic manipulation. The first thing is basically q pi star SA, and then maximization is conducted over A. So if you have quality function, and then I am doing a maximization over all the actions, then the action which is giving me highest quality function. So basically in a state, if you translate it into words, in a state, if you have different quality functions, then the quality function corresponding to the action which gives me the best quality function is my value function. Okay, so V star S is max over A q pi star SA. And then I am doing some simple algebraic manipulation to find this final expression, which says that it is basically max over A, and then sum over S star, which is the S dash, which is the destination state, and then transition probability multiplied by current reward plus gamma times the value function of the destination state. So again, if you look at it, it's a value function of a state is equal to sum over all the destination state, transition probability of going to the destination state under an action, immediate reward obtained by this process, and the gamma times the value function of the destination state, and it is summed over all the destination state, and then there is a maximization over A, which basically says that okay, I am choosing the best action by this process, by this total operation. I am finding the best operation, best action which maximizes my this term. Okay, so this is the Bellman equation. Now you might be wondering that till now I am talking about MDP. So how reinforcement learning is coming into picture? So now suppose this P S dash A, S dash A is not known to you. Okay, if it is not known to you, then you cannot do this operation, right? Because this transition probabilities are not known to you. Okay, so then what you will do? And these are in reality actually difficult to get. You may not know the values because the system might be very large. The state space might be easy to define, but transition probabilities between states for each action is like a very huge number of variables. Okay, so it is very difficult to know these values in reality. Reinforcement learning, what it does, it when is these values are not known, then also it can obtain a form equivalent to this Bellman equation by doing trial and error. Okay, so that we will see later. Okay, now I give an example. Okay, so the example is this. So it's a call admission control problem in a telecommunication system. Suppose the state space is 0 to 10. So you have 10 servers in the system, and each server you can choose, in each state you can choose two actions. One is action 1, which means you block the user, and another is action 2, which is you admit the user. Okay, and the transition probability is, with probability p you stay in the same state, and with probability 1 minus p you go to the I minus 1 state. So with probability p you stay in the same state under action 1 because it is blocking. So one guy has arrived, you block the guy, you stay in the same state. Otherwise, with the remaining probability, one guy left the system because his call is over, so you go to state I minus 1. Similarly, under action A2, you go to state I plus 1 with probability p, and with probability 1 minus p you leave the system. And the reward is, whenever you are blocking a user, there is no reward. When you are accepting the user, there is a reward r, which is greater than 0. And there is a holding cost of I square. So if there is I number of users in the system, the holding cost is I square. Okay, so this is the model. Now I want to find the optimal policy for this system. So this is an example. I am not going to how to find the optimal policy or that methodology I am not going into, because that is relevant to MDP. But to tell you the answer, the optimal strategy is accepting the user till a certain threshold and then block it. So if you just I showed you the Bellman equation. If you write the Bellman equations using these terms, then you will see that the optimal policy is accept the user till a certain threshold and then you block. So it's a simple call admission control system in a telecommunication system. Okay, and then how to compute the policy when the transition probability is not known. So that's where RL starts. Okay. Okay, so this is the RL flowchart. There is an agent, it chooses an action, it interacts with the environment, and then it goes to the next state and reward. Again, this goes to the agent, it chooses an action, it interacts with the environment, the next state and reward is obtained, and this process continues for a long time till we converge to the optimal strategy. So this is the state space, basically a simple two-state model I have drawn. So it's like a state 0, 1, you go from state 0 to 1 with certain probability, and you go from state 1 to 0 with the remaining probability, and so on. Okay, so this is my flow chart. So I am an agent, I choose the action, and then I interact with the environment. The environment gives me the next state and the reward, and then the agent it is fed back to the agent, and the agent, based on the feedback, it again learns how to act for the next stage, and then again choose an action, and so on. And this is my underlying state space. So this is a simple example, 0, 1. It's a two-state problem, and then it goes from state 0 to 1 with probability p01a under action A, and it remains in state 0 with the remaining probability, and so on. So again, it can be framed in this framework that you have an environment, the environment gives you a reward, the reward goes back to the agent, and then in this process you train the system on the fly, and when the training is over, when the system is run for a very long time, then you know you have a very good policy which is either optimal or very close to optimal, and then you deploy the policy. So this is my RL flowchart. Okay, so types of RL algorithm. Reinforcement learning algorithm can be of two types, model based and model free. So in model based algorithm, it learns the model or the transition probabilities, and in the model free algorithm, it does not learn the transition probabilities, it directly learns the value functions. Okay, so in the first model based algorithm, it learns the transition probabilities that I don't know basically, and in the model free, it does not require to learn the transition probability at all, it directly learns the value function. Okay, so the model free can be of two types, value based and policy based. So in value based, it maximizes a value function, and the value function converges to the optimal value function in the long run at t tends to infinity. In the policy based, it iterates through different policies, and the policy converges to the optimal policy. So One is a value-based approach, another is policy-based approach. So in the value-based approach, we update the value function in such a manner that it converges to the optimal value function. And in the policy-based approach, I update the policy in such a manner that it converges to the optimal policy. Okay. So both the approaches are fine, and it is done in a model-free manner. So I need not know the transition probabilities between the states, and not even I am trying to recreate that model, which is done in the model-based case. It tries to estimate the transition probabilities between the different states. So now I move to Q learning, which is one of the popular value function based model free approach, and there is a Q value associated with each state action pair, and we update the value function based on the observed reward. Okay, so it's a value function based approach, and it's a model free approach. Okay, and as you see already, as you have seen already, that there was a term QSA, which is the Q value associated with the state action pair, and we update the value function based on the observed reward. So this is my algorithm. Okay, so this definition you have seen previously, that the quality function of a state action pair SA under a policy pi depends on the cumulative reward starting from state S, so time t to infinity. Okay, this is the Q function, and the objective is to find the optimal policy which maximizes the Q function, which is basically this, that I want to find the policy which maximizes the Q pi SA over A, and the argument of that, which basically the action which is maximizing this, is my pi star. Okay, now how I'm going to do this operation. So I'm considering a learning rate Gn, where Gn has these properties. Sum over n Gn is equal to infinity, and sum over n Gn square is less than infinity. So the first property basically ensures that even after a long time, my value of Gn is significant. So sum over n Gn is equal to infinity means even if my value of n is very large, I am still, my value is significant enough so that it is contributing. And the second condition says that my noise, because noise is like the value function, the square of that thing, so therefore the noise is negligible in the long run. Therefore this condition kicks in. So this is my learning rate, and what I am doing is I am updating one state action pair at a time. So Qn plus 1 SA is basically some weightage on the old value of Qn SA. So QSA is my quantity. This is my current state action pair. I am going to update that only, and I am going to leave all the other things as it is. Okay. So what I am doing, I am putting some value on the old value of QSA and putting some weightage on the newly having reward. Okay. So this is my previous value QNSA. I am putting 1 minus GN weightage on that, and GN is my learning rate. That is basically how much weightage I am putting on the present reward. Present reward is what? Which is the current reward plus gamma times the future reward. Okay, this is current reward gamma times the value function of the destination state, basically. Okay, so this is the process I am doing, and Gn satisfies this condition. So Gn is basically, for example, Gn can be 1 over n. So effectively what I am doing is I am putting 1 over n weightage on the present reward and putting the other 1 minus 1 over weightage on the 1 minus 1 over n weightage on the past Q value. Okay, so gradually I am putting more weightage on this as time progresses, and the weightage on the present thing is becoming reward. So this is also very intuitive, because I am putting when I am starting learning, I am putting more weightage on the thing I am seeing, and as I am being experienced, I am putting lot more weightage on the things I have learned and putting less weightage on the thing I am seeing next. Okay, so this way it's a exploration-exploitation trade-off, and I am learning the Q learning algorithm is going in this way, and it basically converges to the optimal value function. Okay, so I am giving a simple flowchart to describe this. We determine the system state, and then we decide whether I want to explore or exploit. If it's an exploration decision, I can choose one of the actions at random and then observe the reward and go to the next state. If it is an exploitation decision, then I choose the action which has a maximum Q value. And then I observe the reward, go to the next state, update my Q function, and so on. So basically, it's a iterative process. In the beginning, you determine the system state, you go for an exploration or exploitation, you toss a coin and you find whether I want to do explore or exploit. Explore means I try out different new actions which I have not tried before. Exploit means I want to try the action which I have tried before and it has given me good reward. So the way to go about it is first do exploration much, because you want to know what are the available actions and what kind of rewards it can give. And then as time progresses, you kind of believe your learned behavior, so you go for exploitation. So initially explore, learn, explore more, and then as time progresses, you exploit more. Okay, so this is an exploitation trade-off, and based on whether you want to explore or exploit, you choose one of the actions and then observe the reward, go to next step and update the Q value using the algorithm I showed in the last slide, this algorithm, and then determine the system state and the process continues. Okay. So this has many issues which I am going to describe that how I am going to tackle these issues by the new by a new RL algorithm in my work. So this exploration is a slow convergence, because this exploration sometimes it kills a lot of time. Unnecessary exploration also happens. It might happen that the actions are well separated. The actions are like one action is significantly better than the other, but still I am exploring after a long time. So therefore, the convergence can be slow. And since you are choosing action with the maximum Q value in the exploitation process, the computation is in the order of the size of the action space, which can be very large. Sometimes the computationally it becomes very intensive. And since you need to store the Q function, the storage complexity is in the order of the cardinality of the state space times the cardinality of the action space. So what are the drawbacks of this algorithm? Convergence might be very slow because you lose much time by doing exploration. Computationally it might be intensive because you choose the action which has a maximum Q value. Therefore, since there are A actions, the computation is in the order of the size of the action space, and since you need to store the Q function, there is storage complexity is also very high. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to describe a new RL algorithm where these issues has been partially circumvented. Okay. So this is called a structure-aware learning algorithm for multiple thresholds. So sometimes the optimal policy has a threshold structure. Okay, so there is a multiple threshold structure and the thresholds are ordered. Okay, so therefore the learning of optimal policy is basically learning the threshold value for each event. Okay, so now in RL algorithm we consider only the set of ordered threshold policies. So it can be reduced. Policy search space can be reduced a lot because you can only consider the set of threshold policies, and the set of non-threshold policies you can discard. And again, similar to the Q learning thing, you can take a 2 time scale approach where the value functions and the threshold parameter are updated in different time scales. Okay, so this is the algorithm, and we initialize the algorithm and then choose an action based on the current value of threshold, and then update the value function using this equation and update the threshold using the other equation. Since I'm saying that I'm operating with a parameterized class of policies, therefore there is no maximization operation, because for a given value of threshold I know that till this threshold my action is this one, and after this threshold my action is the other one. So I'm not going into the details of this algorithm. You can find it in these papers, and in the last paper actually we have implemented this algorithm in the context of a wireless network problem, in a LTE Wi-Fi heterogeneous network problem. We have used this algorithm and found much improvement over Q learning algorithm. Okay, then next I move to exploration versus exploitation trade-off, which is the fundamental trade-off in decision making. So exploitation means you choose the best action given the current knowledge, and exploration is you gather more knowledge. You try out other actions and try to know how these actions perform. Okay, so for example, you go to a favorite restaurant or try a new one. Okay, so you keep going to the restaurant or you try a new one. So this is my exploration and this is my exploitation. Okay, and again it has an application in online advertisement also. So multi-arm bandit problems are basically multi-arm bandit problem is basically a problem where there are many arms and you need to choose the arm sequentially. So each arm produces reward which is probabilistic, but the probability distribution parameters are not known. Okay, the statistics of reward distribution is unknown, and I want to maximize the total reward or minimize the total regret. So I'm not going into the formal definition of regret. It basically means that how much I am off from my best solution. So I have a set of arms, and each arm produces reward in a probabilistic manner, and I want to find out which is the best arm, and so that I want to maximize the total reward or minimize the total regret. Okay, so this is known as the multi-arm bandit problem. Okay, so this is a stochastic map problem. It can be classified into two categories, either it's a IID or Markovian, and IID bandit has these algorithms, many algorithms to find best low regret algorithms for finding the best arm when the arms are IID. Similarly, for Markovian arms also, there are two types of multi-arm bandit algorithm: rested and restless. Okay, so when the state of the arms are not played, state of the arms which are not played is frozen, then we call it a rested multi-arm bandit algorithm. And when the state of the arm can change irrespective of the fact whether they are played or not, we call it a restless multi-arm bandit algorithm. Okay, so so there are many multi-arm bandit algorithm. The most primitive one is never explore, or say greedy. So you choose the arm which is greatest mean estimate. So estimate the mean reward from each arm, and you choose the arm which is the which is the highest mean estimate. But the thing is, you might in the beginning, if you do that initially, it might happen that a bad arm is giving you good reward, because the rewards are stochastic in nature. Therefore, you might lock into a arm which is not optimal, and therefore you will face linear regret, because you are every time you are choosing bad arm, so therefore it will never converge to a good solution, and the regret will increase linearly with time. Okay, and second one is forever explore. So this is called epsilon greedy. So explore with probability epsilon and exploit with the remaining probability. So if you always do that, then also it may happen that with certain probability you are always choosing bad arm. Okay, so then also you might face linear regret, because with certain probability you are always choosing bad arm. So the correct way is epsilon t greedy, where exploration probability decays with time. Okay, so it has been found that, so what it means that the probability of exploration, probability of trying out other arms is decaying with time. So it has a logarithmic regret, which is the best possible regret one can have in the multi-arm bandit setting. You cannot do better than logarithm. Okay, but the thing is, it requires the knowledge of the mean reward associated with the arm, which may not be possible. So this actually opens up a lot of possibility for developing new multi-arm bandit algorithms. Okay, there are already some algorithms in the literature, and the unifying goal for all of this work is design mechanism with sublinear regret, this logarithmic regret, without reward knowledge, without the knowledge of the mean reward. So this is a very important topic in the field of reinforcement learning. So this paper is a very famous paper. It derives that the lower bound on the regret is logarithmic in time. So there has to be at least order of log n suboptimal pools, and the algorithm is order optimal if the regret is in the order of log n. So epsilon greedy is exploration without any preference for nearly greedy arm with uncertain estimate. So as you have seen before, epsilon greedy algorithm explores, but there is no preference, because the exploration probability does not change with time, right?
We are not understanding how it is login. So may I ask, sir?
Yeah, so this proof actually is out of the scope of this talk. So I can send you the paper where the proof is given. Intuition is basically if you do this kind of thing, epsilon greedy, as time becomes 1 over n, the explosion probability becomes 1 over n. And now since you are computing regret, so if you do a integration over 1 over n, then you get log n. Okay, this is the intuition. Okay, so as time increases, the probability becomes 1 over n, and then you are taking a summation, so it gives you something like log n. That's the intuition, but the proof of this is given in this paper, which I can forward you.
Here, bandit stands for.
Bandit stands for, so it is a term basically. Bandit is basically, you can think of, as you have seen the example of this slot machine, right? So in slot machine, you pay some money and you pull the lever and then you get some reward, right? So the slot machine is a one bandit. So multi-arm bandit means there are many bandits. It's like that. So it's a term. It basically says that the bandit is a system. So multi-arm bandit is different systems having different reward distributions. The distributions parameters are not known to you.
It is your proposed work in one of the paper, published paper.
No, this is a well-established algorithm. Multi-arm bandit is a well-established field. It has started, I think, in 1970s or something. Okay, so this is what I am saying is a textbook material. It's as of now. I mean, yeah, this bandit, whatever I am saying, it's a well-established method. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can find the details of this. I will tell you a book name. The book name is Sutton and Bartow, Sutton, Sutton, and Barto, Bartow. First edition, second edition. So the book name is Reinforcement Learning and Introduction. So you can refer to this book. These books, these concepts like Q-learning, multi-arm bandit are described in detail. Sutton, Sutton, and Bartow, Barto. Reinforcement learning and introduction. Okay, so the thing is, now what people does it in epsilon greedy, they add an upper confidence to the estimated mean. So we have an estimated mean, and I am adding some upper confidence on that, which is overestimate the true mean with high probability. So what does it mean? It means that I am estimating the mean of different arms, but I am not sure whether this mean is good enough because I have very less samples. I have tried out this arm very less number of times. So what I want to do is I want to make sure. So as my number of trials will increase, my confidence will also increase, and therefore my confidence bound will decrease. Okay. So as large TIT is basically large time you tried out many times, therefore the upper confidence bound is small, and then at the end you select the arm which maximizes the upper confidence bound. So apart from the estimated mean, there is something called confidence bound which is added to the estimated mean. Okay, and then it becomes a this parameter is considered, and then you are choosing a maximization over this entire quantity, and that becomes your parameter for choosing the next term. Okay, so you are choosing the next term based on the upper confidence bound, which is the estimated mean plus something. So this plus something is basically how much weightage you want to give on the estimation. If you have already tried out that arm long time, then the weightage is less, and if you have tried out very less number of time, then the bound is higher because you are not sure about the correct mean. Okay, so yeah, so that's called UCB, upper confidence bound algorithm. This is also a well-known algorithm in the multi-arm bandit literature, and it was appeared in 2001, I think. Yeah, this algorithm was proposed around that time. Now I'm talking about a new multi-arm bandit algorithm which I worked on. Okay, so this is called adaptive KLUCB algorithm. There are two phases. So if you have a Markovian bandit where there is like a state space and you can go from one state to another, then this algorithm is a upper confidence bound based algorithm, but it is like a if else type algorithm. If you are following this assumption, that means if you are following this condition, that means that it satisfies the condition for a Markovian arm, and therefore you follow this policy. And if you are not satisfying this condition, then you have a IID arm, and then you are following this policy. Okay, so therefore this is an adaptive KLUCB algorithm. It works good for both Markovian as well as IID algorithm, because IID is a special case of a Markovian Markovian arms. Okay, IID arms are special case of Markovian arm.
Identical and
Yes.
independent distributor.
Yes, yes, correct. Yeah.
So how it is different?
It is, sorry, which is different?
Means one for IID, another for Markovian.
Yes, it is different
So
because
Markovian process is a Gaussian mixture model.
no. So for example, let me go back to this picture, then you will understand. Okay, this is a Markovian system. With if you are in state 0, you go there with probability p, and you remain here at with probability 1 minus p. Okay, and if you are in state 1, you go here with probability, this is say q, and this is 1 minus q. Okay, p01 and p10. Okay, now if p01 plus p10 is equal to 1, then what happens? Then basically it does not depend on whether you are in state 0 or state 1. If you are in state 0, then you're going from state 0 to 1 is also this p01a, and if you are in state 1, you're going from state 1 to 1 with probability 1 minus p10a, which is equal to p01a, because this plus this is equal to 1. So that means that there is no difference between an IID process and a Markovian process now, because probability in IID process, what happens? So Markovian, you can view it as a, you are tossing a coin. Okay, so with probability p, you are getting a head. With probability 1 minus p, you are getting a tail. But now if my probability of head and tail depends on whether in this time you have got head or tail, then it becomes a Markov chain. So if you can view a coin toss as a as if you toss a coin, and then you getting head probability depending on whether you have got a head or tail in this trial. Okay, then it becomes a Markov chain. So therefore, this is a Markov chain. You can consider this state as head, this state as tail. Okay, so then again, if your p01 plus p10 is equal to 1, then it becomes a IID process. So now, if I go back to this algorithm, you might wonder that why
How
this
it is, means there is application in communication or signal processing?
Markov chain?
Yes, sir. If
Yes.
there is any.
So, for example, you may have heard something about Gilbert-Elliott channel model. Have you heard?
Repeat, sir.
Gilbert-Elliott channel model. Have you heard about it?
No, sir.
Okay, so you can search about it. It's a modeling for modeling the channel of wireless channels. It has two states, good and bad. If it is in good state, then it remains in good state with certain probability and goes to the bad state with certain probability. And if it is in bad state, then it remains in bad state with certain probability and goes to the good state with certain probability. So this is a Markov chain model, which is particularly useful for capturing busty channel. Okay, because channels, what is happens is it's busty. So when it goes to a deep fade, it remains in deep fade for very long time, which means when it goes to the bad state, it remains in bad state for very long time. So therefore, these transition probabilities are
Name of that channel model? Yes, sir.
Gilbert-Elliott, Gilbert. Gilbert. Yes, Elliott is Eliot. Elliott. Maybe my spelling might be little off. Okay. So here also, basically because of that, I am doing this thing, because when my p01 and p10 is equal to 1, then estimating one parameter is sufficient, right? But when because they are dependent on each other, so if I estimate one parameter, I know that the other one is 1 minus that. But when they are not, when they are truly Markovian, not IID, then I need to estimate p01 and p10 both, right? So therefore, there is a state-based thing when the arms are Markovian, but when the arms are IID, then it becomes one single parameter, mu hat. You need not capture p hat and p1, p01, p10 separately, because then one parameter is sufficient. Basically, in simple words, when the terms are Markovian, when the arms are Markovian, then I need to estimate two parameters. When it is truly IID, I need to estimate only one parameter. And this if else condition, it basically shows me it's satisfied infinitely often when the arms are truly Markovian, and this else condition is satisfied infinitely often when the arms are IIT. So this details you can find in this work. Okay, in this the paper is presented. Paper is there in archive. Okay, so these are some experimental results of this algorithm, and we see that the regrade is much lower. This green one is our proposed algorithm, and the UCB, what I was talking about before. So this one, this upper confidence bound. Okay, so this is the algorithm. This is the green one. So as you can see, this our algorithm is much better than these algorithms. Okay, so experimentally also we found that the regrade is much lower. Okay, that's it. I think.
Regret for sir channel model.
Sorry.
Regret for the
Regret for
being
the
in
entire
a
process.
deep fed channel.
No, regret for this is not related to communication network. This is simple. I mean, in general, you can take some arms which follow certain behavior, like the reward is poison, reward is Bernoulli distributed with certain thing. But obviously, you can do it for Gilbert-Elliott channel model also. You can do similar stuff. But this experiment is not conducted in that scenario. It's a simple. There are some arms where the rewards are Bernoulli. In this setting we have considered, and the regrade is like cumulative. I mean, the performance, how much you are off from the optimal performance. That is called regrade. With time it increases. So you see the green one is like almost
Zero, sir.
Yeah, no, it's zero because it's a very large scale. That's why it is zero, but it is the values are like somewhere here. You see 20, 30, where this is like going 120, and this algorithm is like 15,000. So since the scale is 15,000, it looks like zero, but the values are somewhere around 20, 30.
So for which case regret is for 20, 10?
For which case regret is 10?
Means in which case
Hmm.
the regret is 10.
Okay, so see, that will depend on the relative reward distribution of the arms. If the mean parameters are very close to each other, then the regret will be higher, because it is very difficult to distinguish between that arms, because their parameters are very close to each other. But if the parameters are very far from each other, for example, the mean reward of one arm is 5 and the mean reward of another arm is 6, then the regret will be higher, because it is very difficult to know which one is better, because they are very close. But if they are very far, for example, one of the arm the regret mean parameter is 5, for the other one is 50, then the regret will be smaller. So it depends on the parameters values actually.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Sir, one question.
Yes.
This is a in which this is a reinforcement learning.
Right.
So this is implemented in some MATLAB, sir.
Yes, this can be implemented in MATLAB. You will see that in the next hands-on session.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Tomorrow's hands-on session actually. Any other questions? So I think there are a few questions in the chat. One is by Ritu Patel. Is reinforcement learning beneficial if we design the product recommendation model using sentiment analysis? Actually, in the product recommendations system, reinforcement learning algorithms are already being used. As you have seen for the movie recommendation system, I already told you, right? So the product recommendation system, for example, in Amazon, this kind of algorithms are used where if you purchase one product, you will see that those product or product nearer to that is recommended to you. So based on the customer's reaction, whether he is like interested or not, he is purchasing the product or keeping it in the wish list. So this kind of behavior using that reinforcement learning can be beneficial in designing this kind of recommendation systems. And it is already there. You can look in the literature. If you just search reinforcement learning algorithm for recommendation systems, I think you will get such solutions. Okay, and there is another question, Q learning applications in signal processing. Sorry, yeah. So there is another question, Q learning application in signal processing. Yes, Q learning application has been instrumental in signal processing. For example, there is something called projected Q learning, or yeah, so basically when you have a threshold structure, for example, in the wireless communication design system for the physical layer design, there are algorithms which uses Q learning and some variant of it. Not sometimes they use pure Q learning, sometimes they use a projection based Q learning, where the Q learning policy learned by it is projected to a set of threshold policies. So it is like when we know that the optimal policy is threshold in nature, then I can reduce my search space and project the Q function into the like dimension of the threshold policies only. So this kind of algorithms are there. If you want to find some literature, feel free to email me. I will point out to some literature in this field. There is another question by Sukhmani Kaur. How to determine what kind of model suits for a particular application? Like, is RL model applicable to application I am working on, let's say power optimization on an embedded system? And of yes, how to define states in that scenario? Actually, I have to know the detail of your system. If the system satisfies this Markov properties that I have explained, then probably yes, you can use some sort of RL application. But unless I know the details of it, I may not be able to answer whether this kind of RL model will be applicable. Okay, there is another for prediction analysis. Can we use reinforcement learning by Leena Sharma? So I think if you by prediction analysis, if you mean that the recommendation kind of system that I am going to that I talked about, then probably yes. But I don't know exactly what kind of system you are meaning by prediction analysis. So yeah, if you are meaning that recommendation kind of system where the system recommends you a product, predicts you a product, and then based on your past behavior, past selection of products, then probably yes, you can sort of use it. You can feel free to look at the literature of this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so rainwater harvesting system. Yeah. Okay, maybe you can email me with the details of this, and I'll be able to answer it in a better manner. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Participants, those who have raised hand, you have been unmuted. You can raise your query.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Hello, sir. I'm Sukhmani. That was my question. Like, for example, power optimization of an embedded device. I meant by that, for example, I'm targeting a particular processor, and I'm running on a particular application, and then I want to work on its power. Okay. I have certain parameters. I have how much CPU utilization, branches, everything. I have all the features, I have all the parameters with me. So can I apply this reinforcement learning technique in this state?
So actually,
Wherein
I have to look into detail of this. Otherwise, at this point, it is very difficult to answer. You can go to my website and you will find my email ID. You
Okay.
mail me with the details of your proposal, then I will answer you.
Okay, sure, sir. Thank you.
Participants, you have any queries? You can write in the chat box.
I think we are already 10 minutes off from the schedule.
sir.
Maybe, yeah, the next schedule can be continued. And if still questions are there, maybe if it can be compiled and given to me, I will try to answer them. Or you feel free to mail me. Look at my email ID in my website. Okay. Thank
Uh,
you.
Thank you, Argadeep sir. Now it is time for lecture number 10 on machine learning in image processing by Devanga Raj Nyok sir.
Hello.
Devanga Raj sir, I am making you the presenter now.
Okay. Thanks. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So thank everyone for joining again. So this topic, machine learning in image processing, it's pretty close to me because my area is image processing and computer vision. So a lot of my research work has been in this area. But in this talk, I'll try to keep it very simple so that for many of you who hasn't really worked or explored this area can get an idea about it. Because image processing nowadays, considering the spread of machine learning, data science, cannot be thought of as an separate identity, separate topic, because a lot of times when you're making a complete system, there will be image sensors, image processing components will be there. So it is always good to have an idea about it. So the outline of this talk would be, first I will briefly tell what is image processing. Then I will tell how this image processing is related to machine learning, or you can say how a lot of machine learning algorithms can be applied in image processing. And due to limited time, I'll be able to cover, hopefully, three topics, three examples. First, PCA for image compression. Since we have already discussed about PCA, so hopefully you'll be able to understand it well. Then I will talk about K-means clustering for image segmentation. So K-means, hopefully in one of the lectures, I think there was one on clustering. So you have learned about it. If not, then I will briefly tell you about what is K-means clustering. And finally, I will go through a CNN, a convolutional neural network based autoencoder for image denoising. So many of you may be not familiar with CNN. So this is really not possible to give all the fundamentals of CNN, but I will give you a very overall idea of it, so that if required, you can explore it on your own. So what is image processing, right? So image processing algorithms applied to images to help us process, analyze, and extract useful information from them. So there are three keywords: process. So for example, you have used a lot of smartphone apps where you do, image filtering or image blurring. A lot of time, for say, the new smartphone cameras, they come with this facility in that you can blur your background. So there's some processing going on, right? So that it recognizes the background and blurs it. So that's kind of a processing. Then analyze. So there's some task, for example, medical image processing, where you have some CT scan or some kind of X-ray, and you analyze it. Okay, what is there? And finally, you extract some useful information. For example, looking at the X-ray, you can diagnose some disease or something, right? So in diagnosis also, it might help. So image processing uses images to process, analyze, and extract useful information from them. So how an image is formed, right? So in this diagram, I am mentioning three terms. So from the image, it may be, if you're not familiar with this area, it may be difficult for you to visualize them, but just keep in mind there are three coordinate systems. There's a world coordinate system where all of the object lies, like we are in a world, right? So it is a world 3D coordinate. Then there's a camera coordinate. So there's a camera which is capturing some object, right? So you have a mobile camera, camera in your mobile phone. Then you are taking a picture of a flower. So the flower lies in the world coordinates. The camera has a camera coordinate. So camera coordinate is a coordinate system attached to your camera. And finally, the camera is able to produce an image, right? This is a 2D image that we see later on. Like I take an image of a flower, capture a flower, and then tomorrow I'm sharing with my friends so they can see. So that image is in image plane. So it's a 2D image plane, right? Now, so there's a camera model. So what it does, that this XYZ, these are the 3D coordinates of your flower. Then this transformation, matrix transformation, will transform that 3D point to your camera. And then finally, the camera internally will transform that point in the camera coordinates to the image coordinates. So finally, this U and V will be the coordinates in the image. So what do I mean by coordinates in the image? Let's see. So first, how we actually capture the scene using a camera, right? So there's an illumination source. If we go outdoor and try to take a picture of a flower, most probably the sun is the source. Then there's a scene element, which in this case will be the flower, the beautiful flower out there. So that is your scene element. Now you have an imaging system. That is your smartphone camera. And internally, the smartphone camera is capturing an image and making it your familiar, JPEG file, the image, right? So it is some M cross N size, right? So image has some resolution. So these are the important components. So images are typically generated by illuminating a scene and absorbing the energy reflected by the object. So this object is reflecting some energy, right? This light is coming, is being reflected. So that light is, is an energy reflected by objects in the scene. So this energy is being captured by the imaging system and then finally creating the image, right? So this is, in a nutshell, how the image is formed. Now we see the digital image in your phone. Now we have an image of the flower. So how actually the image is defined in mathematically, right? So you have this image, say this is your image, right? So this is your image. And a digital image is composed of M rows and N columns. Say you have an image with, say, 256 pixel by 256 pixel. So you have here, M is 256 and N is 256. But typically these days, these are very like large images, maybe 1080 or even more. But I'm just giving an example, a simple example. So the pixel values are, say, you have 256 cross 256 pixel images, then each pixel is like one of the 256 into 256 pixels, right? There'll be n squared pixels. So now, in this case, M cross N pixels. So in one pixel, what it is there, if you consider a black and white image, a grayscale image we call, there's values from 0 to 255. So actually, like when you are seeing this particular screen, my presentation, this, for example, this topmost header, the red color or the maroon color, it is actually consists of 3 channels, but consider it is a black and white, it has a value 0 to 255. This particular blue point this particular blue point is white, right? So maybe the value is 255 because it's the brightest point. And interestingly, this particular way of representing image helps us because this can be represented easily as a matrix, right? So using matrices, we can represent an image, and then we can do very nice linear algebra calculations on it. So that's why we represent it as an image. Now now just trying to, I'm trying to connect the image acquisition with image processing algorithms and how we get an output from it. So image acquisition, as I already said, there's a real image, so real scene object. Then it goes to a lens in the camera. Then there is a color filter array, For example, if we're capturing color image, there's a red, green, and blue. These are the fundamental colors, right? And they capture them, create a raw image. Okay, the raw image. And then there are some other applications, other kind of processing happens, demosaicing, white balancing, gamma correction, so that you can convert this raw image to a nice looking, visually interpretable image. So these are the different things that happen. I cannot go in details, but you can always look into them. Then basically, then we create an image, and then there are a lot of compression techniques because we don't want to save, 1 gigabyte image in your phone. So we compress it in different algorithms. Maybe it'll make it 10 megabyte, right? So those compression will happen. So finally, we have this JPEG image, which is the familiar image that you see in your phone. And now we use that image, perform some image processing algorithms. There are some algorithms. And finally, we either get some transformed image. For example, I already talked about that your background is, your goal is to background your blur the background. Or you can also get some information that, okay, I take this image, there's a flower. Or I take an image of cat and image of a cat, then can this image processing algorithm tell me, oh, there's a cat, without me looking at it and telling? Automatically, can it tell, right? And this image processing algorithms, here we can also use these days some ML algorithms. There's been some classical algorithms that we have already been using for some time. And also there's deep learning techniques, they are also being used as a part of this image processing algorithm, right? Now, so just again, giving an idea of the whole flow, what kind of applications image processing can have. We have an input image. So then we have image acquisition that I already talked about. Basically, using your phone, you have captured an image, and inside the phone, a lot of things happened. And that lot of things that I said are these particular things. These things have happened. Then we have got the information, got the image. Now, what things we can do? We can do a lot of tasks like image enhancement, enhancing the image to see more clearly, maybe making it more sharp, so that we can use for some other applications. We can do image restorations. You have an image, but it's somehow deteriorated. There's some kind of, for example, you have an old image of your family photo, but somehow you kept it somewhere, and then now you see that it's kind of deteriorated. Then you can take an image of it, and maybe you can try to restore it. Color image processing, when you're processing with color images. Then there are some other techniques where being used like wavelets and multi-resolution processing for different applications like compression. Yes, compression is also an important thing. You don't want to save a very large size of image, especially when you're using smartphones or you want to store it. You don't have a storage of petabytes, right? So you have only small hard disk. You want to store the image, so you need to perform compression. There are morphological processing. For example, you want to find an edge in the image. For example, there are some coins in an image. How will you find the coins? You have to find out some circular objects. So then you can do some edge detection, find out maybe how to find the circles, circular edges, and all those things you can do. And then using that, you can do a lot of other, you can use it for a lot of other applications. Then there are some other tools, other applications like segmentation. So for example, you have an image of a natural scene. You want to segment the mountains from the sky. So how can you do it? Or you can do some representation and description. How can you describe some features in the image which can be used for further applications? For example, you want to find some corners, you want to find some edges maybe, and then use them for further classification or other machine learning algorithms. Object recognition. This is a popular one where you classify what kind of objects are there. You take a picture, you say there's a mountain, there's a sky, there's a bird. How can automatically the machine can do it, right? So these yellow boxes sometimes often categorized in computer vision. So because this is not just output is not an image, but output is some information as well. And then sometimes you can also do some video-based processing as well. I hope this is clear so far. What is the purpose of image processing? So I already mentioned some of it, but again, I'm going to iterate. So improvement of pictorial information for human interpretation, right? So maybe we have some image, but we want to improve it so that we can understand from it. Then compression of image data for storage and transmission. Storage, we have limited storage, so how can you reduce the data so they can store it? Then transmission. So we are sending images over, via WhatsApp, via some other tools. So there you require to store the image. You'll many times see that if you don't send an image as a document in a WhatsApp, it actually reduces the quality. Why? Because it compresses. And finally, pre-processing to enable object detection, classification, tracking. So this computer vision tasks, many of them are actually perform better when you actually pre-process the image and improve some qualities of it. So image processing can help as a pre-processing tool in these cases. What are the applications? There are a lot of applications: satellite image processing, medical image processing, robotics, human computer interactions, law enforcement, security, just to name a few. There are many more. So just quickly giving some examples of image processing. So like noise reduction, image enhancement, I already mentioned, face detection, image segmentation. So I'm showing a few some pictures. So like, for example, you can do some just flipping creating negatives, contrast enhancement, where you can have an image with low contrast. How can image processing help to enhance the image? Noise reduction. Here you see there's a noise called salt and pepper noise. You can see it's kind of sudden step functions with only a few pixels. So those images can be removed, and we can remove the noise using filters such as median filtering. Then we have image sharpening. Here's a picture of moon, but you can see if you sharpen it with some smart algorithms, you can see a lot of more details. So image deblurring, sometimes you're taking a image but your hand moved. It's pretty common sometimes when you're taking pictures and you see some blurring, motion blur. So those things can be removed. There are some applications, some tools for that. Segmentations, for example, in this particular case, you want to segment the hand or this particular ring. So those kind of tasks can also be done. Now, why machine learning for image processing? So I already talked in the previous lecture how artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning is related. But why machine learning for image processing? One key important, there are three more main reasons that I'm pointing here. First is availability of data. In last 10 years, we are creating a lot of data. Everyone is taking pictures, uploading them. If you Google it, you get millions of pictures of any particular topic. So a lot of images. So as I'm already mentioned, deep learning can really utilize this fact that we have a lot of data. And then using that fact, we can really help in creating more accurate classifiers, for example. Computing resources, we have now GPUs getting affordable, and a lot of libraries, they can utilize a lot of these libraries that can, even if you don't have to worry about how to do it in GPU, they allow you to automatically do in GPU. You just have to select an option. So those kind of facilities we have now. And finally, technological advancement. In last 10, 20 years, in last 10 years mostly, we have seen that a lot of research has been going on in this area. So a lot of open source sources are there. You go to GitHub. So it is making the technological advance accessible to all of us. So why don't we use it? Because we know the deep learning algorithm, machine learning algorithm are giving us state-of-the-art results, and you'll see a lot of ML algorithms are being used in image processing and computer vision. So this diagram also I showed. So typically the same flow that we use for any other machine learning projects, we use it. We have a problem, we collect the data, we do some feature engineering, could be in case of images, can be image pre-processing. Where here also we can use some image processing, model training. Then we have an ML model with that clean data, process data, and then we can perform training and evaluate. And all the other steps of a typical machine learning workflow can be used. So again, quickly, why traditional ML? What is the difference between traditional ML and deep learning? The traditional ML will be plateaued. The performance will not increase after a certain amount of data, but deep learning algorithms have shown that with increasing amount of data, the performance keep improving. That's why it is really good that we explore deep learning also along with machine learning algorithms. And also one difference, very clear, that in standard traditional machine learning algorithms, we do manual feature extraction. We tell by some domain expert will look at the data, tell, okay, these are the important features. And then we use that to classify. But in deep learning, we don't have to. Many times automatically can capture the, extract the features and do the classification, right? But one catch is here, we need a lot of data. We need to use GPUs, right? And we need some good algorithms. So these things, if you satisfy, why don't we go for deep learning? Yes, we can go for deep learning. But again, I said, in this area, for example, doesn't matter. If you use classical or deep learning, you'll get almost similar performance. And maybe deep learning will require some dedicated hardware that we might not have, right? So this is again listing some of the comparisons, but I will not delve too much into it. I have already explained some of it. So I'll just directly go to some algorithms there we can apply machine learning. So first I'll go for principal component analysis for image reconstruction with compression. So I already talked about PCA. So now let's see how we can apply this for an example that requires image processing. So this already discussed. PCA allows you to find out a lower dimensional subspace. It helps in reducing the complexity It helps in, compression and all this. This is also we discussed that we have a data, then we can find the principal components, and after finding the principal components, we basically did the compression, and then also we can also reconstruct the original data. But if we only keep few principal components, then we have to accept that there will be some reconstruction error, and that error can be computed by standard, for example, L1 norm or L2 norm. There's a lot of other different kind of norms reconstruction error can be computed. Simple least square can be used also, which is essentially a kind of L2. So now let's consider this case. So I have an image which is 100 pixel cross 100 pixel, right? So we have 10,000 dimensions. Every pixel is 1 dimension. So in this particular case, I'm considering a grayscale image, not a color image. So every pixel has one value between 0 to 255. Now our goal is, since it's a large, is a 10,000 dimensions, can we use PCA to reduce it to say 50 or 200 dimensions or less, right? So, and how many dimensions? It depends on how acceptable error, how much error we can accept based on our application. So let's consider we have M faces. Each of them is 100 cross 100 pixels. Now we have a data matrix which is M cross 10,000, because M is the number of images and 10,000 is the dimension in each image. So there are M images and each of the image has 10,000 dimensions. Now in this particular matrix, each row represents a single image and each column represents the intensity of a single pixel across different images, right? Right, like for example here, say this image, this particular matrix is M cross 10,000. So this is one row, this is 1 cross 10,000. So it's one image, for example, this image. Okay. And these are how many? 10,000. That means these are pixels. So this one may represent the first pixel of each image. Right? It's first pixel of all the images. So, and this particular pixel is of this, this particular pixel is of this image. And this particular pixel is the second pixel. But this particular thing is what? This is maybe the pixel from this image. So we have incorporated all the data here, right? Very nicely in a matrix form. Now, I already talked in my talk on PCA that we have to standardize. We have to subtract the mean. So that's what I'm doing. I'm subtracting the mean from this matrix. And the mean is estimated as the mean across all the images, right? So you have the formula and then you find the mean. So basically from each image, first you convert it to 1 into 10,000 and then you subtracted the mean from each image so that we can apply the standard PCA. Now we find a covariance matrix. Again, we talked about it because this covariance matrix, when we find it, essentially what we're trying to do, we are increasing trying to find a maximum spread in the variance. And in that case, we found that actually forming the covariance matrix and finding eigenvalue essentially does the same thing. So here it is. And now we can connect to the thing that we have discussed before. And then we find the eigenvalues and eigenvectors, right? And please note that these things can also be done using SVD, but in this case, we are showing covariance matrix, but both are the kind of different approaches. But ultimately, we're getting the same eigenvectors and eigenvalues also. But in a singular SVD case, we're getting singular values and the same directions, but in a different way of computing it. So we have, we have to find the eigenvectors and eigenvalues. Then what happens? We'll get, if we apply eigenvalue and eigenvector decomposition for that particular X matrix that we talked about, which was M cross 10,000, we'll find we'll find how many, we'll find the eigenvectors also, right? So we'll find the eigenvectors, and each eigenvector will basically another space of the face. So we call this phase space, right? So here, each eigenvector, the size is 10,000. Okay. Now, if I reshape it to an image, we get images like this. So this is one principal component. This is one principal component. Well, the principal component we estimated is 10,000, 1 cross 10,000 or 10,000 cross 1 transpose, right? But now, even if we reshape it, we started seeing some visually, interpretable things. So these are, the principal components actually. Maybe this is the first principal component, this is the second principal component. So in the PCA talk, we talked was in points, right? But now we're talking about phases. So that's why now we are getting the principal vectors as a face. Not a face, but a kind of something that resembles like a face. Now, interesting thing is that since we talked about before that the principal component can be linearly combined to create the data sample. So like reconstruction, right? Now, interestingly, here we can represent any face image as a linear combination of the eigenfaces. So these are now called eigenfaces. So say, for example, we can take 3 or 4 images and combine them in a particular way in a linear combination, and we can generate the original image, right? So this is very cool. So now for a new image, when we get a new image, so how can we find the principal components? We can subtract it and then we project it on the eigenfaces as we discuss in normal standard PCA. And so actually, for example, if we keep only n eigenvectors, right? Out of all the eigenvectors that we get, if we only keep n eigenvectors, then also we can reconstruct it with a certain error, right? But the formula for this is we take the eigenfaces, we do a linear combination, and then we add the mean, and then we can reconstruct it back. And how can you find these weights? Using standard PCA, right? So for example, if I use n is equal to 16 eigenfaces in our database, a new image I will be generated as this. So it starts from 0. So there's a 16 eigenfaces we used, a linear combination of all the eigenfaces plus the mean face. Then we can reconstruct the original. Now see, the catch is here. Now, if we save these eigenfaces somewhere, just a few, maybe just 16 faces, right? Now, what we can see is that we can just store 16 values, these weights, these alphas. So we can save 16 alphas, and these eigenfaces are constant. We kept it somewhere. So just by using 16 values, we are able to reconstruct the original image. So in our database, if we just keep the eigenfaces and only 16 values, we can reconstruct the original image, because we don't have to keep finding these eigenfaces, right? So these are some, of course, for more than one people, we have to get a bigger data set. This is just a toy example. But you see, now a new image can be represented as a linear combination of eigenfaces of n coefficients. Now we have n coefficients. So effectively, so this is the important thing. Effectively, we reduce the dimension of an image from 10,000 to n only, 16. So this is where compression happened. So by doing PCA and finding the eigenfaces, just by using n coefficients, 16 coefficients, we are being able to create the image, reconstruct the image. So higher the value of n, lesser the reconstruction error. So again, that is is your design choice, right? How much n you want? What should be the value of n? If you have a large n, you can almost get exactly the same. But if you have less, maybe it's some kind of, as you can see, it's blurry in the beginning. So this is like only one, n is 1, n is 2, n is 3, n is 4, n is 5, n is 6, n is 7, n is 8, and so on. And this n is 16. So as you see, n is increasing, and you're getting a better image. But again, still you can see that, just pure coefficients, you can still reconstruct a face. For example, you can take n 200 and get a very almost similar image, and then the original image. And you can find the reconstruction error by the standard L1 or L2 L2 mostly you can use. So the summary, successfully we can compress the images from 10,000 dimensions to n, thus reducing the storage requirement. Second, the compression will keep only the relevant information that describes the most of the features of the image. Thus, will be robust to lighting variations. So this PCA components that we have found, 16 for example here, this actually captures a lot of information about the face. Those are enough to reconstruct like this. So we are finding out what are the most relevant features, and we are only keeping them, not everything. Everything is 10,000 dimensions, but just something that is relevant, only n, 16. And they're more efficient and robust image compression algorithms, but this is out of the scope of this talk. But I just wanted to give an idea that why compression is PCA can be, how PCA can be used, and why compression is required in this particular application. The second, I'll briefly go through K-means clustering. You may have already covered, but I'm trying to use it for image segmentation, right? So the K-means clustering is an unsupervised learning algorithm. So we don't need any labels. We just give a data and then find out how many clusters. So the task of dividing the population of data or data points into a number of groups or clusters such that data points in the same groups are more similar to the other data points in the same group and dissimilar to the data points in the other group. So the similar points will be clustered in one, and dissimilar will be put into another group. So in one particular cluster, points should be similar, and there are some distance notion in there. So how will you find out that 2 points are similar? So there's a distance metric that can be used to find out how close they are. For example, you can find some Euclidean distance. And depending on different application, you might go for other distance measure as well. So the clustering problem is usually defined by requiring the clusters to optimize a given objective functions, right? And then satisfy certain properties. So you need the optimized function so that you can find out iteratively or in the closed form how many which cluster it belongs. So the k-mean cluster algorithm, how it works, we first have to decide the k. So there are some algorithms that can also find k, but traditional k-means algorithm, this is something you have to select. Say this data set, somehow you have an idea that there should be 3 clusters, but my goal is to find out which point belongs to which cluster. You only say I have 3 clusters. Then you initialize the k clusters centers randomly. So I picked, okay, this is my center, this is my center, this is my center. You can randomly pick it. Interesting point here is that if you have some insight about where the point would be, it is better because k-means clustering is not unique. Like if you have different initialization of the cluster centers, then your results may slightly vary. But still, as long as you have kind of okay guess, then you can start. So then what we do, then we find the distance of the points to these centers, and the points closer to the center will give you give it a one cluster level. Like these points are close to green one, so we're calling it green. These particular points are close to this one, is red, and these are to blue, right? Now we re-estimate the mean. Now which we know that these are the green points. Now what is the mean of it? So we found that mean is now here. Okay, now see these are the red points now after first iteration. So now I find the mean of all these red points and find that mean has to be here. And then similarly, blue mean should move to here. Then again, we perform the same thing. We again find the distance of the points from the center and finally recluster again. So you keep doing it several times. Ultimately, you get a very nice clustering like this, right? So one of our hands-on, in the hands-on in the afternoon, I'll be showing you this algorithm hands-on, where I'll just giving you this kind of data, and then you'll see how it works. So this particular example, I'm trying to do an image segmentation. So this example is actually in MATLAB. You can also run it if you have MATLAB. So here it's an image of a tissue stained with hemotoxylin and then using. So this is this staining method helps the pathologist to distinguish different type of tissues. But here, what we'll do, we'll try to segment this, nucleus. This nuclei we are trying to segment. Okay. So quickly. So now, before doing it, it is better to convert it to RGB space to LAB space. So what this particular space does, we know standard RGB, right? In image there are 3 channels: a red channel, green channel, blue channel. But sometimes they are not very useful for segmentation, because they might not be like right representation of representation that might be useful. I mean, you can still use RGB, but we've found that in this particular case, layer space does better. So what is this? So we can separate this. These RGB channels can be transformed to another space where the 3 channels are L, A, and B. Right. So that means the L is the luminosity, A is a chromaticity layer A, and there is chromaticity layer B. And so we are separating the intensity, luminosity from the colors. So then we can only use the colors for the segmentation, because colors are carrying the most important differentiating factors, right? Like differentiation, like you know that this cell has nucleus has some kind of particular color, right? So all the color information is in the
Image segmentation.
Yes.
Please brief about some image segmentation.
Sorry.
Briefly, image segmentation.
So image segmentation is basically figuring out, segmenting the images, different objects in the image, right? For example, say this is an image, there's a tree, there's a house, right? So my goal is to segment the house and the tree and the background. So an image segmentation algorithm will find out the pixels where the tree is, find out these areas where the house is and where the background is. Then they will assign a single color, for example, to all of them, right? Say I assign 1 to all the 3 pixels related to tree, pixel 2 to all pixels related to house, and pixels 3 all related to the background. So then I have segmented the image into 3 clusters, 3 groups: house, tree, and background. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this is the same thing. LAB, I have just took it from MATLAB demo only. It tells you what are the ranges of L, A, and B, and why they are representing the colors in which area of, like A can tells you amount of red and green, B tells you yellow and blue and all these things. You can look into standard textbook. Mark it up. So now, now clustering is a way to separate groups of objects. We already seen the k-means clustering. So in this case, the space is AB, right? Two dimensions AB, and then we do perform k-means clustering. So in 2D. So what happens? So it finds the partitions such that objects within each cluster are close to each other and as far as from objects in the other cluster. So we'll see the results. Then we'll get a more clear idea. So k-means clustering requires that you specify the number of clusters and then to be partitioned, and a distance metric is required. Like as I said, how will you define the distances? So you have to define them, right? And then you see here. So I think in this particular demo in MATLAB, they use k is equal to 3. So you see there's some regions are have white, some regions are black, and some regions gray. So you can think of as black is 0, gray is 1, and white is 2. So there are 3 regions. It's segmented based on the color, right? So you can see that this nuclei are typically in the white region. So somehow it kind of found out that this, this bluish and this pink, a little bit of this color is actually similar. So they grouped it together, right? So it is using k-means. So this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. I'm saying 3 here, but you can also consider anything. You just have to assign a label to it. Now you can see that if I take only 3, only the white region, then and I apply a kind of masking to the image, you see that if I make other regions black, only keep the image in the white region. So you see these are the regions, right? These are, and all the nuclei are in this region. So how can you now further segment the nucleus? For that, what I will do is I will use the value of L. We also have the L values, luminosity. It tells you the intensity. So you can see that nuclei are usually darker and the rest of non-nuclear regions are brighter. So if I say that my brightness should be less than this, then you will see that it will automatically keep only the nuclei. So this is a very simple example. I mean, there are sophisticated ways to do it, but I just wanted to give you an example where you can very simply do it. Of course, as you see, it's not perfect because it is not a very sophisticated algorithm, but still you can see that it's able to somehow identify where this nuclei are.
Thresholding, sir.
Sorry? Thresholding, yes. So basically, for example, what I'm saying, say this is your original signal, right? So this is the value is from say 0 to 5, say 1. So I'm saying that my threshold is say 0.2. I'm saying anything below 0.2 I will keep, and anything above 0.2 I will not keep. So what I will keep in that case? I will say below 0.2 I will keep. So I will keep this value, but below, but more than 0.2 I will not keep. So I make it black, right? So this point will be emphasized, this point will be 0. In that case, only the darker regions are left. So that's why you're seeing the darker regions. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the original image and this is the segmented. I already talked about it. So we have less time, so I'll just go. And so this, I'm talking about auto encoders, which is for image denoising purpose, right? So this requires a lot of background, so I'll not be able to cover all of it, but just follow me so that at least you can get a reference and can look at it in textbooks or any standard sources. Right, and then let's go. So an autoencoder contains an encoder and decoder. So this part is encoder. It encodes the information of this input into a very few variables, and then decoder. So it regenerates the output, right? So this part is called decoder. So encoder and the decoder. So these two parts function automatically and give rise to the name autoencoder because automatically encoding it. So the encoder transforms the high dimensional input to a lower dimensional, which is also known as latent state. So you can see this part has only, let me undo this. This part has only three cells, but it was a lot, 5, 10. So 10 to 3, so it reduces. So you can relate it to PCA, right? PCA I have say 10 dimensions. Somehow I found out how to find it in 3 dimensions. These are the same principal components. So in this, you can find an analogy to that, right? So encoder reduces the dimensions, and then decoder does the reverse. And now you might ask why I need a decoder. So that I will discuss now. What is the significance of this kind of architecture, right? So before that, I'm just quickly giving very brief description of CNN, convolutional neural net, and why they're important. It's not exhaustive, but I think you will get just an idea of it. So artificial neural networks can be used to implement encoding and decoding, for example. And in particular, if we're dealing with images, we can use CNNs, convolutional neural networks. And these are suitable for image data and can model non-linearity of the data. So as you can recall, the PCA was with linear data, right? But images, we might need very complex transformations, complex reduction of complex dimension reduction. In that case, the CNNs can really help because image is a high input data, high input dimensions, so we can reduce it with non-linearity, which such that we also capture the non-linearity of the data. Now the CNNs, what they does, they have some there are some filters, and then filters perform some convolutions. And after performing the convolutions, convolution is just multiplying these filters with the image and summing up, for example. It's very brief, but not necessarily exactly same, but I'm just giving an idea. So you multiply it a smaller matrix in different regions of the image, and then you get the values out of it and sum it, for example. And then you perform a operation that is non-linear, okay? And then, so basically perform convolution and some non-linearity and some kind of pooling. So forget about pooling for now, but ultimately you'll get an output, right? So this output is kind of a reduced representation of this input image, which is almost carrying all the relevant information. So CNNs are known for this because this particular architecture works so well that when you perform these different operations in layers, so this is one layer, then you have one layer, you have one layer, and one layer, which reduce number of this matrix size that you are multiplying will reduce. So that means these filters that we call filter reduce the size, and finally we get different layers. So this is where the layers come in a ANN, right? And finally you get the outputs. So these CNNs are very good to deal with images and then perform these very special convolutions, and ultimately you get the outputs. So what happens in the different layers? They capture different features automatically. So we talked about that, how traditional ML is different from deep learning, right? Deep learning can capture the features automatically. So for example, typically what happens when you take the input and apply different layers, initially it gets the edges and corners, then it gets textures, then it gets objects. So in different layers, the features extracted are very different. Initially, it only extracts edges and corners, and finally, it is able to capture features very abstract, like can capture face, come objects, and then it becomes very easy to classify them. So that's why CNNs are very good at performing classification, image classification, finding cats and dogs in the images, because ultimately they are so good non-linear. They can approximate non-linear mapping so well that ultimately you just need to classify and then find out which objects are there. So they can find those features automatically. So which is the beauty of deep learning. In particular for images, we use convolutional neural networks that follow this kind of transformations. As I said, you have filter convolutions, then you have non-linearity and all these things, right? For example, here also again I'm showing input, then you do convolution, layer 1, layer 2, layer T, then pooling. Pooling is basically reducing further by, for example, you just take a part of the image and sum it and take the mean value and then again convert it. So it reduces the size. Then you flatten the layer. So these are the features, final features. Then you can apply any kind of classifier, could be SVM, could be any kind of, and then you finally classify. In deep learning, you can also use another deep learning network called a multi-layer perceptron, which I think there's a class at 1:30 where I think you will get a better idea of ANN. So that I'm not being able to cover right now.
I am not following this.
So this part I think is pretty bit complicated, but there's a talk at 1:30 on artificial neural net. So I hope you'll be able to cover, kind of get an idea of it. Okay. So now it's kind of out of scope. I don't have time to explain all of this, but the idea you can think of is that this convolutional neural network is a function that maps input, which is image, to a feature space. And in this feature space is so well reconstructed, then you can apply classifier. If you apply simple classifier, still it gives good result. Okay. So it's a mapping F, which maps an input image to a feature space. And in that feature space, performing classification is easy and gives you a better accuracy than traditional one. In traditional, what happens? You have to also manually find the features in between. That thing we don't have to do in deep learning. Okay?
So, yeah, means how we are formulating our image segmentation, thresholding, using
No, there are different problems. It's not all
pooling.
problems are not here. Right now, I'm talking about autoencoder, right? I'm telling you how. Just give me 5. Just let me go to the next slides, then you'll see. Okay. So autoencoder, what happens? Okay, you give an input, a noisy input as image, and a original image as output. Okay, how it happens? Let me show you. So you have an image, right? Original image. You add some noise. Okay. Then you have a noisy image. Okay. Then you have an encoder that reduces the dimension to here. Then you have a decoder, which is kind of an inverse of CNN. It tries to reconstruct from, as we saw in PCA also, right? You find the principal components first, and then from principal components, you try to reconstruct the image. So in decoder, it tries to reconstruct the image. But interestingly, what happens here, because you have reduced the dimensions, it's not being able to recover completely. But in this case, it's good for us because it's not being able to recover the noise. That means we are getting the nice image. So it is unsupervised because we don't need any labels. We have just giving original image that we have. Then again, this is also original image during training. So when you train this model, it automatically learns, that automatically in this process, because I'm reducing the dimension, again increasing it, it filters out the noise. And this encoder and
Basically,
decoder,
encoder is removing the noise.
encoder and decoder together is removing the noise. Yes, you can think of this way also because we are compressing the data, right? So what happens? A data has low frequency component, high frequency component, right? So if I actually doing this dimensional reduction using encoder, I'm actually only keeping kind of a low dimensional. If I keep this,
So here,
yes,
noise is non-linear because PCA is for linear noise.
yes, PCA is linear.
Reflection.
You're very right, because you might ask me, why don't we use PCA, right? That could be a
Yes,
question.
sir.
But interestingly, PCA is a linear, but this particular noise we added is non-linear, so PCA will fail. But because in CNN, we already discussed, we have a non-linear component, right, here. So it is helping us to even learn the non-linearity. Therefore, even this noise is non-linear, this CNN-based architecture of autoencoder is able to classify.
But sir,
Sorry,
the
not classify, remove the noise.
simple 2-layer, 3-layer neural network,
Yes,
it also has
Your
some
name?
ReLU activation function,
yes,
sigmoid
Sorry for
activation
interruption.
function.
yes.
Sorry for interruption.
So
May I
why
know your name?
we are hopping?
Sorry.
So why we are hopping from that to autoencoder for nonlinear noise reduction using autoencoder?
So this is an autoencoder. This part is autoencoder, right? This encoder plus decoder, this component. This is
Sorry for interruption.
yes, yes.
May I know your name? Who's asking the question?
Abhiranjan, sir.
Abhiranjan. Okay.
Yeah. So this is an autoencoder, okay? And this is consisting of CNNs. This is also a CNN, and this is also a CNN. So these are CNN is a component of this autoencoder, okay?
Yes, sir.
So basically, this particular autoencoder that uses the CNN is allowing us to use a non-linear dimension reduction. And in this process, we are able to remove some non-linear noise, which we were not be able to do in PC if we use PC. Okay. So this is the same diagram, exactly same thing. So we have an image, input, encoder, bottleneck. We also call it bottleneck because it's a compressed low dimensional representation. So interestingly, this one thing that might really help you in visualizing it. If I don't use the ReLU, okay, if we don't use this non-linear thing, this autoencoder will exactly become PCA. And this is your homework to find out how. Okay. So what happens actually that if you remove the non-linear component, this autoencoder will behave like a PCA because there's no this approximate. It's kind of a matrix multiplication. So throughout from here to here, only because of non-linear part we have different layers. It is behaving non-linearly. But if I remove this non-linear components, it will it just become a matrix multiplication like a PCA based decompression. But in that case, it might not perform that well. because of the non-linearity in the noise. But this is a very simple, very simple example. There are more complex examples where noise are not linear for sure. So in that case, you cannot apply PCA. Okay, and the CNNs are also using the benefit of how good they are in, for example, classification and segmentation. Okay, so there are some other applications also that I cannot cover, but there's, for example, image classification, de-hazing, de-blurring, high dynamic range imaging. So different kind of CNN deep architectures, there are new architectures like transformers, generative adversarial networks, and all different kinds of fancy names you are seeing here. These are recent versions of different deep learning based architectures. They are successfully being used for different kind of applications like this. Okay, so thank you. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can write in the chat box or you can raise your hand.
Okay, so I see a question in the chat box, how autoencoders are used for classification purpose. So autoencoders you really don't need for classification. You can use simple CNN. Like there are a lot of architectures like VGGNet, LXNet and all those things, and there are newer CNN-based architectures. You can use them. Okay, so you're asking H&E image. So this is just an example that I was giving, so this is not something related to image processing or something. It is just some from the data that I got, they have this kind of images. This is some bioscience people use these images for some diagnosis thing, but this is not my area. It's just I took the example here only. So what is ground truth image and how to create it? So ground truth image from point of view, for example, ground truth level can be used in this particular case. For example, you are having a input image, right? And then you have adding noise to it, right? So in this case, when I remove the noise, so I'm getting a noise-free image. But that noise-free image may not be exactly what the original image is, because we are ready to accept some kind of error, right? Because we cannot completely remove the noise. But in this case, you can use the original image as a ground truth and the denoised image as result. So then, why do we need the ground truth? Then you can compare the denoised image and the ground truth image. You can find some error between them, and then you can tell, okay, this much error we got, right? So then you can quantify the reconstruction error, or how much, or maybe you can also able to compute some SNR for the noise and all these things. So that's how we can, in this particular case, original image itself is a ground truth, and the denoised image is kind of the output that you're getting, and then you can compare them. Okay, so thresholding is overlay image. So first question, which type of thresholding need to be preferred in k-means clustering? So inherently k-means clustering you don't need a thresholding. This particular example I was showing that you need to threshold after performing clustering, right? So when we got the labels, like like 0, 1, 2, or these 3 segments that you saw, that's only the k-means finished. So k-means clustering, the idea was just to get the clusters. Then we got the clusters. And after that, you want to do some more things. Like, for example, after that also, I want to find where the nucleus is. Then you perform the thresholding. But this thresholding is not part of the k-means clustering. Okay. What is overlay image? Overlay image, I need some more context. Overlay image, are you talking about sometimes you can combine 2 pictures and one over the other and then blend different channels? So I'm not very clear about the question. What kind of applications you have in mind in this case? So, if you're talking about, sometimes you see that there are 2 images on top of each other, like you see the components of 2 images in the same image. In that case, basically you might perform some kind of linear combination of the 2 images and then combine them together. And there are different ways to do it, and it depends on which information you want to keep more, like put emphasis more. Maybe one image you want to put more emphasis, and the second image. Then you can control the weights that you're using for linear combination. I also see one request that says and as offline classes are going on for us in college, I'm not able to attend a complete session. So hopefully ICT can actually provide those YouTube links to all the attendees, and then they can access it. Is it right? So these videos will be available on YouTube, or as I saw in one of the emails?
It is in live stream, so they can directly see the videos in YouTube.
No, the people who are not able to see for some reason, like they missed a part
You
of
can
it.
also check the videos, sir.
Okay, perfect. So if you have any other questions, feel free to email me again. I'll be happy to answer anytime.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we can go for a short break, lunch break, and we will be back by 1:30 p.m. So all the participants are requested to take their lunch, and no need to leave the system. Please stay on the system. Keep yourself logged in here. At 1:30 we will again rejoin with Konda Reddy, sir.
Hi, Devanga, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello, Konda Reddy sir. Yeah, we can
Yes.
hear you, sir. Yeah,
Okay, perfect. Okay.
thank you. Good afternoon, sir. So you can share your screen once before the lecture starts.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The presentation is visible.
All right. Okay.
So we will start the lecture shortly, sir.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello. Is my voice audible?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the feedback. So, welcome back, all the participants in this second session of day 3 of this faculty development program. So we will be continuing with the lecture 11, Introduction to Artificial Neural Networks, which will be taken by our next expert, Dr. Konda Reddy Mopuri, sir. So before the session start, we will have a short introduction of our next speaker. Dr. Konda Reddy Mopuri, sir, is Assistant Professor at the Mehta Family School of Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Before this, he held a postdoctoral position at the Visual Computing Group led by Dr. Hakan Bilen, sir, at the University of Edinburgh. He did his PhD at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, where he was advised by Professor R. Venkatesh Babu. His thesis won the IUPRAI Best Doctoral Dissertation Award and the SPCOM Best Doctoral Dissertation Award for the year 2018. He did his master's at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. So we request sir to please start the session. Over to you, sir.
All right. Thanks for your kind introduction. So, this is an introduction to artificial neural networks. Basically, yeah, I can consider it a deep learning intro also. We can have it in as an interactive session, but because the number of candidates attending the session is very large, so I'll have 5 to 10 minutes of the time towards the end of the session so that we can have any questions, answer discussion session. Meanwhile, you can write them or post them in the chat, etc. Okay. All right. So we've been doing a lot of ML discussions in the past 2-3 days. You have seen this already in the big picture of AI. What is ML? Only a set of tools that we intend to train the machines on some of the tasks, and of which DL is only a subpart. When we use neural networks to train models and solve some learning tasks, it is called deep learning. Okay, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. So basic difference between other machine learning tools and deep learning tools, I'll tell you, is is this. In classical ML, what I mean by that is non-deep learning techniques. They use an expert. So this figure is also familiar to you. This morning itself it's shown. So there is a domain experts necessity where you need to understand the data, the signal, whatever you are processing. It can be speech, image, or any other signal that you are sensing from the real world and try to process. Right, so you need an expert to understand what is the signal, what is the task, what is the information that needs to be extracted from the signal to use for the model. It can be classification or regression, whatever learning you want to achieve, that requires a set of suitable features. For example, if it is a simple face recognition, you need to understand face contains two eyes, there is a nose below which there is a mouth. So the configuration of these parts forms a face. So we need to encode what is the distance between the two eyes, or distance between the endpoints towards the mouth, or some sort of intelligent features need to be extracted, right? So that is just an example for face recognition, and similarly you can think of similar features for other signals, right? So that's what classical ML was more about. So you do the feature extraction, and there are off-the-shelf classification tools, like you can take decision trees or logistic regression or SVM or whatever. Neural networks also you can take on these features. So this was what we are used to. On the other hand, deep learning is like when you have a lot of data, just you don't need to worry about extracting the features. Let the deep neural network itself to let it worry about the features. It will learn whatever features are more suitable to the task at hand and just give the signal as is. That is why it is called end-to-end learning, signal to the inference. There is no feature extraction. So in the earlier figure, there was somebody who was intervening and stopping the signal and extracting the features and giving it to the classifier, right? So that part is not there. That's basically the primary difference, right? And also the characteristic of deep learning is we use neural networks. So that's the simple intro and definition of what is deep learning and how it is different from classical machine learning. So this is, neural networks are not new to us. Actually, it's one of the oldest machine learning techniques, right? So it is inspired from the brain, the animal or human brain, which contains, in case of humans, it will have about 100 billion neurons that make the human brain. So it will have dendrites which extract information or receive information, and there is some activity processing happening on whatever information that it extracts, and then the inference, whatever is the result of the computation, is passed on through axon towards other neurons which are looking for information from this. So this is a very, very rude and crude understanding of how a neuron works. There is a lot to it, but whatever is required for our understanding, I'm just touching upon. So this is this is what has driven the artificial neural networks. So there is a lot happened in the 80 to 70 to 80 years, starting from MP neuron, McCulloch-Pitts neuron, which is also called threshold logic unit. So this is kind of the first artificial neuron attempt made by the humans. And there are a lot of such, developments happened in ANNs, like Hebbian principle in 49, and first ANN using Hebbian learning with 14 neurons is in 1951. And Rosenblatt came up with perceptron, which we will learn today, in 1958, and tried to classify 20 cross 20 images using this perceptron model. And later, 1982, backpropagation is proposed, which has the coolest potential to drive even the complex deep neural networks that we are using today, right? So that was invented or proposed in 1982. Yeah. So I'll quickly take you through. Probably these are all a little unnecessary, but just to motivate the strength and power of deep neural networks today. Yeah, so 1989 itself, some of the early works happened to apply to some of the signal processing areas like object recognition, etc. So today we have very, very complex looking deep neural networks with hundreds of layers and millions of billions of parameters, which are very, very powerful in the sense of performance. So some of the tasks are, the performance in some of the tasks, they're comparable to human performances. Of course, you can question how they can be compared and all, but just to give an idea, I'm giving that. All right. So although deep learning is a new word and a lot of things are happening in deep learning, in the name of deep learning, it's actually not a very new thing, right? It doesn't differ. Whatever we do in the name of deep learning is not very different from what we have done in 90s with artificial neural networks. Only thing that a lot of data is there and a lot of compute is available for cheaper price now. Because of these huge data sets that are labeled and unlabeled, we are able to achieve better and better performances. So that is the key. All right. So yeah, so Dr. Devanga also was covering all these things, why deep learning is now successful. As I said, we already know a lot of machine learning. Now we have hardware developments and data. One main thing is data. Everyone is carrying a data creating device, right? We take photos, we text, we talk. A lot of audio, text, and image, video data is being created. And those piles of data helps in learning better and better tasks. These machines can get intelligent because of those data, and a lot of tasks can be driven, right? All right, so these are all. Another thing is a lot of publicly available data sets also help us to take the field forward. So that is what happened, in fact, in vision and NLP speech areas. So these are some of the data sets which are like in GBs and TBs, right? That's the revolution of data. And also implementation also is more democratic now. That means most of these implementation tools like PyTorch, TensorFlow, MXNet, all these things are open source tools. So anybody can contribute and use, and there are a lot of help in public forum. When you have some question or, when you want to enable some of the features, all this is now an easy job. So that is why things in deep learning are, growing at an exponential rate. The performances are closing to human level performances. And then, the complexities of the models are also packing up. All right. But so in a practical perspective, what deep learning does require or look like, this is what it looks like. It doesn't require a deep mathematical grasp. Yes, you need to have a bit of mathematical knowledge to understand and appreciate what is really happening, but it is not a really deep mathematical grasp. Also, deep learning makes the design of complex models that look like a software development or a system development. For example, CNNs or MLPs or other configurations are also, it's in a very rude words, you just keep on adding layers and take appropriate care to drive them properly, right? You talk about layers, different types of layers will be there and different types of nonlinearities will be there. It looks like non-technical job, not much of technical expertise is required, right? Like you develop some a tool with drag and drop tools, like something like that. And it leverages the modern hardware capabilities very nicely. So that is also another important thing, characteristic. And it doesn't, the performance doesn't really seem to plateau with more data. So as and when you get more informative data, more and more useful data, the performance seems to be really increasing. So that's also another important characteristic, right? And the trained models are really like a commodity, right? You can share them and you can treat them as objects of importance, and it's not like a so it's more like a active thing you can trade, right? So you will see a lot of trained models are publicly available. You can download them and start using them as is or after some modifications. So these are all these are all something new deep learning has enabled. All right, so now I believe that I have briefly introduced what it means and what it doesn't mean. And then now let's try to look at the neural networks one by one. Right, the very first attempt to model the neuron, biological neuron, is by McCulloch and Pitts in 1943. It's called MP neuron, or it's called threshold logic unit also. So it's a very simple neuron. It accepts, it will have some inputs and it will compute an output. Similar to the biological neuron, accepting input and do some processing and then process the output or forward the output, right? So this is how they designed it. They designed it with only Boolean inputs and Boolean output will be computed. So very simple operation. So how does it look like? So this is how it looks like. There can be n number of inputs. All of them are Boolean variables. They take only binary values, either 0 or 1. And the processing is defined like this. Summation of all the inputs multiplied by W, and there is a bias B. So once this quantity is computed, it will be compared with 0, right? If it is greater than 0, output is 1. If this thing is less than or equal to less than 0, the output is 0. Again, because the output is also assumed to be binary or Boolean. It's a very simple operation. Take a close look at the operation. Summation of all the inputs weighted or multiplied with W. W and B can be real values. Only X and Y can be Boolean or binary values, right? Okay, so let's try to have a small question, or you can think of it as a simple assignment. So if I want to learn a NOT gate, for example, I want this threshold logic unit to work as a NOT gate. What does NOT gate do? It accepts one input. So you don't have x2 and x3, you simply have x1. When 0 is input, output should be 1. And when 1 is input, output should be 0. Can one of you work out and give me a possible WB values for this configuration? So now you have only x1 because NOT gate is one input gate, right? So when input 0 is input, I need to get 1 output and the vice versa. So what would W and B look like? So you can put it in chart box.
W is basically a weight matrix, sir.
It's a simple scalar now because your input is only scalar, right? Xi, you have only one input, X, right? The gate is NOT gate, one input not gate, right? So in this case, W is a scalar. Right, so let me, sorry, please go on.
WG is a weight, it is a multiplicative scalar number multiplied with x1 given as the input to a function.
Correct. So what would be W and B for this neuron to act like a NOT gate? For example, if I put W is equal to 0, W times 0 will be, somebody says, Rahul Ratnakumar says 0 and minus 1. Okay, so W 0, B minus 1. What will happen? So when X is equal to 1, so W 0, right? This is going to be 0 all the time. But B is equal to minus 1. That means minus 1 is never greater than or equal to 0. So this will not give an output 1, right? But that's not correct. We need to have possibility for both 0 and 1, right? So when input 1, we need to get output 0. Okay. So let's say what happens if W is equal, if X is equal to 1, this equation becomes W plus B, right? We need W plus B. When both of them are added, it should be less than 0, right? Okay, when X is equal to 0, this term vanishes, only B will be there. So B greater than or equal to 0. Yes, this needs to be true. That means B has to be greater than 0 and W plus B has to be less than 0. So you can pick any two values which respect that. Okay, let me just give the answer for you. So W is equal to minus 1 and B is equal to 0.5. So how does it look like? Minus 1 times the input A plus B is equal to 0.5. So now if A is equal to 1, this summation becomes minus 0.5. This is false. So the output is 0, which is correct. When A is equal to 0, 0.5, this term vanishes and this sum becomes 0.5. So this is true. So the output is 1. Yes, it is acting like a NOT gate. So the one of the correct values is -1 and 0.5. Similarly, if you want to construct an OR gate, which will have two inputs, A and B, so the W is 1 and B is -0.5, this works. So you can verify it later. Similarly, you can construct an AND gate also using this threshold logic unit, also called as MP neuron, McCulloch-Pitts neuron. Right? Just pay attention. What is happening here is a very simple operation. Inputs are Boolean. So the operation is defined like this. Take the summation of all the inputs and multiply with the weight W. So all of them are scalars here. So W is also a scalar and bias B is also a scalar. So when this quantity is greater than or equal to 0, you will output 1, otherwise output 0. So this is a very simple and the earliest neuron, artificial neuron, which is able to realize NOT gate, OR gate, and AND gate. Right. So because of this, it can implement by using, appropriately using all these individual gates. Now you can design any Boolean function because these are fundamental gates, right? If you have these three gates, you can realize any Boolean function, right? You can construct all the Boolean functions required to realize a particular compute operation, right? and one important thing here is there is no learning processes, right? So W and B, we are deciding, we are doing some, heuristics. We are trying out some numbers because we understand the function and we are coming up with the values. The machine or the algorithm is not coming up with these values. There is no learning. So I want you to observe that the threshold logic unit is not a learnable thing, right? So it is proposed as a simple neuron where the designer is doing the learning part, right? So remember, when I say learning, it means finding out the values for W and B, right? So finding out these suitable values which make the output or which make the operation as desirable is called learning, or sometimes it is also called as training, right? So you will see, you might have already seen how to come up with the optimal parameters W and B. That is called learning or training. So in this case, we are not performing that. We are simply trying out or coming up with some intelligent guesses that are working out, right? So that is kind of drawback, you can say. And also because this is, way back in 1950s we're talking about. So that is how people started designing artificial neurons. All right. If you closely look at it, what this neuron is actually doing, look at the operation A plus B minus 0.5 or A plus B minus 1.5 or minus A plus 0.5. So these are all equations of lines, particularly if you see these two, A plus B minus 0.5, A plus B minus 1.5. These are two different lines, right? So if you look at this inequality, essentially we are learning a separation boundary, a linear separation boundary. On one side of the line, you have one category where the output is 0. On the other side, you have another category where the output is 1, right? So the summary of this process is basically learning a linear separation boundary. What one unit is doing is learning or identifying the linear separation. Right, so that you need to picturize. So there are multiple possibilities. Different lines are possible with when you change W and B, the line equation changes, the classification also changes, right? So that is what MP neuron is doing. All that it is doing is accepting Boolean and computing output also Boolean, and there is no learning. The designer is coming up with the W and B values. Essentially, in the end, it is a linear separation boundary, right? That is the first attempt to model the neuron, and then later perceptron is another neuron, which is a little more sophisticated than what we have just discussed. So let's see what it is. So this is proposed by Frank Rosenblatt in 1957. So it's a very, very crude biological model again. So this is also not very close to, or we can't claim such things. It's also very crude biological model. It is very similar to MP neuron, but it can have real inputs. So that is a big difference. So MP neuron accepted only binary inputs, but perceptron accepts real inputs. And weights can be different on each of these inputs, right? So that is why you don't sum all the inputs and then multiply. Instead, you will have individual weights on individual inputs. Just take a close look at this equation. Summation I is over Wixi as opposed to here. W is kept outside. There is only one weight which is acting upon the sum of all the inputs. So that is a primary difference, right? So you compute this weighted summation of the inputs, and then there is a bias. So you look at this quantity. If it is greater than or equal to 0, output 1, else output 0. Output is still binary. It's a Boolean output, but the inputs can take real values. So that is also another facility, another sophistication from MP neuron. Similarly, so if you expand this, this also looks like a line. It also performs linear classification because the construction, the way it is constructed, this is a, because it's clearly a boundary. On one side you are saying class 1, on the other side you are saying class 0. So it is a line classifying the features into two classes. So that's why it's called a linear classifier. All right. So so this operation is very, very important. So Wixi sigma over I. So what it means, somebody was pointing out. So this is a dot product. If multiple x's are there, let us say you have two x's. In this case, it will be w1 x1 plus w2 x2. So you can represent w as a vector and x also a vector, and you can take the dot product of w and x. In that case, it will become w transpose x plus b. So the more generic form of this equation looks like that, w transpose x plus b, where w and x are vectors. Depending upon how many inputs you have, the w will also have that many dimensions, right? So generally, this is how it is represented, w dot x plus b. And sigma, as I said, sigma is a non-linearity function. In this case, it is clearly a step function. At 0, it is 1, and then below 0, it is minus 1. Right? From 0 onwards, the output is 1, and otherwise it is minus 1. Sometimes you see 0 also. So it is only can take two values, either 0, 1 or minus 1, 1, based on the problem and comfortability. People may use plus 1, minus 1, or plus 1, 0. Right? So, but the point here is it will take only two of the possible values, plus 1 and minus 1. So whenever you see sigma of Wx plus b, you need to imagine that there is a perceptron, there is a neuron, artificial neuron, right? Sigma is one of the possibilities for sigma is like this. Sigma, it can be any other function. We will see some more examples for sigma, but when the perceptron is proposed, this is how Frank Rosenblatt has proposed. Sigma x is a binary function like this, plus 1 and minus 1. All right. Yeah, as I said, the sigma can be different also. It is called activation function. It is supposed to be nonlinear in nature. So linear and non-linear. So I'll get to that, why it is required to be non-linear. But at this point in time, please take it that sigma has to be a non-linear function. Okay, later we will see why it is. All right, let's try to compare what additional capabilities perceptron brings to the table apart from compared to the MP neuron. Okay, so perceptron is more general computational model. Yes, we can see why, because it is accepting input that is non-binary also. So this finds more scope, right? And weights are separate on each of these inputs, Wixi, right? That means we can treat, if required, each of these components in the input also separately. If you find, or if the perceptron itself finds some of the inputs are important, it will give more weight in deciding the output between 1 and -1, right? And more importantly, there is a mechanism for learning weights. You don't need to come up with the suitable weights and bias. So this is called learning. So this is where actually learning started. The learning of the parameters W and B starts from the perceptron. Okay, let's try to understand these things. W and B, weights and biases will occur all the time in deep learning. So better to understand them very clearly, right? So weights, the term weights is very clear because you're multiplying the inputs x1 to xn with real values w1 to wn. It is like giving importance. When you take the dot product of x and w, what is happening? We are giving some sort of importance or weight to each of these components. So that is why we call W1 is weight on X1, how much importance you are giving for X1. Wn minus 1 is also weight or importance given to Wxn minus 1. So that is why the name weights for W, right? And why bias B? The parameter B is called bias. So what is happening? W transpose X plus B. You are simply adding bias B, right? Adding a parameter B to the summation of the weighted summation of the features, right? So let's take a simple example. This is a person X. Oh, sorry, X is already used. A person A, right? So you are thinking of, or you are considering him of watching a particular movie, M1, for example, right? So when you want to decide whether you want to watch a movie or not, what will we see? Who is the director, who's the actor, who's the actress, and who are the other, casting, or what genre it is. Is it action, comedy, rom-com, whatever, right? These are all different features you consider before you decide on watching or not watching. Let's say some of us are really interested or really into movies. So for them, these things may not matter much. Who's actor, who's director, what genre, things may not matter much. In that case, to make the summation W transpose X plus B closer to a strong value, because it has to cross 0, right? For the class to be 1. Let us say output 1 means watching the movie, right? For that to happen, if B, the value of B is very strong, let us say B is 5 or 10, right? In that case, W transpose X may not matter much, right? Unless the W transpose X is very strong and negative, the value is not going to be 0, right? So that is characterized by parameter B. For example, on the other hand, some people may be very, very rare watchers, right? They don't generally watch movies. Once in a year or so they watch. For them, the bias is very, very small. In that case, these factors have to be very strong. It has to be some award-winning movie, or it has to be a super cool movie, something like that. Like favorite actor or favorite director is there, something like that. So that, in order to capture that property of this neuron, or for example, in this case, the person, whether he has a tendency to class 1 or tendency towards class 0, that is captured by this parameter B. So it is clearly a bias, whether the person is biased towards watching a movie or not watching a movie. Because that nature is captured by this parameter B, it is called bias, right? So that is the meaning why W is called weight and B is called a bias. Right. So these two terms are used in all the models of deep learning, recurrent neural networks, CNNs, MLPs, simple perceptron, everywhere. All right. Right. So also, if you see this equation, there is a dot product happening between W and X. Let us say if I add one component to X, I can make B also part of W. Right. I hope you are able to see this. Because I want to make this into a simple dot product, what I'll do is, let us say X is 2-dimensional. X1 and X2 is there. W1 and W2 would be there. What I'll do is, I'll make B as W3 and X3 as 1. So this is what is shown here. So W0 is actually bias B. X1 to Xn, there are n components in the vector, correspondingly W1 to Wn, right? But in order to make it look simple, I'll add a component 1 to the X vector, and I'll make B as W0. Now, in this case, the whole operation simply becomes W transpose X, because B is absorbed into W already, right? So this is for computational simplicity. So we don't need to write all the times, Wx plus B. Instead, you can simply say Wx, because B is made into W0. All right. So if you see Wx, you need to understand that B is already absorbed into W0, and accordingly, 1 is added to X, so that when you do the computation W transpose X, it is earlier W transpose X plus B. Okay. So you do the summation, which is dot product, and there is a non-linearity step function. If it is greater than or equal to 0, it is 1, output is 1. If it is less than 0, the output is -1. So this is perceptron, right? So this is the basic neuron, which drives MLPs, CNNs, all complex neural networks are also built with this brick. So understanding this brick is very, very important to construct all those complex models, starting from MLP, CNN, all that. I hope it is clear. All right. Okay. So in graphical terminology, or in a computational graph sense, how does it look like? So X1, X2, X3, W1, W2, W3. So these components are individually multiplied, and then there is a summation happening. I'm just showing the W transpose X operation in a clear graph fashion, right? Whenever you change a different different X is input actually, right? You will have hundreds of examples, or based on your application, you'll have multiple samples, right? So when you present a sample, this is where the value is going to sit. W1, W2, W3 will not change. Generally, unless you change them, they don't change. If you present a sample, the operation starts in this fashion, like a computational graph. Values flow from here, 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 and operation happens here, which is summation, and there is a bias also, and which gets added to it. So if you see in green boxes, it is operation, mathematical operation, summation, multiplication, or application of a function, things like that. The empty boxes are input, and the blue boxes are basically the parameters. Parameters meaning which constitute the model. What is a perceptron model? Essentially, W and B makes perceptron, right? If you change W, it will be a different perceptron, right? These are, when we say model, what we mean by model is W comma B, right? So that is model. All right, so y is the output after applying sigma. So this is called a computational graph. How the computations are originating and transferring the values to further do the processing, right? At this step, you do a simple product and give it here. And here, summation of all these simple products happen, and addition also happening with B. And sigma is applied, being applied on the output, and so on. So think of a very complex neural network where multiple neurons are there, and they operate all of them together. I mean, not simultaneously, one after another, etc. Right? So that you have to imagine whenever somebody says neural network, as a designer, you need to have this picture in mind. It's a very simple perceptron, you can easily imagine, but later it's going to be complicated. So if you have this fundamental operation clearly in your mind, it is easy to extrapolate this to complex models, which we will see very soon. All right, so this is also another way. If you just capture all the x1, x2, x3 into vectorial form as x, and w1, w2, w3 as simple, again, it's called a tensor. It's a general form of a vector, right? Multidimensional vectors are called tensors. I'll come to that also. So this is a simplified notation for what is happening here. Simply w is three-dimensional, x is three-dimensional, and then b is scalar, and sigma is non-linearity, y is the output. All right. Everything is fine. So it looks like very interesting, and it's also generalized from Boolean to non-Boolean. All is well, but the crux of the scenario, which is how to learn W and B, right? That is very important. That is the heart of perceptron, right? Any model, for not only perceptron. So what do we need to do? We need to find out that W and B which will work for us. What do we mean by work? That is also a very important question. So when you have a training data, for example, take a simple classification example. You will have a sample and associated target, right? As a human being, we can understand most of these simple tasks. We can easily construct Y for each of the X, right? But we want the model to do that, right? That is the task. So what W and B will give the right Ys for all the X's in the training. So just follow a bit more carefully. When I say I have a training data which consists of XY pairs, what I want at the end of the training is suitable values for W and B, which when applied on all X's, it will give suitable Ys or the predefined Ys which we have in the training data. So that is what training means. Initially, we don't know what is the W and what is the B to be. So we need training data and training algorithm to find out those values of W and B. So that is what training means. From a training data, which is XY pairs, we need to find out the values of W and B. Let's see how perceptron does that. So this is what I'm saying. You have a training data, Xn, Yn in RD, right? D-dimensional space, you have Xn and Yn. Xn only. Yn is a label. It can be +1 or -1. It's a binary classification. Simplest of all classifications is only two-class classification. And you have capital N number of data. You are given training data, binary classification, N samples are there. So start with, this is the algorithm. Only 2 lines are there. Very easy to implement and very easy to understand also, right? So start with W0 is equal to 0. Remember, W captures B also. Your W is a vector. T. So the superscript 0 is at time T is equal to 0. The algorithm is an iterative process. Initially, you start at time T is equal to 0 with 0 value, right? So remember, B is already captured in W. So that's why I'm not writing B is equal to 0. Okay, the first component of W is B already. So if you remember this diagram, so B is captured in W0. That is why we are only talking about W. All right. Right. So what you do is you have a lot of training data. You present W times Xn and you have the ground truth Yn also. If it is less than or equal to 0, just update using this equation. So Wk plus 1 becomes Wk plus Y times X. So if you pay attention, just look at this condition. What is happening here? So when Yn is equal to -1, let us say for the first sample X 0, the ground truth is -1. Okay, this candidate becomes -1. And when will this be less than or equal to 0? When this quantity is positive. You already have Yn negative, right? So for this to hold, this quantity has to be greater than 0. That means the model is predicting +1 when the ground truth is -1. Or if you take the other case, when the ground truth is 1, if the model predicts it -1, the product will be less than or equal to 0, right? This captures misclassification. Yeah, so I'll give a couple of seconds to understand what is happening here. This is ground truth. This is predicted value, right? W times X is predicted value. When both of them have different signs, it's a misclassification. -1 + 1 or +1 - 1. Only then this quantity is less than or equal to 0. That means Xn is misclassified at this point in time. So how do you correct it? Update the W in order to make it a may not do it directly, but improve the situation. The value can be a little more than the previous value. So how is it happening? I'll take you through the steps exactly. The correction is also very, very simple. You're simply adding or subtracting that sample. If the ground truth is +1, you're adding it. If the ground truth is -1, you're subtracting it from W. Simple. So what is happening? I'll take you through the actual derivation. It's very simple. Don't need to be confused. So as I said, when this quantity is less than or equal to 0, it indicates a misclassification. +1 - 1 or -1 + 1. Only those cases it becomes less than or equal to 0. If it is correctly classifying -1 times -1 or +1 times +1. So both the cases, it will be greater than 0. So you don't need to change W because it is already correctly classified, right? Only when the model predicts opposite of Yi, that is when you need to change W. How? So simply add or subtract Xi based on the ground truth. If it is +1, add. If it is -1, subtract. So what is happening? Why we are doing this kind of a update for W? So if you see, after updating, let us say I'm calling it W prime. So let us present the same sample after updating and see what will happen. So W1 prime transpose Xi. So what is W1 prime? W plus Yi Xi times Xi, right? So that is what I'm substituting. W plus Yi Xi transpose Xi. If we just expand this simple equation, it will become like this. Wi times W transpose Xi plus Yi times Xi transpose Xi. So this term already we know this is less than 0, but you have something positive quantity. Yi times Yi can be -1 or +1. In any case, it is greater than 0. And this is norm of Xi, which is always positive quantity. So you are adding something positive to earlier quantity. Now it is more likely to be greater than 0, right? So this is what is happening. This is one way to look at it. I'm giving an easy way to look at the update equation, right? So one important point in doing machine learning and deep learning is you need to understand the training process. So it's not sufficient to know how it is trained. We need to know always why it is trained that way, right? So this reason you need to always, not only perceptron and deep neural networks, but other machine learning techniques also, you need to completely understand the training process. That's why I'm focusing on this simple equation, which is updating W in case of misclassification. All that we are doing in this is basically adding some positive quantity by updating W like this. So next time, because of this updation, it is more likely to be closer or beyond 0 than the previous W. So whole quantity, this quantity is now greater than or equal to this quantity because you are adding something positive now. So which implies Xi is more likely to be rightly classified. All right. So this is the simple way to look at this learning algorithm, right? I'm going to repeat. It's a two-step learning process. You start with all zeros, and then one after another, you present the training samples. So you look for misclassification. When the sample is misclassified, you need to update W. When the sample is correctly classified, you don't need to do anything. It is already rightly classifying, right? The W is already placing the X in the right class. So you don't need to do anything. Only when it is misclassified, you need to update using this equation, right? So you present all the training data. Whenever there is a misclassification, you update W. So again, once you present all the N samples, you present them again, second time. Also, whenever you encounter misclassification, you update it. Because when you update for one sample, it may mess up the classification of the other sample, right? So you have to do it n number of times. Eventually, it will classify all of them correctly, provided the data is linearly separable. Remember, it's also a line. Perceptron W transpose X plus B, it's a line. It's a linear classification, right? It will stop this changing of weights only when all the samples are correctly classified. That happens only when the training data is linearly separable. Let's say diagrammatically how it looks. So this is my training data, binary classification, blue class versus orange class, right? So both of them are Gaussian data. For one, mean is 0, for other mean is 3. I've taken around 200 points. Initially W is 0, that is what you are seeing. The line, red line is my W, which we are trying to learn to classify these two, right? So I do the same process, simple two-line algorithm in for loop. I'll write, and slowly it will learn to classify them. And towards the end of it, you will see something like this. Because the data is not linearly separable, it is not getting 100% accuracy. But if there is the data which is 100% linearly separable, you will get that separation line. which classifies with 0 error. So towards the convergence of the learning algorithm, you will see something like this. Your W will bifurcate both the training data on each on both sides. So this is what we mean by training perceptron, learning the values of W that classifies the training data accurately. So yeah, the condition is if it is linearly separable, that means if there is a line which can separate the training data, it will find with 100% accuracy. Since this data is not linearly separable, and still I am trying to learn a perceptron, you see a minor number of misclassifications, 3 blue circles and then some 6 orange circles are misclassified, right? So that is about perceptron, right? So again, perceptron, just try to recap. So we started with MP neuron, McCulloch-Pitts neuron, which is a very simple neuron. Basically, inputs are Boolean, output is Boolean, and only one weight is there, which is acted upon the summation of inputs. But perceptron is more general. You will have non-binary inputs and individual weights on the inputs, and there is a training algorithm for perceptron. And training algorithm is supposed to converge if the data is linearly separable, right? So both these models are linear models. What it means is if the data is not linearly separable, we don't do 100% classification, right? So that's the problem. Is it severe? Yes. Most of practical problems are not linearly separable. For example, you take a simple XR, for example. Let me just take you quickly to just hold on. Right. So simple XR, how does it look like? So this is my X1. Let us say this is X1 and this is X2. 2 input XR gate. So 0, 0 is one class. So X10, Y10, it will have, let's say I'll write it here. So both zeros is 0. Both ones is also 0, right? Yeah, so 1 and 0, you should not get confused. This is X1, input 1. And this is X2, input 2. So when both of them are 0, the output is 0. So let me write, this is XR gate. Okay. So I just want to let you know how systems can be non-linear, how the, okay. So what happens if X1 is 1 and X2 is 0? In this case, output is 1 as opposed to 0, right? This is 1. And when X1 is equal to 0 and X2 is equal to 1, output is 1, right? So there are 2 samples with category 1 and 2 samples with category 0. You cannot draw a line which separates both the classes accurately, right? Let's say if I draw a line here, I'm committing 50% mistakes, right? I can call this as class 1, I can call this class 0, but both of them are committing a mistake, right? So this line is not correct. Let's say I'll try to draw another line like this. So again, one cross and one circle are on one side, as opposed to be all circles on one side and all crosses on one side, right? So it is impossible for us to draw a line with 100% accuracy, right? Instead, we should look for some boundary like this. So everything within this is one class and outside that is another class. Then this is a possibility, but this is not a linear classification surface, right? What it means is a perceptron cannot learn a simple function like XR. And you can find out number of such examples, right? So although perceptron has very attractive properties, very useful, but in case of nonlinear data, that means data which cannot be separated by linear classification surface, perceptron is useless. Okay, so that's the drawback. I hope I've convinced you. Let me just get back to slides. Yeah, so this is where we need more complex models. Okay, so that is where multi-layer perceptron comes into picture. Okay, let me quickly introduce what it is. All right, so we have seen linear classifier. This is how it looks like. W transpose X plus B and a nonlinear function sigma, right? Output is always scalar here, right? In this case, at least so far we have seen only scalar outputs. So if I want to have multi-dimensional output, I want a vector as output. Is it possible? Yes. So in place of scalar, I want RC, C-dimensional output as a vector, C-dimensional vector as an output. That's what I want. So what I can have capital C number of W's and corresponding P's, each for one dimension, right? It's just number game now, because I want C-dimensional output. I will have C such pairs, right? So that forms a matrix. Instead of a vector W, you will have a matrix W. Similarly, in place of a scalar B, you will have a vector B. Because you have C outputs, you will have C biases. Similarly, earlier you have one D-dimensional vector, right? Now you have C vectors. If you put all of them into a nice structure, it becomes a matrix, right? So that's how you scale from one output to multi-dimensional output in linear classification itself. Okay, right. How does it look like? This is how it looks like. So you had D-dimensional input X, and you had a D-dimensional vector W and a scalar B. You apply W transpose X plus B, you will get an output, and apply a sigma on it, you will get the output, one-dimensional output. But now I want more dimensions. I'll add more such sigmas, more such W's and P's, right? So for every such W and B, you will have one activation, one neuron, right? So essentially, if you want C-dimensional output, you need to have C perceptrons, right? This is one layer of C perceptrons. See, here is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have added 6-dimensional output using 6 perceptrons. Let's say I can add another layer. I'll treat the output of this first layer as input, and now I'll add 8 perceptrons in the second layer. Because this is first layer, I am calling it W superscript 1, B superscript 1. Now, I treat the output of the first layer as input and have another 8 neurons in the second layer. Corresponding weights will be W superscript 2, B superscript 2. Right? So this forms my second layer. Similarly, third layer. Based on the number I want, I'll add that many neurons. So perceptron is later called simply neuron. Right? So you can you have to understand, whenever we use the word neuron in this context, it is perceptron. Right? So this is how you can extend to multiple layers and multiple dimensions also. Simple, if it is only one layer, you will have linear classifier with multiple outputs. Or if you add multiple layers, it is called a multi-layered network of perceptrons, or simply MLP, right? In practice, it is not called multi-layered network of perceptrons. It is simply called multi-layer perceptron, whatever is highlighted in red, MLP. But actually what it means is multi-layered network of perceptrons, because you have multiple layers and you have network of perceptrons, right? Multi-layered network of perceptrons. So how does it look like? In the computational graph, it looks like this. X is the input. You apply W1 and B1, W1 transpose X plus B superscript 1, and apply sigma. This becomes the first layer. The output becomes the input for the second layer, which is not shown here. And you just apply as many layers as you would like to. And of course, it has to be sensible. You have to decide how many is good choice and all. We'll come to that later. But in general, the structure looks like this. The signal is processed by layer, one after another, until you get the output. Let's say this is the last layer, capital L, output of which is called the output of the whole network, right? So iteratively, you can write it like this: sigma times WL XL minus 1 plus BL. Output of L minus first layer will be processed by weight L bias L. Sigma would be there. For every layer, there is a sigma, right? Sigma is called activation function. All right. Okay. So sigma, so this is very important. Why sigma is there? Why sigma is required? Okay, let's see why it is required. So sigma has to be a non-linear function. So linear function we know, like wx, 2x plus 3, minus 5x minus 7. So these are all examples of linear functions, right? Non-linear function, we have seen step function, sigmoid function, ReLU, tan h. These are all non-linear functions. Why is it required, non-linearity? Because if you just replace that with a linear function of a linear function is still a linear function. So let me just, this is also very important. So let me just take you through. So you can take 2x plus 3. Okay. I'm just giving an example and also a problem. Okay, let's say this is my first function, f1x, 2x plus 3. And x minus 2 is another function. Okay, so this is f and this is g. You call this is f. Yeah, this is g. So what is f of g? So you can work it out. Just put x minus 2 in place of x, right? 2 times x minus 2 plus 3. It will become 2x minus 1, right? F of g is 2x minus 1. So it is also a linear function, right? So if I have a linear function of a linear function, it is still a linear function. So essentially, two of the linear functions can be replaced by only one linear function, 2x minus 1. This will not happen if one of them is a non-linear function, right? That is why. What is wrong having a linear function? We told, no, linear functions are limited capacity. Non-linear boundaries like XR cannot be learned. We need non-linear function. If we have only linear capability, our performance and our capacity is limited. That is why purposefully we look for non-linear functions. So sigma in this architecture helps us in learning the complex boundaries, complex non-linear boundaries. All right. I think I'll stop here. I'll continue in the Friday session from here onwards. We have a session on Friday for hands-on. So we will discuss all these things in the perspective of implementation. Okay. So now I'll stop here for any quick questions if there is 2 minutes time. Otherwise, probably we can have these questions in during the hands-on session itself. Yeah, any quick couple of questions I think I can accommodate. I request Devango, you there?
Sir, the single perceptron,
Yes, I'm here.
the weight update, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I did not miss how the update of weight when the W transpose X less than 0, and then it is updated weight.
So you're asking how the perceptron weights are updated?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Devanga, I request a couple of minutes from the slot, next slot. So I hope it is okay. Just 2 minutes. I won't take much.
Yes, fine. Please take 10 minutes. It's fine for me.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
All right. So let's get back. So the question is how the perceptron is trained. If I am not wrong, let me. Yes. Right. So this is what is happening. So you go through the training data one after another. First, take the first sample and see whether it is correctly classified or not. How do we correctly classify? How do we know whether it is correctly classified or not? You see what is ground truth. Yn is ground truth. Forget about k for the time being. Look at yn. Yn can be -1 or +1, and w times xn. This is the prediction of the model, right? W times xn is +1 when this is greater than 0. When this is less than 0, it is -1, right? So that is what perceptron is doing, right? Look at the perceptron operation. When the computation is greater than or equal to 0, you will get 1. Otherwise, you will get -1. Right. So you have the W, apply it on X and see whether the predicted and the ground truth are same. So if they are same, let us say it can be -1 times -1 or +1 times +1. Why? Because yn is -1 +1 only, right? It has only two classes. So if both of them have same sign, it is correctly classified. So we don't need to update W in for that sample. Let us say for one sample, these two have different signs, +1 -1 or -1 +1. So when their product is less than 0, that means there is a misclassification. We need to do something because model is misclassifying that sample. So how do we do the correction? So this is how we do correction. So you just take the sample and the ground truth, you put it in this equation. I'll tell you what is happening, but update is happening like this. Whenever there is a misclassification, you add the sample if it is +1 class, or subtract the sample from W if it is the negative class, -1 class. So now your W changed. Because of this modification, the previous W is no more existing. It is replaced with this W, right? Now take the next training sample and do the same thing. If it is misclassified, apply this formula again. Otherwise, no need to disturb. It is correctly classified, right? You present all the training data, that is called one epoch. When you present all the capital N training data once, it is called one epoch. Obviously, it takes more number of epochs to correctly classify all the training data. Okay, so you repeat these two steps, right, until you get the minimum error. So that is the training process. Now, what is the meaning of this? So that is where you need to understand what is happening after updation. After updation, this quantity is getting more positive support because, I mean, diagrammatically, if you see, you will be moving the line, you will be rotating the line to correctly classify. For example, this is the sample. This is incorrectly classified, right? So what it means to add or subtract that sample is rotating the vector to include this point. Okay, so just imagine the line to rotate towards left side so that this point goes to the right side. So that correction we are applying. Okay, so but meanwhile some other point may get misclassified, right? So you need to do it multiple number of times, multiple epochs. Only then you will see 100% training classification. I'm not going into the theoretical aspects. We can prove that this algorithm gives 100% training accuracy if you run it for multiple epochs, and the training data is linearly separable. Okay, if you know that for sure, this is bound to give 100% training accuracy. Am I clear now?
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Yeah, all right. So it's a bit complex concepts, but we anyway wanted to try discussing them and conveying them clearly. So I'll again meet you on Friday, where we'll take up from where we have stopped today, and we will implement the perceptron training algorithm and MLP also, one multi-layered perceptron we will implement on Friday afternoon. Meanwhile, yeah, continue with the program. Thanks for the opportunity to EICT, IIT Guwahati, and all the other members that are responsible for this. Devanga, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so if there is a break, we can break, or if you want to continue, yeah, you can continue. So I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kondareddy sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
Now I would like to invite Devanga Raj sir to start the hands-on session. Devanga Raj sir, I am making you a presenter.
Okay, thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So I'm gonna switch between windows. So let me know if it's working. So currently I'm showing a browser into MATLAB. So
Yes, sir,
please
it is
confirm
visible.
it's visible. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now please confirm the PDF is also visible.
Hands-on unsupervised learning, it is visible, sir.
Okay, sir. Perfect. Awesome. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So now we are going to start the hands-on session where I'm being a bit optimistic. A couple of concepts that we have already explored, and then one that maybe you had explored in one of the previous lectures. So, so I'm going to kind of give you a more hands-on idea on these concepts. So let's see how much we can cover. And then we'll see if something is we cannot cover. I will be happy to provide you some codes for those topics. So today, if you look at the title of this hands-on, it's unsupervised learning, right? So in my first lecture, I already mentioned about the three paradigms: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. You have already covered supervised, and I mean, to some extent, I think some of the initial lectures in this FDP. Also, reinforcement learning, you have already learned. But in this hands-on, I'm just going to cover a few concepts in unsupervised learning. So I thought it would be nice to also give you an idea about unsupervised learning, a little bit of more depth than what we have already discussed. So the outline would be, so I'll do a very quick recap of unsupervised learning. Then we'll look at clustering, which you have already seen in previous lectures. Then we'll do hands-on exercises. Then we'll look at dimensional reduction, and we'll do some hands-on exercises on the topics that we have already seen. So what is unsupervised learning, right? So I already told about it in the first lecture. So in unsupervised learning, we're trying to see the patterns in a data set which is not labeled, right? We don't have labels, but still it's useful because there are some techniques and methods through which we are able to see some patterns in the data. And these patterns will be interesting for us because they might provide us some insights that could be helpful in further steps of other applications, like maybe for classification also. We might provide some good insights on the features, and the classification algorithm might be able to use those features as for the classification. This is an example. So unsupervised learning, we define it, deals with the problem of looking for patterns in data without any supervision, no labels. So two of the main approaches that is adopted in unsupervised learning are cluster analysis, also known as clustering, where we group data into group data with shared attributes, right? We find out some groups where in a single group, the members of that group will have similarity in terms of some distance metric that I mentioned in the previous lecture. And they should be the member of one cluster should be far from the members of the other clusters because they are different clusters, right? And we have a distance metric to measure how different they are or how similar they are. Second is dimensional reduction. So we have touched upon it. So this is used to find subspaces, could be new attributes where data are well organized. So these subspaces they contain more relevant features. Just like how in PCA, we saw that we can reduce, say, for example, a 3-dimensional data to a 2-dimensional subspace where we kind of figured out that data is actually lying on a plane. So we don't really need three features for that purpose, right? So what are the issues? We should also know about them, right? So unsupervised learning is harder as compared to supervised learning tasks because we are trying to find patterns. We are not assisted by some labels. Then how do we know if results are meaningful since no answer labels are available? Then third, also we have to define an objective function on clustering for internal evaluation. So sometimes it's not very clear what kind of objective function will be the best for a particular application. Then why unsupervised learning is needed despite of these issues, right? First, annotating large data set is very costly, and hence we can label only a few examples manually. Example, speech recognition, even image classification. Say, for example, you have, a lot of images online, right? So, but who will gonna sit there and label those images? So it is taking a lot of time. So imagine that you are personally annotating the images. How many images you can annotate, right? In an hour, just limited. But there are so many data available. So we should not waste those data, right? We have a lot of data. How can I utilize them? So unsupervised learning can help, because maybe although they are not labeled, but we can find some patterns or some useful features, and those features can be useful for next steps for other kind of applications. Second, there may be cases where we don't know how many or what classes in the data is divided into. So this, when we perform unsupervised learning, we may start seeing some patterns, and then or make clusters, and then we can say, oh, we see two prominent clusters. So there's a potential that there are two classes, right? And finally, we may want to use unsupervised learning to gain some insight into the structure of the data before designing a classifier. So maybe how is the data? Like, how are they distributed? Maybe is it a kind of linear? Is it like a distributed along multiple directions with a wide variance? So all this information we might be able to get through unsupervised learning approaches. So then in many machine learning methods such as clustering, outlier analysis, and nearest neighbor classification, we need ways to assess how alike or unlike objects are in comparison to one another. So already mentioned about similarity and dissimilarity measures. So they are also known as the measures of proximity, because it tells you how proximal they are. So a similarity measure for two objects, I and j, will typically return a value 0 if the objects are unalike or they are different. The higher the similarity value, the greater the similarity between the objects. A dissimilarity measure will work the opposite way. It will return value 0 if the objects are same. The higher the dimensionality value, the higher the dissimilarity value, the more dissimilar the two objects are. So it's very simple. It's just having a measure of proximity, and then it is deciding, kind of giving us a quantifying how much close or far they are. So measures of proximity can be computed for each attribute type and for combination of such attributes. So there are different examples like Euclidean distance, cosine similarity, and Jaccard coefficient. There are a lot of different kind of metrics that are there. You can use it for different based on the application. So so it is important to define or select the measures. So it is important thing. That's why I'm just mentioning it. So first hands-on that we're going to do is on a very simple clustering algorithm known as k-means, which we already seen as an example of image processing, where we segmented an image using k-means clustering. So again, what is clustering? Task of dividing the population or data points into number of groups such that the data points in the same groups are more similar to the other than data points in the other data points in the same group, and dissimilar to the data points in the other groups. So basically, there are different kind of applications you can apply. For one example, for image processing, I already mentioned there are biology, information retrieval, and all these things you can apply. And clustering is also, this is important. Clustering is often useful as pre-processing step or other analysis task, right? It can be used for summarization, compression, outlier detection, class identification, and just to name a few. So there are two types of clustering. One is hard clustering, where every sample is assigned to only one cluster, There's another technique called soft clustering, where a same sample can be assigned a part to one cluster and part to other, right? So there's a softness in it. So there's no hard boundary. So k-means is, for example, a hard clustering algorithms. And today, I think we'll only have time to go for k-means, which is a hard clustering algorithm. So we know the algorithm. So we have discussed. So what I will do, so my code runs both in MATLAB and Octave. So whatever IDE you're using, you can open. Like, for example, I have this IDE open. So what I will do, I will start to write the code, and then you can follow it. And during that time, if you have any questions, if I'm going too fast, or I need to explain something, just stop me and let me know in the chat box. Okay. So do you have your IDE open, whether it's MATLAB or Octave? Just please say yes if you are ready for this. Okay, so what I will do, I will give you 5 minutes so that for the people who don't have access, I mean, who hasn't opened it, they can open it. So I will wait till 2:47, right? So I'll give you till 3 p.m. so that you can open it. Because I see some of the comments that you have to download Octave and then some people are not ready yet. So I will wait till 3. So for the people who are already ready, so just maybe take a break till 3 and then we'll start at 3. I'll just giving you time so that it is fair for everyone and so that they can download it. So MATLAB is fine, Octave is fine because I've tested my code in both and works in both. So these are very lightweight code. It doesn't really require a lot of toolboxes or something. So yeah, so I'll be back at 3 p.m. Please go ahead and install Octave and MATLAB. Also, in the meantime, I will also give you a link because for K-means, I might need you to use this particular .mat file, which will work, I think, both in Octave and MATLAB. So because the data will be from here. So let me copy paste this. So I pasted a link. So I think it's not rendered properly, but you copy this whole link in Google Drive. So you'll be able to see data. See, I also have to get it here. So there'll be a file called set1.mat. I'll just download and upload in the new workspace. There's one already. So let it be. Keys. So uploading this file here. So this will be used for the code. So please download this and put it in your workspace. In the meantime, if you have any questions regarding, okay, so it's not opening. It should be it's a link open to everyone, but I think you have pasted the link wrong. Maybe there should be no gap or something. It's connected. Don't know how to. Let me try again using the link. Try. Okay, so it's page not found. Okay, not be the case. Let me open from here. So this is opening. So I'm copy pasting this link again. You try this. So if you can download from this, please type yes. Just to making sure. Just making sure that everyone is able to do it. Okay. Someone said yes, so I think you can now download from that link. Yes, please take your time. Yes, I don't want to, leave someone in this process. So the first requirement is you should have your MATLAB or Octave IDE open. And second thing is please put that particular file in your workspace, as you can see in my MATLAB IDE. So I'm using, by the way, MATLAB Online for now. And I think some of you who doesn't have MATLAB, I think you're also provided with a MATLAB license, temporary license, if I'm not wrong. So I'll start at 3. Please make sure that you have everything ready. So I'll not wait after 3 p.m. So just making sure.
Sir, how to open MATLAB online, sir? It is we need a license, sir.
Yes, yes. For MATLAB Online, you need license. You can also use your software, like desktop software for MATLAB, or you can also use Octave. For Octave, there's an online version also. Let me see if I can also share the Octave online. See the link. Looks like the online version of Octave is the server is a bit busy. But typically, you might also have to kind of sign in if you want to use like multiple files. So it's better if you have Octave installed. So I'm giving you some time this way. And if you have MATLAB, of course, it's good. So like, for example, since I'm signed in, I can have files here, for example, commands, this and that. So I can use the files, for example, is a file, and see here, I can run it, all those things you can do. So you don't need to open the file. I just put it here in your workspace because your MATLAB code will be using it. So if you have Lakshmi, if you have Octave, you can still use the code. Just follow whatever I'm doing, but in your Octave software, your ID of, because I have tested in my Octave ID, so it is working. So you don't have to open the .mat file. Just put it there in workspace because it will be imported, or we'll load the file, mat file during the coding. So you have 2 more minutes. So please finish it by then. Okay, so it's 3 p.m. So step 1. So I'm hoping that you have already put this .NET file in your workspace. It should be easy. Just drag it. And then what I am asking you now, create a script. Okay, new script. So I am naming it k-means. Okay. So I created a script, new script, k-means, and then I'm opening it. Okay. Anup, MATLAB is closed source, Octave is open source. Okay, for MATLAB you require license, but Octave you don't. But Octave has its own limitations. But for this particular session, my code runs both in MATLAB and Octave. I hope this answers. Okay, so first, it's a good idea to, clear the existing variables, which I don't have. What happens when you're running multiple times or different scripts? Some old data sometimes resides, so it's better to clear them. So also one thing that you should know, you can create a cell in MATLAB code, which is by this particular symbol. Clear, close all. I'm closing any existing figures and clearing the command window. Okay. So I'm just testing whether it works. It's running, right? For example, if I say display 1, so it is working. It's 1, right? So this is not required. I'm just saying. So this is anyway you do in the beginning. So you see, when I use this particular command, it creates a new cell. So the beauty of this is that you can run this individually, these cells, like a block of codes, right? So it helps. Like for example, I just want to run this, not the other codes. I just put it, and then I can run section. Okay, someone said please display is large. So you want a larger display, larger font? I can do it. Please say yes if you need. Okay, so let me go to the settings. Fonts, I will give it 18, maybe too big, I don't know, but it may be fine. Is it good? Please say yes. Okay, so I hope everyone has done this first thing, clearing this. So now, we have to load the data. So as you saw that previously we have this set1.mat. Let's see what is there. But before that, you have to load it. So MATLAB and Octave has this function, load. Then you give set1.mat. Sorry, typing set. Okay. So now, since I'm creating cells, I can just locally run a part of the code, right? So here what I'm doing, I'm writing this, and then maybe in Octave you don't have it, okay? In Octave, if you don't have the cells, you can run the whole code. That's totally fine. That's also giving the whole result. For example, if I go to editor in MATLAB and run the whole thing, for example, say I'm saying this loaded. Is loaded. Okay, so this space basically displays some text. Okay, so in MATLAB, for example, I have these cells, right? In Octave, you don't have. Let's take the MATLAB scenario. In MATLAB, I'm running this section. Done. Right? I run this section. Then I go here and run this section. And it says loaded because it's a. Another option is I run the whole script. In that case, everything will be run. So I said run. So it also creates the same thing. So since in Octave, you don't have cell, you can just, while I'm writing the codes, you can just run the whole, okay? Then you'll get the same results. But MATLAB has this extra benefit that you can also locally run the code, right? And also one thing that, we have used CLC in MATLAB command window. If you type CLC, it will clears the history from the, at least what you visually visible, and it just clears it. So that, it doesn't get cluttered. So I hope this is loaded. So then how will we know that it is there, right? You see here, in the workspace. I think Octave also has a workspace. So here's the X. So what we did, we actually got loaded a 300 cross 2 matrix, right? So because we run this code, we got this. Now you might want to see what is in this X, right? So let's type X in the command window. In Octave also you have a command window, I think. So Aisha, you have to install Octave. So you have to download it online. So there may be some link. You search for download. Yeah. So then you just open the IDE. So go to your, if you are using Windows, you can go to the start button and see, search for all the programs, and you see Octave 6.4.0, something like that. Then you click there, and this, then a big window will open, which is similar to MATLAB. Okay. So now let's see what is in next. You see, there's a 300 cross 2 matrix. So it is there. Okay. But we will visualize it. So let's visualize what is there, right? So now visualizing the data, which is in X, what I will do, I will write figure 1. This is always a good idea to write figure 1, figure 2, figure 3 to every figure you are writing. So Harshavardhan asking what is in column 1 and column 2. So basically, this is just a dummy data. In column 1 is basically the feature 1, and column 2 is feature 2. So that means there are 300 points with 2 features. Okay. And this is some randomly generated, maybe not randomly generated, some Gaussian data, but I got it from some, say, assume we got it from somewhere, which is a set of 300 points with 2 features. First column, feature 1, second column, feature 2. So to upload the data in Octave, most probably you go to the your download folder and drag your set.1.met to the workspace, like how I dragged to this part. Octave should also have a way to do it. Okay, or maybe there's some upload button or something. I don't know exactly, but I think for me, I just or one way is that you create a new folder in your computer and then open that content of then you change the current directory on the top to that folder. So then you'll be able to see the contents of the folder. Okay, so you can try that. So like for example, you create a new folder and then I think just like how here there's a file source current folder current directory, right? You can also change it in. So I was saying in figure 1. So basically I'm starting at figure 1, right? So and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to write plot X. So this is saying I'm considering all the rows and one column. That means I'm only considering the this first column of this whole matrix. So it will be 300 cross 1, right? Then similarly, I can get only the second column of X by saying all rows and second column. Now what we want to do, we want to plot it. So one way is you can type K plus. So it is just black colored and it will be shown as plus. Okay, so and then end it by a semicolon. And finally, you can give a title to the figure. Says say training data. Is my speed good enough? Everyone is able to type it? It's not a lot of text, so I hope if you are able to type it, please say yes. At least I want to see a few yes here. Okay, I see some yes. Yes, so if I see like 10 yes, then I know that you are able to do it. So I don't want to just go too fast. So I think I'm not that fast, but here. Okay, perfect. I see a lot of yes. So now I'm again closing it. I mean, because I'm creating a new cell, it is creating another one on top. So now if I run this, what will happen? We'll see a plot. So let's see. You see, there's a lot of plus signs. So what it is doing, this x-axis is the first column and this y-axis is the second column. So I'm just plotting the data where all this first column data is x and y column is y. So and then I'm just plotting it. Okay. Animesh, what is the locate file error? So I think you have to change your current folder to the folder where your code is. Otherwise, MATLAB might not find the set1.mat. Okay, wherever there is a current folder, change it to the location of the folder where the set1 is. And this k-means file and set1 all should be in the same folder. Otherwise, it may not be able to access set1. Okay, someone is asking, Lakshmi is asking, what is k plus doing? So here, the k is basically color. So if I say put k is black, somehow that's how MATLAB uses it. So if I change it to b, it will be blue. I'll show you, right? And plus is the plus because I'm using plus as an indicator of the point. So right now, if I run it, you see it's blue. And if I change the plus to O, there'll be a lot of O's there. Right? Is it clear? Lakshmi? Okay, so now we have seen the data. Let me here, right? So we have seen the data. So it is very clear. We have a set of points in 2 dimension and they are plotting like this. So as you can see, maybe it's clearly visible that there are some patches, right? Like there's some clusters. By just my blind eye, I can see, okay, there's a cluster here, maybe there's one here, there's one here. So now the idea of k-means is am I being able to automatically cluster them, right? So let's do that. So now, in k-means, as I mentioned, we have to specify how many clusters are there, which is a difficult task, right? Many times we don't know how many clusters. But for simplicity, let's assume that we know that 3 clusters somehow. Okay, and from visible also just plotting the data only, you can see that there are potentially 3 clusters. So I'm specifying the number of clusters here, right? So number setting number of clusters. So here, this is not necessary that I write this right in the code. This is just a comment. So even if I remove it, it will work. But I'm just writing for the sake of clarity in the code. So now I set k as a number of parameters, and k means is an iterative process. Okay, so like how many times we have to update the mean. Maybe if you have listened to my lecture, so I told that you have to change the, you have to take a initialize with a mean, then assign clusters, then again find the distance from the mean, then again repeat this process. So there's some maximum number of iterations, right? Sorry, there's a noise here. Just give me a few seconds. Let the noise go away. Okay. Now, so I'm specifying the number of iterations, which I'm setting. Sorry. Which I'm setting as say 20. In the code that I have set it as 20. This can be changed based on your experiment, and figure out that it's not enough. Then you can increase or decrease. It's a hyperparameter. Okay, so now we have this. So let's go. So far, hopefully this is fine. It's not very difficult. Now, also sometimes it's better to save the size of the data matrix in some variables. So if I do this size of x, basically I'm putting the size in m and m. So m should be number of rows and n should be number of columns. Let's run the whole code. So I ran the whole code. CLC, the command window. Let's see what is the value of m. 300 because 300 is the number of rows, and 2 because n is the number of columns, the features, right? So Ajnish, you are saying unrecognized function x. Most probably you are using a small x. I'm using capital X here. So make sure that you are using the same. Okay. Yes. So far clear? So far easy? I think not very difficult. So, in the lecture, I mentioned that we have to initialize the centroids, right? So there are three clusters. So we need 3 centers initialized. So what I'll do now, we have to initialize, right? Initialize the centroids. I'm calling them centroids. So we need 3 centroids, right? So for that, we have to, let me go code. So I'll be writing some codes. It may be not very obvious from them now because you are not maybe you haven't been very familiar with MATLAB, but please follow me so that we can finish the examples. And later you can also look into the help. Like for example, say you are there's a MATLAB and there's a function called PCA. Directly you can find PCA, right? So how can you find about this function? You can write help PCA. So what it does, when you write help space and the number of the function, inbuilt function in MATLAB, it gives all the information about that function. See, the PCA is a principal common analysis, how to use it, how to find the coefficients, what are the meaning of these outputs. So all these things you can easily do. As long as you know there is an inbuilt function, you can just write help and the name of the inbuilt function. Okay, so that should be handy. So I'm again clearing the screen. So for initializing the centroids, we need to write a piece of code. So what I will do, let me see. Centroids. Okay. So just type what I'm typing, then you'll follow. I'll explain later. Random. So very important. Just type exactly what I'm typing, because sometimes if you miss a letter or something, it might not work. But if it is working for me and not working for you, showing some error, that most probably you have typed it wrong. So just make sure you're typing exactly what I'm. So I'm typing random IDs, rand perm. So it's basically random permutation. Then doing size. Right. So what this will do, let's see. Just type it. Then one more line, I'll type centroids X random IDs 1 colon K is the number of centroids, comma colon, then ending the statement with semicolon. Okay. So the first line is generating some random IDs. So Animage Octave is not working. Let me show you here if someone is following Octave. I don't know how to delete it, but okay. So I'm just gonna, you see, I'm just gonna paste whatever I've written, and you see magically it will work, hopefully. See, I have the set1.mat already uploaded in this particular online version. Okay, I use this button here. It says upload something, I upload it. Okay. Then I'm just copy pasting this code I have written so far, and I paste it here. Okay, load set1.mat. I'm running it. So I think it exited. Let me reconnect. The server was off. Disconnected because I was not using for something. Okay, I'll wait a bit. In the meantime, I can explain what the code was. So here, this random IDs is just, just if I check this, run this particular cell, let's see. Okay, in X variable X. Oh, I think because I have to run again. Unrecognized function X, right? So to section, run section, run section, run section. Okay, it worked, right? So the random IDs is giving me 300 IDs. So I think that is what it's doing is just randomly shuffling all these IDs. Okay. And then I'm taking the random IDs 1 to K. So I'm just randomly shuffling the indexes 300. So it has all the 1 to 300, but in a jumbled order. Okay. For example, starting from 123, 99, 174. It's not in 1, 2, 3, 4, but jumble it. Why? Because after shuffling it, you'll only take first 2 elements, and these will be the centroid IDs. Because X has 300 data points, right? We have 300 data points here. So now we'll be able to take only 123rd point somewhere. And then 99th point. Since K is 3, we'll take 3 points, 3 IDs. So we'll be taking 123rd point, 99th point, and 174th point as the initialize of the centroids. So you see, it take random IDs 1 to K, only first 3. So for example, if I take this, it will give me 123, 99, 3 numbers. So X out of 300 columns, I'm only taking 123, 99, and 174 rows. Sorry, 300 rows. I'm only taking these 3 rows, and these will be my center. Then I'll plot it and then I'll show you. Okay. So after this, the centroid will be this 3, because this is the the 133rd, 123rd row. This is 99th row, and this is 174th row. So these will be my centroid, because you see there are 2 coordinates. So somewhere here, maybe one somewhere here, one somewhere here. I don't know, some randomly picked, right? So let me quickly go to Octave and see. So Octave is running. So testing 1. So let me run this code. So X is undefined, right? So this is because this is what I think someone was referring. Let me see what happens if I load. Oh, sorry, not centroid. Copy. So X is there. One way is to just copy paste one by one. Okay, if maybe some issues because of that, because I'm not very familiar with Octave, but let me try to run all of them. See, I got the figures. I don't know why two, maybe I copy pasted 2 times. CLC, I'm not sure it works here. It works. Then I this thing, see all the variables are also shown here. And then finally I do this. Now I see the centroids. Sorry, I see the random IDs. It will be different because every time you do it, every time it can new shuffling. So still there will be some random shuffling, and the centroid will be some centroids, some 3 points. Okay. See, I also run it in Octave. It works here. So please make sure that your code is correct, because this version I'm working and it works. So far good. Everything is clear. Please say yes. So I'll plot the centroids in the figure. So you'll see. Okay. So I hope you're following. So let me try to plot them. Can I plot? I can reuse this code maybe. Let me create a new figure. Okay, so I'm just copy pasting that previous piece of code. Let me plot the centroids in a different color, maybe red. Okay, so for that, what I will do, say, so someone is asking how you make the set. So this is, I got it online. Okay, some examples. It's not I made it. It could be any data, right? So this, for now, just assume that I got it from somewhere. Okay. So now I want to plot the centroids. Centroid has 3 points, right? So what I will do, you see, I'm writing here, centroids. I want to get all these 3 points, right? So similarly, I will do centroids, all row, 1 column. Centroids, all row, 2 column, but I'm giving color red. Now in MATLAB, if you want to plot 2 things together, you have to write this code, hold on. You have to write hold on. And when you finish it, okay, when you finish it, write hold off. So it will make sure that you're plotting on the same figure. But now let's make it figure 2, because I don't want to touch the old one, because it is giving me some nice visualization of initial data. Now I want to see where the centroids are. In my case, the centroids might vary because I'm using this random permutation, and it kind of randomly shuffles it. So my location of my centroid might not be same with yours. Okay. So I hope you are able to write this. Okay, I can paste it also. I will not paste all the codes because I also want you to write, but this one maybe it's fine because just the plotting. Okay. So let me, yeah, I pasted, but let me first test it, whether it works. Okay, let me run the section. Yes, you see? So this is a bad random starting because you see the 2 points light in the same cluster in here. But you see, if I run it multiple times, it might plot in different locations, I guess. But since it's figure 2, it will plot in the figure 2. Now you see, I got 3 points here, here, and here. I hope the red color is visible. It's very feeble, but still you can see some red circles. When you plot it, you might be able to see red. Right, so these are the 3 initialization of centroids. So I started. So this, for now, you can also run it many times and see that they're moving. So if you get 3 points in this, like 3 nice clusters in different locations, that's nice. Because initialization is bad means it might take more iterations and other issues might pop up. But in this case, very nice. We have all the points. N2, what is N? Ajnish, you said N is equal to 2. So if you type centroids, are you seeing this 3 cross 2? I mean, 3 points with 2 coordinates. That's what we're gonna. No, please write. See, I'm pasting the same code, right? So maybe for now, since you have already wrote it, I might paste all the code and then try. Okay. So let me do some dash here. No. So this is the code so far we have written. Okay. You can feel free to copy paste now because I hope you have already tried to write them. And if some issue is happening, no, max iteration will be there. We are not there yet. We are maybe 1/3 of the code. Ultimately, our goal is k-means clustering, not just plotting the centroids. We have to find each of the point, which cluster it belongs. We have a long way to go. Okay. Okay, so we have done so far. We have loaded the data, plotted them nicely. We have found some 3 random points and calling them 3 centroids, right? So first centroid will be class 1, second centroid is class 2, and third centroid is class 3, because we have said k is equal to 3. That means there are 3 clusters. Okay. Okay, so far good. So, and this code should also work in Octave since it's working in MATLAB. Now we have to write 2 functions. Okay. What kind of functions we need? One, we need how to find the closest centroid. See, in k-means now we have these blue points, right? Now we have to find out, say this particular blue point, like this blue point. We have to find out which red point it is close to. Is it this one? Is it this one? Or is it this one? So we'll say, for example, say this is the first centroid, is second centroid, third centroid. So if we say that this blue point is close to this, but far from these two, I mean, if I compute distance from this this particular target point to this red point, distance to this red point, distance to this red point, and we found out that the minimum distance is with this one. Of course, looks like this one is the closest. Then we'll say this is for cluster 1. Similarly, I pick this point. This point I say, okay, this distance to this red point, this red point, this red point. After this tree, I found that this one is the closest. So I'll say, oh, this is for the second cluster. So this way, we have to assign each point, each blue point, a cluster number, right? And we can find it by finding the distance. And what kind of distance we can use? One is you can use Euclidean distance, right? So for that, please follow this carefully. You have to create a new script. Okay, we are now creating a new script. Please do it. Since you have already created k-means.m, you should also be able to do it. Script. Now let me call it find closest centroid. Okay, centroids. Find closest centroids. Okay, so I created this script. So it's taking time here. Because online is a bit slow sometimes. Let's wait a bit.
Centroid.
Okay.
Simply.
Sorry, I think there is some issue with the renaming. Okay, just give me a second. I have to maybe my network. I have to restart it. Just give me a second. Okay, just bear with me. Give me 2 minutes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have to restart the MATLAB because there's some connectivity issue. I have to. Okay, let me see. So in the meantime, hopefully you have used the code that I pasted so far and you're able to get the results. If you're able to get it, please say yes. Okay. So yeah, now I see that this file is opening as some issue. So I'm again renaming it because it's supposed to have different name. So rename, find closest centroids. Okay, I'm just renaming this file. I'm just creating a file. Is this name, and I'm opening this script here. Okay, simple, just like how we did for k-means. And don't worry, these ASB files are some autosave file that MATLAB saves. They have no meaning. I mean, in case some crash happen, and you're able to recover some codes. But anyway, it's not relevant for us. Now let's type some code here, which will help us to find the distance from the blue points to the red points, and then figure out which red point is closest to. And here red points are the centroids that we have estimated randomly, like first 3 random, right? Since I had restarted, still the variables are there, so it is nice. But again, let me run it again. Run all the code. Okay, 2 figures are plotted. Okay, now again got this not nice centers. See, it depends. Sometimes you not get the nice location of the red points, but that should not be a matter, because ultimately KMN should be able to take care of it. Okay, but anyway, I'm just trying to make sure this looks good because I'm presenting. Okay, so this function, right? So it will be a long function. Just follow me. Just first let's write it and then I'll explain it. Function. So by writing function, I'm saying that I'm going to write a function in MATLAB. Same should be true for Octave. Okay. Sorry, this. Okay. So it should be the same name. Closest centroids. So no, this is not the function name. This is something that output that I'm getting. Okay. So I'm getting the IDs of the closest centroid, like this particular blue point. Say this red cross, this is cluster 1, this is cluster 2, this is cluster 3. So after this, since the blue point is closest to this red, I should get 1 as the ID for this particular blue. This should be maybe 3, this should be 2, right? We'll assign it. Then we write the name of the function, find closest centroids. Okay. See, I will also copy this code there, but I want you to write also, okay? At least try. If it doesn't work, since I will paste it, you'll be able to run it without any error. But I would highly recommend that you type it, because it will help you to really grasp what is going on and give you a practice of writing different functions.
Sir, here what is closest centroid ID, sir?
Okay, so closest centered ID is, for example, let me refresh this. So for each blue point, okay, we have to assign a centroid. We have to assign a cluster ID. Right. So actually, you can say cluster ID also. It's just the naming. That doesn't matter what I write here. But idea is, if I take this blue point, which red point it is closest to? If I call this red point 1, red point 2, red point 3, that means this red point belongs to cluster 1, this red point belongs to cluster 2, and this red point belongs to, which is not visible because this thing came up. I reset, don't know. So there's a red point here also, right? So this is 3. So if I find that this blue point is closest to this red point, which is true, right, from visually, then I'll say this ID of this blue point is 1. If it is this point is closest to this, right? So we'll find out this ID of this point is 2. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So I'm just writing again, resuming centroids. So it will take the, the data X we have as input, also the centroids that we defined, the 3 cross 2 matrix, right? 3 points with 2 coordinates, the red points as input. Right. So using the red points and using the data blue points. So this X has all the blue points, right? And this centroid has all the red points. So we're taking the blue points and red points as input and then figure out where it belongs. Okay. So Lakshmi, for you, the 2 centroids are in the same cluster. Don't worry, let it be there. So we'll see how it performs in there also. Okay. Ideally, if this k-means clustering is robust enough, you should still able to give it. Error coming in which line? So I'll paste the code, but just follow me for now, because we don't have time to correct everything, because there may be some typos. But for now, let's follow me and at least try as far as you can. Later, I will copy paste the code here and then you can follow it. Okay. So every function in MATLAB you have to end with end. Very obvious. I mean, this is not the case in Python. Python, you don't have to close it like that, but MATLAB has this special syntax where you have to end it. Okay, first, what I'm doing. I hope this is clear. This line, what is doing? This is the function name. This is the output we'll get from the function. This X is the data, which is blue points. Centroid is the centroid we estimated. First 3 centroid, the red points, right? So this is clear, I think. Now say M is equal to size of X1. It may be familiar to you, already did it. But in this case, we are saying 1. So I think it is giving the column. Let me see. So if I type this, so in MATLAB, if you don't put a semicolon, it prints the output. If you put a semicolon, it doesn't, because sometimes your output may be very huge, and if you start kind of showing it here, it might hang. So better to put a semicolon. But I know this M is just a number, so I can just print it. So it should be 300, I guess. Just a second, something happened to my lab. Not sure. Let me go back. Because this MATLAB online also depends on your some connectivity problems may affect it. Control C, yes, I'm trying, but it's somehow still not doing. I'm not very familiar with the online one, because the desktop one is easy. If you do Control C, no matter what, it'll stop. I'm still audible, right? Okay, okay. So let me restart it because it's saved already. So I don't like this, but I have no choice. New session. Okay. To run it again, but that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to run that thing again because I want to see this. What is the value of M? See, if I run the code from here, it will not work because I'm not inside the folder. I have to go inside the folder where I am. Here it should show the current folder, right? If I click FDP, it's going inside this. And then my code is in k-means. So I'm clicking k-means. And see, I'm inside this folder. So now everything should work. I'm going to run this code again quickly. Hopefully everything is fine. Okay, thank God. So, and then I was saying that, okay, the figures are being plotted. What is the value of M, right? That's what I'm saying. 300, right? So it's giving the size of the number of rows. Clear? Okay, so I hope you have already written this thing. So I'm not going to repeat and explain again. Okay, so then K is equal to size of the centroids. Can you tell me what it is doing? This is just because I'm not giving K as input to the function. It is also finding the how many clusters are there we have provided just by looking at how many rows are there in centroids, right? It's easy. So we are recovering K here. Or one way is to can also give K as the input, but let's follow whatever it is. I don't want to modify on the fly here. Okay, so I'm getting the number of centroids. Then I write closest centroids IDs is equal to zeros M comma. Just because I'm sharing the window, sometimes it just goes to another window. zeros M1. So this is creating a zero matrix. Centroid IDs, you are right. Thank you. Thank you, Animesh. It should be IDs because I'm following IDs here. So I'll just follow this one, okay? I'm not showing errors. And it was showing some warning because I defined this, but I was not using anywhere. Now, since I have defined it here, this orange warning has been like gone. It's gone. We don't see it anymore. So this is creating a zero matrix of m rows and 1 column. Since we know m is how much? 300. So it will be 300 cross 1 zero matrix. Let's see. I don't want to plot it because it will be maybe hangs. But what I will do, put a semicolon, and I can do size of this, which is 300 cross 1, right? So in MATLAB, you can use size to see. Also print here what is the size of the matrix, which is very handy sometimes. Just to take it, just to look at, while you are debugging, it will be very handy in debugging process, right? Okay, so since till here it should be fine, and then I'm gonna write a for loop. Okay, first let me write it, and I'll explain one by one. Just follow me and just write it. Type the code. For I is equal to 1 to m. So it will run m times, which is 300 times, right? And every for loop should end with an end because this is MATLAB. Now we're defining distances. It is a matrix of size k comma 1. 3 cross 1. Very simple. Then I'm writing another for loop inside the original one. J is equal to 1 to a. Right, and then again is a for loop. We should end with end. Then distances J is equal to sum of, okay, I'll just type it. Some might look very verbose, but type it. I'm doing square, element wise square of something. When you do element wise square, you have to put a dot. If you don't put a dot, it will just multiply, do matrix multiplication. So like for example, say I have an vector, an array of 1, 2. Okay, so say 1, 1, comma 2, and then say 3, comma, so 3, comma 4. So this is basically a matrix 2 cross 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 elements, right? There's elements are 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's call it A actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. So my A is 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I do A in A star A, or for example, A star A, it will give this. This is actually matrix multiplication. But that's what say we don't want that. We want that. We just want to multiply A with A element wise. 1 into 1, 2 into 2, 3 into 3, 4 into 4. Right? So what we do? A dot star A. A dot star A. Here we go. We got 1, which is square root of 1, square root of 2, square root of 3, square root of 4. Just a quick something may be useful for you. So here I'm doing element wise square. That's why I'm putting a dot. So what should be inside it? So it should be x I colon minus centroids j colon, and putting a semicolon. If you don't put the semicolon, MATLAB will give you a warning here, because if you run the code, it will print this, which is bad. Sometimes we don't want. So putting comment, warning is gone. Then this for loop ends here. Then I have another line here. Mean distance centroid ID and mean distances, yes. And then finally this is the last line. It's almost done. Close this. Centroids IDs. This is output, right? But this is the ith element of code. So centroid ID. So I'll explain it quickly. Then So you see minimum distance, this variable is not being used. If it's not used, I think in MATLAB you can just put it like this. So I'll explain it first and then I will run it. If it works, then I will copy paste here so that you can, if in case the code doesn't run in your case.
Sir,
Yes.
the last the centroid ID and before
Yes.
that comma and before that, what is that, sir?
Which one? This line?
Sir, centroid ID.
Centered ID.
Before that comma, before that, why
Oh,
that
this
has
one,
been
tilde.
used, sir?
So
Yes, sir,
this,
tilde. Why?
yeah. So before that, I have something written here, right? But I saw that that variable is not used anywhere, right? I had some mean distance, but I see mean distance is not required. I don't even have to, waste a space in my RAM to store that variable, right? Because it's not being used. For example, if I put X, it will work. If I put Y, doesn't matter because this is not used anywhere in the code. So in that case, if I put this variable is not, allocated in the RAM or anywhere the storage. So in that case, we're saving this. So you can also put something here, but since it's not used, I think if it is not used, MATLAB will show a warning. You see, it will say, let me see if difference with the warning. Replace name by tilde. Because it says it's not being used, so you really don't have to specify anything. You can just keep it this. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. So for all point in the 300 sample vector, so
Yes.
it will measure the distance. It will measure the
Yes.
distance
I
from
will
the
now go
centroid.
through line by line. I will tell you. Okay. Then you can, if you have questions, if not clear, you can tell me. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So for 1 to M, that means I am traversing through 300 points because M is 300, right? So then for each point, right? This is for each point because for one I means a particular point, blue point, right? So I'm defining a variable distances which stores three values. This is, if you look at it, this is just 3 zeros, okay? Right, so you'll see what happens to this. Now, for each point, I am finding the distance from all the centroids. K is 3, right? So for centroid. So what I'm doing, I am xi colon, this is the point, is ith point, right? Because I is 1 to M, say I is 100. So I'm getting x 100 comma colon. So I'm taking the 100th point out of these 300 points, right? And then subtracting the centroid, jth centroid, maybe j is equal to 1. So I'm taking the subtraction of the first centroid and then squared. That means this is giving me the distance of that particular point, ith point from the jth centroid. Now j is 3. So these distances will store, j will go from 1 to 3, right? So j distances will store the distances from all the three centroids. Okay. Like for example, say, so I can print it even. So let's see. Let me first explain first. So the distances I will store the locally because distance is very defined inside the loop and every time it is cleared. So for a particular point, we define a distances with three values and then we fill it up with the distances from the centroids. So how far this point is from the centroids. After that, we find which point is the minimum in closest. So out of these distances, we will have three values, and these three values will mean the distances from the three centroids. Now we'll find out of these three distances, which one is minimum. And out of this minimum one, what is the ID of that particular one, right? For example, say I consider this blue point. Okay, so this point is say ith point. Then I find distance from this red point, and this is from here they're closer. So this red point, this point, and this red point. So we find three distances, and out of this we found that, oh, okay, maybe this point is closest. So then what is the ID? If I call this as 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 3. So then we know the third ID. So the centered ID will be 3 in this case, okay? And then we are storing the centered ID to the output, closest centered IDs, because closest centered IDs, what is the size? M. Now, because it is 300, so it will store for each point, ith point, it will store the ID of the closest point. Okay, let me do this. How can I do? So for example, let me see if I make it 1, okay, and then I run it, but I need K also. So for now, I might confuse, but let me quickly wait. Say k is the center because it is a function. I cannot directly show it here, but so is this clear? Or I mean, please say yes if it is clear what I'm trying to say. If not, I can explain again.
So the mean bracket distance, so it will give me the ID corresponding to that centroid cell.
So okay, so minimum function, this particular function is inbuilt. Okay, so the first output is actually what is the distance, right? Minimum distance, and then this one tells you which ID, from which ID it is minimum. Okay, like
So it is a variable storing the ID. It is the variable storing the ID.
yes, this is the variable storing ID, and this is the actually minimum distance from that particular closest point. Okay,
And the mean in the mean functions are the mean bracket distances. What will it will perform on those?
okay, so easiest way, let's try what I said. Help mean. Okay, now let's see what it gives. MI, right? Mean X returns the indices corresponding to the minimum values. Okay, what was M? M is the smallest element in the vector S, X. So out of all the distances, we find out that which element is the minimum, right? And this gives index of that point also, like first one, second one, third one. Okay. For example, let me quickly show you. It is very easy in MATLAB. Say I define A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 0. Okay. So A is 1, 2, 3, 0. If I do mean A, what do you expect? What do you think the answer will be? Please type. Yes. 0. Should be 0. Okay. Now let's do this. Mean A, output say some maybe X, Y. Okay, let's see. Now I say that Y should be, let's see what it comes with. X is 0. X is the first element. 0. They're telling me the distance, the minimum, right? Minimum of it. And then 4 is saying that, okay, fourth is the minimum. Okay, is it clear? Because this is the fourth element, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth element is 0 and that element is minimum. Okay, so in this case, distances has 3 values, right? Distances from the 3 centroids. Now, out of all these distances, I am saying, it is saying that minimum distance is the minimum distance from whatever centroid it is. Could be first one, could be second one, could be third one. But centroid ID is telling me which centroid. If it is saying that it is closest from the first centroid, it will say centroid ID is 1. And minimum distance will tell me how far it is from the first dead centroid, right? And that is what important is, because now if I find out that this blue point is closest to this red point, this is the first centroid, then I get centroid ID as 1 because it is closest to the first one. Minimum distance give me how far this blue point is from red point. Now, since I know that centroid ID 1 is the closest, I will assign 1 to this blue point. So now this is what one of the step of the K means, where we assign a cluster ID. Now this blue point will be assigned a cluster ID of 1 in this case. Is it clear? Don't worry about the code. I'll paste it here after making sure that it runs. I hope it is clear. So if you have any question, please let me know. You can unmute and just ask.
Yes.
Again, you see
Yes,
this is a warning because it's not being used. Not required really. Okay. Okay. So we have this function now. Let me saving it. I'm not sure it is going to work. Okay, J loop. J loop, Lakshmi, J loop, what's happening is that there are 3 centroids, right? K is 3. So for each loop, in this particular loop, for each iteration, it is finding the distance from the centroids. It's finding distance from the first centroid of that blue point, second centroid from the blue point, third centroid from the blue point, and they are storing in distances. And then out of these 3 distances, I'm finding what is minimum, and that is the closest centroid. Okay. This is not a benefit. It is a part of the algorithm, right? You have to cluster, you have to define. I have selected a blue point, which cluster it belongs. This is the way how we decide, how we find out which cluster we should assign, right? This is the process. Okay, so we defined it, and now if we go back to the original code, okay, which distance we considered. So, okay, very good question, very good question. So here, the distance you see, we're doing sum of squared. Does it remind something? The squared distance, right? Euclidean distance, a minus b whole square. Yes, you're right. So that is what we're doing, okay? So let's use this function because I defined this function for a particular reason, right? We're doing k-means. Okay, let's go. We have this code. See, I'll copy paste the code. First, let me try whether it works or not. Okay. Okay, so we have defined this function called find closest centroids. And then let me go centroid. Okay. X and centroids. Okay, this is what the input we defined for the inputs we're expecting to be, and then I'm defining and I'm storing it to closest centroid IDs. Oh no, it's difficult. Centroid. Okay, it's something similar to what we already wrote for the function, but here this is not a function. This is just calling the function. Okay, so I'm giving the input x and centroid, and as you may remember, let me clear this thing. This is giving me output closest centroid IDs, this function, and it is what is the size? It has ith element, right? And I goes from m, so it is a 300. It's an array with 300 values, and each value means what? Each value is giving me the cluster ID corresponding which cluster the particular point belongs. So if there are three, so I'll just run the code, then I'll explain. So let me run this particular cell because I think I have already run. For Octave, you can just copy paste again this part and run. I'm running this section, so I hope it runs. Now let's see this particular variable. Let's see what is the size, right? First, 300 means you see 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, whatever. So he's saying that, oh, first point belongs to cluster 2 because that particular blue point is closest to the second centroid. He says second point is 3 because that blue point in the second, that second blue point is closest to the third centroid. So I'm assigning 3. You see, all these things has been done so far. And we wrote it because we used this particular function. It gave me everything. We computed the distance from the red points. We found out which ID that particular red point is where it is closest. And then we assigned to a vector, right? This array. And then we got it. So this is what first step, right? We now know what is the IDs. Is it clear so far? I'll paste the code. Let's say yes if it is clear. Harshvardhan, we can use other distances also, but it is standard in K-means to use Euclidean. Okay. Okay, let me paste the code here. If maybe some of you are not able to run it. So this code is for the find closest centroids. And copy paste. Hope it runs in your case. And then this is again, this is pasting this one also. Okay, so if you haven't, you can copy paste. Oh no, I went back. Only everything is there. Okay. Okay, so now, so I think we'll do it 10 more minutes. I think I'll be able to finish almost, but then you can take a 10 minutes break and then we'll resume. But for now, let me still go on because we are in the kind of a flow. So I don't want to break it. For just type it this way, I is equal to 1 to max iteration. Someone was asking me what is the use of this? Now we're gonna use it. Okay, max iteration. It means we're gonna repeat this process, whatever we done. How? First, every iteration. Okay, I have to. I forgot. We have to finish it. And we found out. We had a. First we found out the centroids here randomly picked. Then I found out that which cluster it belongs based on the red points that we have defined. And after that, in the K-means algorithm, I told you, right? Then we have to again estimate the mean to estimate the centers again. So for that, we'll write another function. Let me first call it. We'll write the function later. So centroids is equal to compute centroids x undefined near line. Nimesh, call from find x. Let me see. No, it should not be the case because you're giving x as the input to the function, right? So the function actually takes it and then uses it. So it should not be. So most probably it is the issue that I had already had in Octave. Just copy paste one by one, like the whole thing. Don't just run as a whole function. Sometimes maybe the issue. So for example, you can just copy and paste in the terminal. So let me finish the. Okay, let me. Okay, for the Octave people, let me quickly see in this code. Hope he's not hanged last time. There's no, this is max iteration is 20, right? Should stop after 20 iterations, and this is not a very expensive thing. Not even press stop, Control C. Let me restart. Don't waste time in this. Sorry for that. Just making sure that everyone is able to do it. So I want to make sure it runs in Octave also. In the meantime, I'll reconnect. The time it restarts. New session. Okay. FTP. I hope in this process you're also kind of getting used to MATLAB if someone is new to it. Trying to make sure you learn, really know what is going on here. So I decided taking time if needed. Okay, so just going back to the previous configuration. So let me just copy this. Just comment. This is for commenting the code. Okay, at least last time I ran it till here, so I'm just going to run again. Okay. So this is working. Figures are fine. So in Octave, you have to create one file, right? Need this. To this intro. Just copying the file name. Creating one here. .m. Okay, fine, close this. So I'm going to copy this. Happen to copy this here. This is done. Then I have k-means. This is my old demo code. What should I do? I don't want to show all the codes. So this is the code, I think. Init centroids. No, let me rename this. Not possible. Let's rename here. Anyway, let me create a new file. Demo. So in the demo, I'm going to copy paste this code so far. Okay. Now I'm hoping it should run. But when I tried to run all, it was not working. So what I'm going to do, step by step, worked, don't know, what's in failed, find closest centroids. See, the issue is this online version, I'm not sure it is possible to do. But because I also have an ID, Octave ID open in my another computer, there it works. So I hope if you're using not the online one, because it has this issue. Because it's maybe it's not able to find find a particular function, because this file maybe is not in the path. But it should not be the case. Or is it my naming is wrong? No. What if I run? It works. So, hey, it worked. So just run all. I don't know how it's working, but it's good. Okay. Anyone using Octave? Please say yes if it's working. So far good. Please say yes. Otherwise, I will not know that you guys are fine so far. I'll continue with this. Please say yes. Okay, great. So now I'm with the new centroids. You know the centroids will change now. Centroids will move. Then with the new centroids, then because now I find the IDs, right? Every blue point has a new ID. And now with that ID, how can I find a new centroid? So I will explain a bit more. Let me first type it. Centroids. You can just type it and then I'll again explain. Animation submission. No. Okay. So compute centroids and then X list centroid IDs and K is the number of clusters, right? So this is the code, right? I'm pasting here. I don't waste. This is like not very trivial. Okay, so this is the code. This I just typed. What I will do, I will now write this function, compute centroids. That's my goal. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new script called compute centroids. Okay, just like how you did for other files. And hopefully it works, this online version. Okay, it's working. Command window disappeared. Click here. I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to write this function. Should be very simple. Easy. So, okay. So compute centroid. Again, please type. There may be some typos. You may have some typos. I'll copy paste anyway, but still follow it. It will keep you engaged here. Function centroids compute. Oh, I'm typing compute centroids. X closest centroids IDs. Okay, this is something similar what I wrote in that. And since it's a function, I have to end it. Again, step one, we're writing m comma n. You're very familiar with it now. This is giving rows and columns of x. M is rows, n is number of columns. In this case, m will be, since we're using that x data, m will be 300, n will be 2. Okay. Now I'm just defining a variable, empty variable, centroids, filling it to zeros. And the size of it is k n. We'll explain what is this. So now we have a matrix with 3 rows and n columns. So n is 2. Sorry.
End column, sir.
Yes, yes. Hello?
Why 3
Yes,
will
yes.
and
I'm going to tell you. So N is what?
centroid means the mean the centroid of all 3 clusters. Means we have
Yes.
three centroidness, sir, for 300
Yes, yes,
samples.
exactly. You're right. So there are K is 3, right? So is this 3 cross N is 2, right? 3 cross 2. Similar, like how we had a 3 cross 2 centroid before, right? Now we're updating that based on the new information to a new one. So it will be still 3 cross 2. Okay. So then, so this is just like a all 0 centroids, because we'll fill it up after the next computation. We'll update the centroid, previous centroid. So we already have a previous centroid, right? Which are the red points. Now, because we assigned some cluster IDs to the new blue points, we assert based on this new assignment, how can you again update the centroid? Okay. Yes.
Means we have for the function find closest centroid. So in that function, we
Yes.
have found the ID of that
Yes.
sample closest to the centroid that we have defined. Means we have randomly defined centroid. Now we are once again computing the centroid. Means what does this function do, sir?
Yes, yes. So in this step,
This
what I'm
compute underscore centroid function, what does it do, sir?
yes, yes,
We
yes.
we already know the centroid, sir. So what
Yeah,
is the
yes.
need of
No,
this
no,
new
yes, yes.
function?
So it's iterative, right? For example, let me show you this. Okay, let me, it will help. So, I had this slide. I'm gonna go. I think it was in this slide. CA. No, not this slide. Where did I have it? In hands-on only, I think I have it, right? Payments. I don't have it here. Okay, so how to explain it? So I also had a video, but I don't know if I can run it. Yes. Sorry, the sound. So what we do is first we assigned. So I'm just want to show you because it might kind of give you a global idea. That's why I'm trying to share. So initially we some clusters, right? There's 4 initial clusters. And then we assign the IDs. This is now assigning the IDs for the points, right? Like here. And then we, based on the assigned clusters, we again recompute the centers. And again, based on these centers, we are finding the cluster IDs. And now we have blue points. Now we're finding the mean of the blue points. Again, we're finding the blues and the yellows, pinks, and reds. These are cluster IDs. And after that, we found that, oh, now center has to move because now the mean is different. Okay. So in this case, we are finding the new centroids, as you saw on the video. So for centroid ID is equal to 1 to k, then we are ending it, right? We are writing centroids. Okay, centroid ID mean x centroid ID makes sense. Closest centroid IDs centroid. Okay, so I finished this part. Let me quickly explain. So case 3. So what I'm doing, I'm iterating for each cluster.
Now this for loop, this for centroid
Yes,
underscore ID, sir.
I'm gonna tell you. Just let me
I'm
explain
not
it.
getting, so that's why.
No, I haven't explained it yet. So I'm gonna explain it now. So we have 3 centroids, right? So we are going to loop over each centroid. We take the first, we have a centroid 1, centroid 2, centroid 3. So now centroid ID is 1, 2, 3, right? So first we're going to consider the first centroid, okay? But whatever centroid we had before, okay? So now what we're doing, we are finding X is the data, okay? When we do this, X closest centroid IDs is equal to centroid ID. Okay, so what it is doing, did you get centroid ID? Right. So closest centroid ID has all the assigned IDs, right, of the clusters. First point is say 3, second point is 2, third point is 3. So we know that first point is, if it's 3 in the closest centroid ID, it belongs to third. Okay. Now what it does, if I say this, sorry, if I type this, it will give me the point of the points that is only assigned with a particular centroid ID. Okay, for example, if I put it 1, so this will give me all the points that has been assigned with cluster 1. Okay, so these all the points I found is they are assigned to cluster 1. Okay, because I put centroid ID is equal to 1 in this case. So centroid ID is also going from 1 to k. So first equal to 1, then I get all the points that are of cluster 1, then I find mean of all the points, and then mean is the new centroid, right? So then I'm assigning to the centroids, the first centroid, because my first centroid was different before. We randomly initialized. Now after random initialization, we found out the cluster IDs based on the distance from those random red points. Now, given that we have know the cluster IDs of each point, now say first I'm saying centroid ID is equal to 1. I'm saying which are the points, blue points that has been assigned cluster 1. Now I know all those points, right? Now out of those all the cluster 1 blue points, I'm finding the mean of those points. Now that mean is my new centroid for the cluster 1. Is it clear to most of you? Please type yes if it's clear. Great. So this way we are updating the centroid, right? So I'm writing centroid here. Sorry for that. So now the warning is gone. So now I'm copy pasting. If it is clear, I'm copy pasting here so that someone who is be able to type it. Error. Okay, so this is the function that I have defined, and I put it in this particular script. Okay, because I'm going to use this function call. So I'm going back to k-means, and see we had this compute centroid here. So now we are getting the new centroid, very clear. Every iteration, we started with some random clusters, random means, 3 cluster centers, 3 centroids. Then within this particular, in a particular iteration, I goes from 1 to max, right, which is 20, I think in our case. Say consider 1 iteration. Okay, in 1 iteration, we are based on the data and the centroids, initial random centroids, we found the cluster closest centroid IDs. For each point, we have assigned a cluster. Now using this function, because we know which clusters every blue point belongs to, each of these blue point belongs to. Now we say if a particular now we find all the blue points belongs to cluster 1, all the blue points belongs to cluster 2, all the blue points belongs to cluster 3. Now all the points belongs to cluster 1, we find a mean of them, and that is our new centroid for cluster 1. For cluster 2, similarly find a new centroid for cluster 2, and so on, right? So if we keep iterating it this particular way, then only what happens, like the video that I have shown. Okay, it will iteratively update, and hopefully after some time it will converge to very nice clustering. Okay, so this is what is supposed to happen. So if you haven't, did I post this code, copy pasted this? I think I did, yes. Right. So let me also print the iterations. I'll run the code. Let me print how many iterations are going on. So I will run this code. Iterations. Iterative update. So I'm going to save it and just run it. Let me clear this. See, all iterations done. Now we want to see how the results are, right? Okay, so now actually we have to plot the results. Okay,
Sir, may I
So,
request you to please once again, sir?
which one?
May I
Which part?
request you to please the computation of the centroid in iterative fashion, sir?
This one, this particular one?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Compute centroid, sir.
Okay.
It means I am not following the logic, sir.
Okay. Okay. Let me show it some example. Say I have 6 points. Okay. Instead of 300 points, I have 6 points. Fine. And say 6 points, the clusters assigned are 1, 1, 3, 1, 2, 2. Fine. This is just like how the closest centroid ID is. This gives you all 300 points is assigned to which cluster, right? So you have 6 points, say they are assigned like this. First point belongs to cluster 1, second point cluster 2, third point cluster 3, fourth point 1, like that, right? 6 points, 3 clusters. Now, what this compute thing is doing, it is finding out which points belongs to centroid ID 1 first. This belongs to 1, this belongs to 1, this belongs to 1. Now, it is taking these 3 points and taking the mean of these 3 points. That's the new centroid for cluster 1. Because it's equal to. Now the second iteration goes, it finds out cluster ID 2. It finds this point is cluster ID 2, this point is cluster ID 2, takes these 2 points, find the mean, and this new mean is the new centroid of cluster 2. And in this case, there's only 1 point for cluster 3. And if you just say one single point, so this is the mean of the centroid of the cluster 3. Is it clear?
Sir, this the mean function, sir. The mean,
Yeah.
the capital X closest centroid ID is
Yes.
equal to centroid ID, sir.
Yes.
So means for this iteration, the current the centroid ID, if this is equal to the previous closest centroid ID, sir.
So closest centroid ID is equal to centroid ID tells me which of the points are belongs to centroid ID. Okay. IDs equal to, out of all the points, these particular, just you can look at it at home. Please carefully look at the code. What this particular part is doing is that I'm finding out which point belongs to, which other points belong to centroid ID. Okay. You spend some time at home, take a look at the code. So this idea of this is finding out the points out of all the blue points which are assigned cluster 1 before. Okay. For example, when centroid ID is 1. And after we find all the points, then we find a mean average of all the points. And that gives me the centroids of that particular centroid ID cluster. If it's 1, then it's cluster 1's centroid. Okay.
Why we are calculating means, why we are calculating? First of all, we have to calculate the mean, sir.
No.
Here, why?
You have n points. How do you find the centroid? Find the mean of it. It's very simple, right?
So
I have 10 points. How do I find the centroid? Find the mean of these 10 points.
Here for all 300 samples, we are calculating for all 300 samples. If they are equal, then we are calculating the mean, sir.
This is telling you which points of these 300 points belong to centroid ID, maybe 1. Okay, I think this is not very difficult. Just take a time at home. I told you the gist of it, right? So idea is just find the points that belongs to a particular centroid cluster and then take the mean of them. Okay. Out of 300 points, maybe 40, 300 points, maybe 90 are cluster ID 1. So I take all the 90 points, take the sum. It's very simple. Take the sum of it and divide it by 90. That is as simple as that, right? So you can do that and find the mean and then assign to all its centroid. Okay, so let's take a quick break. 4:30 will start. Okay, is it fine with everyone? So I'll be back at 4:30 and then we'll start the plotting part of it. Then we'll visualize how actually it's working over time. Okay, I think you guys are also tired, so let's take a break a little bit. Okay, so I'll be back at 4:30. Hello. Okay, so just a second. Hello. Yes. So since we have done so far till here, let's plot it, right? We want to see what happened after 20 iterations. So can you all hear me? Please type yes. Okay. So the plotting, so let's do the plotting. Because without visualization, how will you know that whether it worked or not, right? Okay, so so let me type it. For k is equal to 1 to k cluster x equal to x closest centroid IDs. This makes centroid IDs is equal to k, k plot cluster x 1 cluster x 2 plus okay, hold on. So this is this will plot the cluster first with different colors. So each of the clusters right now, like we had all this blue, right? Now it will be plotted with the color so that we know which cluster is assigned. Okay, after doing all these iterations. So this is actually plotting a cluster. After that, we want to see where are the centroids. So we're gonna plot the centroid. Centroid. So in this case, centroid is equal to centroids k colon semicolon plot, because this is taking the centroid that after max iterations, whatever the centroids we have, right? So we're gonna plot it as centroid column 1 centroid 2 is x and y coordinates, and then let's see, can put some colors, black maybe. This is the end of this. We have to put here black and with circles. Okay, so then hold on. We're doing hold on as we already discussed, so that we can plot overlay the plot over one another. I forgot the end, so I put it end here. And let's put a title. This is a clustered final clusters. Final clusters. Okay. This. And then also let's give a figure name as we did before. Say figure 3. We already have 2 figures. Okay, so let me try to run this. What happens? Okay, position 3 is invalid. I'm typing somewhere. Cluster X, closest centroid ID is equal to K. So it is from line 52. Here, centroid, I did a mistake here. 1, centroid 2. Okay. The closing brackets were wrong. Wrong section. Okay, so you see here, I started with this very bad initialization, I think. My 2 red points were here. This one is here. But after iterative computation of centroid, now you see this black is here, this black is here, and this black is here. And these points are very nicely clustered. There is a blue, whatever color is this orange, you know. So this is telling us that actually it worked, right? We did number of iterations and then it was able to move them to the correct locations. So I'm just pasting this code and try to.
Sir, I want to interrupt here, sir.
Yes, yes. Please.
Sir, I
go ahead.
want to understand. I want to understand one code, sir. Here, I am
Hmm.
very weak, sir. So here the for figure 3 for k is equal to 1 colon k. So what does it, sir? The cluster underscore x equal to a
This one?
capital X. Yes, sir. The closest centroid ID is equal to k comma colon. Sir, I am not
Yes, yes. I see
understanding.
this is somehow also related to the previous question of yours.
Yes, sir.
So, okay,
I
let
will
me
be
show.
thankful, sir.
See, this is, I think what you're confused is not about the algorithm, you're confused about the syntax of MATLAB. Okay, what it does, it's kind of iteratively doing stuff. Like there's one more function inside this kind of statement. So when you write like this, X closest centroid ID is equal to K is this, what it is saying that it will modify X to another matrix, which will only consider where the closest centroid IDs is equal to K. Like, for example, if my X is like this, say 1, 2, 3, 4 type. Okay, so this is X. And say my closest centroid ID, in this case, only 3 points, right? Very simple. Say, I'm putting an underscore so that I don't modify the original one. Right? So say IDs are, say first point belongs to say cluster 1, second point belongs to cluster 1, and third point belongs to cluster 2. Okay. Right. So these are my centered IDs. Now you see this is X and this is centered ID. Now if I say X, this centered IDs, this equal to 1. Right. What it is doing, it is finding out in the closest centered IDs which points are 1. You said, oh, these two are 1. So index this one, index 2 are 1. So then it goes to X and finds out this point and this point. Okay, and then it will show it in this particular case. So it will modify the X itself to, okay, something happened. Okay, I'm putting a square bracket, sorry. Because the Python, everything is squared. I'm mostly used to Python. You see, it's 1, 3. So I think what happened here is, let me see what happened. 1, 3. So it is saying that, okay, I think because it has to be transposed, some issue is there, I guess. Three. It depends on the matrix size. Let me see. So it is equal. Oh, I'm not putting the column. Sorry. This one, right? You see, pick 1, 2, and 3, 4. It picked 1, 2, and 3, 4. These 2 points, which actually belong to cluster 1 and cluster 1, right? So this is doing is it is picking all the points belongs to cluster K, which is 1 in first iteration for loop iteration. So it gets all the cluster 1 and then plots it with some particular color. Hold on changes the color also, okay? And then again it goes for K is equal to 2. Then it gets all the points of X corresponding to cluster ID 2. Then it gets all the points and plot it. So keep doing it and then you see different colors have been shown. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think I have to wrap the session by 4:45, but in the meantime, we have 5 minutes. So you can ask any questions regarding this. Because I thought like we'll be able to cover more, but unfortunately we cannot. But hopefully whatever I did, we did in this session is helpful in some way. So I hope most of you have been able to run the code in, oh, last block I didn't. I think I did, right? Yes, I did. Just look. Nitika, which code do you mean, the figure 3? Yeah, okay. So we have it. So I think you have all the code. And I would suggest, since you have got an idea, yes, it would be, I don't know how to share it. So is it possible to share here? No. So is it, so I think the slides should be shared, but I don't know, the code will be shared. If someone from IICT can tell me about this. Someone from IICT can tell me, can I share the codes as well when I'm sharing the slides in future?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you, sir.
So is it possible to share the codes with the audience later? Because I know the slides I have to share, but
Yeah, you can share the codes as well.
Okay. So please let me know when I need to share, then I will also include the codes so that
Along with the slides, you can share the codes as well in a notepad or something. You can share it. We will
okay,
share it.
perfect. So James, I'll share the code. Okay. So along with my slides.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So
So,
also,
sir,
yeah. So one question that I got, I think privately, how to apply this for dimensional reduction. So this is more about the clustering is more about finding out kind of similar clusters, group of things, but it's not necessarily directly related to dimensional reduction. It's more about clustering. So dimensional reduction and clustering are two areas where unsupervised learning, for example, is being used, right? So the KMUs is typically not for dimensional reduction, but for clustering. But still, in a way, you can see that now you can assign the cluster to each point. So in this way, it is kind of now you can, instead of telling that this is x1, x2 coordinates of a particular point, now at least you can say that, oh no, this is cluster 1 point, this is cluster 2 point, and cluster t point. Instead of saying that this is x1, x2, and x3, x4, something like that. So this way you can think about it. Okay. So, I mean, this way, now you can just say one number, right? Oh, it is cluster 1, instead of saying this and this coordinate. So it might be helpful in some way, but this is not necessarily KMUs for dimensional reduction. Just wanted to.
sir, hello, sir.
Sorry, I
Hello.
didn't hear it. Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, in the compute centroid, sir. So
Yes.
I want
So
the
this
compute
is the
centroid, sir.
same thing, right? I discussed about it, how it works. So it's
So,
finding
sir,
all the centroids that has centroid ID 1, and then taking the mean of all the points to update the centroid. That's it. So please, I might also share this PDF. Please go through this algorithm and then follow this diagram where you have initially these blue points, then you initialize with these 3 points, then you updated the cluster IDs, you got green points, red points, and this. But you see that this particular red point that you have initialized is not the center of all these points. So we have to find a new center. So it goes here. Now, based on this center, find the closest points and then clustered. Now you see that this red point may not be it. So you can keep going like this, okay? And finally, you'll converge, not converge necessarily. You can also do some criteria like if the point is not moving, centered update is not changing the mean, then it converged. Or you can also do some fixed number of iterations that you can run the code, okay?
so initially we have defined some random centroid, sir.
Yes,
Now
these are
we are
random
calculating.
updated centroid.
So the flow of the algorithm is next time we are calculating the distance of each sample from the 3 sample.
Yes.
If the,
Assigning
now
the
we are
clusters.
now calculating the mean, and
Yeah,
if
new
it is
means.
nearer, then we are, sir.
Yeah,
Then,
so this is the initial center, right? The red one,
yes,
for
sir.
example. But then we found out that now you can find the distances from all the points and find that these red points are assigned, right? Cluster IDs, right?
Yes, sir.
Based on distance, we found that all these red points are closer from this red. So that's why they are assigned red. And now after that, we find the new mean again out of all these red points and we get new mean. So we keep doing this thing. Again, we find out the distance from this new red point to all the points. and then assign the clusters, then again find the center. So keep going on like that. So this algorithm, please go carefully, and then you'll be able to find out. Okay. So I think I have to end here. So thank you all for going through all this thing and kind of following all this live coding. Hopefully it is helpful. I couldn't cover all, but again, as you know, I have to take everyone together, not just one or two person. So it might not be as fast for some people, but I think also it was very nice experience for me to hopefully I can help you in some way. And also from the previous lectures also, I hopefully you learned something, and I'll share the presentation. So if you have any doubts, hopefully from the slides also it will be clear for you. Okay. Thank you, Ashi. Thank you, Harshvardhan. Thank you, Mukta.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, dear participants. Now we will be winding up the session. For tomorrow, we will be creating the link again. You will receive the link in your respective email IDs. Please connect by 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you, everyone.